Chapter 1156. When I fly up to the platform, I find that the crystals are all absorbing mana properly. The purification is also working as intended. The mana in the crystals is flawless. It looks like it will still take at least a week or two for the crystals to fill up. That is better than I was expecting. It looks like there is more mana available than I thought. It probably has to do with the altitude of the platform, but that is just a guess. I've noticed more mana at higher altitudes, but I never paid much attention to it. Now, I am getting curious about why that would be the case. It should be the opposite. Mana is generated by life, so there should be more mana where there is more life. That means that the mana should be thickest down at ground level, especially in rich areas. Does this mean that mana naturally drifts upwards? To be honest, I really don't know much about mana. I know that mana naturally ebbs and flows. The goddesses told me that a long time ago, I think. However, I don't know why that is, and I don't know much else about mana. To satisfy my curiosity, I return to the castle and start observing the mana in my workshop. Unfortunately, while I can sense the mana and even manipulate it, I can't see it. What I need is something like a microscope that can see mana. While I somewhat understand how microscopes work, I doubt that I can make one. Even if I could, figuring out the lenses would take me quite a bit of time. Instead, I am thinking about coming up with an enchantment that will do the same thing. Since I understand the concept of magnification, creating an enchantment isn't hard. I already have several glass-like materials, so I choose the one with the best capacity. Unfortunately, the capacity isn't high enough to work with just one's lens. Since I wore glasses in my old life, making glasses is where my mind goes first. Between the two lenses and the frames, it has plenty of capacity for what I want. Making the glasses only takes me a couple of minutes, but the enchantments take longer. Mainly because I want the magnification to be adjustable instead of being fixed. That way I can adjust it if mana particles turn out to have different sizes. The enchantment actually ends up working exactly how I want it to. I must be getting better at this. When I put the glasses on, everything in the world changes, and it takes me a minute to adjust. Every space in the room is now covered in little glowing particles of differing colors. What immediately catches my attention is that every single particle is moving. Some are moving slowly, while others move around quickly, but not a single one is stationary. I quickly pick a random particle to focus on and take a closer look at it. The one I picked turns out to be an unaligned mana particle that is contaminated with wind mana. When I take a look at others that are nearby, I find that a lot of them are similar. Mixed among them, I find particles that are pure wind mana and pure air mana. When I look closer to the floor, I find particles that are either earth mana or contaminated with earth mana. The earth mana moves the slowest. That makes sense, but that is all that makes sense. The fact that they never stop moving is completely unexpected. It breaks the rules I know. Moving takes energy, and always moving takes constant energy. But where is the energy coming from? Mana is made of magical energy? Does that mean that the mana is being constantly eroded? Yet as I watch, I don't see any of the particles disappearing or even shrinking. So, if the mana isn't being consumed, where is the energy coming from? These questions quickly start to drive me nuts since I can't think of any answers. I learn a lot from watching the mana particles, but I don't find any of the answers I want. However, seeing how the different types of mana move does improve my understanding. The elemental contamination affects how the particles move based on the element and the level of contamination. Each element makes the particles move differently, at least from the two elements I can see. I am sure that I will learn more when I find water and fire mana to study. Thinking of that makes me think of my bath. There should be fire mana there. However, just as I am about to run over, Lynn walks in to tell me it is time for dinner. When she notices the glasses I am wearing, she stops and asks me what they are. I made them so that I can see and study mana particles? Lynn says, "Really? Can I try them?" "Sure." I hand the glasses to Lynn, and she immediately tries them out, causing her face to light up. As she is staring around intently, I quickly realize that I am going to need to make another pair. Before she gets too into studying the mana, I remind her that the kids are waiting for us. She looks disappointed, but she puts the glasses away and leads the way to the main room. We sit down with the kids and start eating dinner while they talk about the shadow plane. As soon as they run out of steam, Lynn and I start talking about the properties of mana. Once the kids are done eating, they run away from our conversation to watch cartoons. When we are done eating, Lynn follows me to my workshop and watches me make another pair of glasses. Then she follows me to the bath and we both start studying the fire mana. The first thing I notice is that the fire mana doesn't move around much. I expected fire mana to be as active as air mana, so this result is surprising. It intrigues me, so I get closer and study the fire mana intently, trying to figure it out. Lynn is also studying the mana and we discuss things as we come to understand them. Between us, we quickly figure out that the mana is being restrained by my enchantments. Thanks to that, the fire mana isn't acting like natural mana, which makes sense. If the enchantments weren't constraining the mana, it would be burning everything. On the other hand, the lightning mana is a mix between air and fire. When it is striking, the fire component is stronger, but it reverses after the strike. This allows me to deepen my understanding of lightning, which will improve my use of it. In the future, my fire and lightning spells should be stronger because I understand more. This new understanding will also allow me to make my spells more mana efficient. Chapter 1157. Previously, my lightning spells have been an even mix of air and fire, which was wrong. Since the spells are meant to be destructive, the balance should lean more towards fire. That will make the spell more destructive while needing less mana to cast. Unfortunately, my understanding of fire mana doesn't have as much effect. Maybe if I can study some natural fire mana, I might gain more benefits. It makes me wish that I had had the glasses when I went to the volcano. However, I am sure that I will get another chance. There are sure to be other volcanoes. If nothing else, the fire temple is built in a volcano, and I have to deal with it at some point. There should also be other sources of fire mana that I can study, like sunlight. Thinking of that, I take Lynn with me and exit the castle to look at the mana outside. I was right. There are small amounts of natural fire mana within the sunlight. Also, there are massive amounts of water mana around the ship, but that isn't surprising. The sun is currently going down, which is why the fire mana is so sparse. I am sure that it would be a lot more plentiful during the middle of the day. However, even with the small amount of particles, we are able to see its natural movement. We also get to look at some naturally occurring light mana, which is helpful. Lynn and I learn a lot about mana, and we have a lot of fun doing experiments together. We keep going until the sun fully sets and the sky turns dark, but then something else appears. Darkness mana appears once the light is gone and we get distracted by it. I am not as interested in the darkness mana, but Lynn is completely enthralled. Her curiosity towards magic is far stronger than mine, but I have no plan to ruin her fun. However, my interest is caught when the moon rises and new light mana appears. What really interests me is that this moonlight mana doesn't interfere with the darkness mana. They don't clash like I would expect them to. They even seem to get along. The movements of the two different particles change and sync up when they are close to each other. It is a reaction that we haven't seen in any other particles, at least so far. Unfortunately, while we can observe it, we have no way of figuring out why it happens. It is a mystery that frustrates me a lot, and at the same time it thrills Lynn. Her explanation is that if she knew the answers to everything, it would be boring. While I can understand her point and even agree with it, it doesn't help with my frustration. Eventually, we run out of experiments to try and there seems to be nothing left to learn. As Lynn's excitement fades, she starts showing signs of being tired, so we return to the castle. When we return, we find that the kids are currently eating dinner. Almost a full day has passed for them. Lynn and I eat a little with the kids and then go straight to bed to get some sleep. It turns out that Lynn isn't quite as tired as I thought, so we have some fun before we go to sleep. I sleep for a few hours. Then when I wake up, I head down to take a bath and work on my core. Core upgrade progress completed. Core upgraded from rank 15. Rank 16. Benefits: HP plus 5,000, MP plus 2,500, DP plus 1,000, evolution points plus 50. So many evolution points. That is awesome. The rank up benefits are so much better than the last time I ranked up. This is even better than I was hoping for. It was certainly worth all the extra effort. I now have half the evolution points needed for the next evolution. If things stay the same, That means I can evolve after ranking up 2 more times. If that is the case, then I actually have a path to become stronger through my own efforts. That is a relief. Being unable to get stronger has been a worry for a while. Now that I have a path, I just need to keep working on my core and walking down that path. The only thing holding me back is the rate at which my mana recovers itself. While I learned a lot about how natural mana acts, it doesn't really help. Well, that is not entirely true. I can improve my mana gathering enchantment now, meaning the mana gathering tattoo that I was planning can be improved as well. Unfortunately, the crystals are already engraved. That isn't something I can change. I could improve the enchantments on them, but the rate they purify the mana is set. That means that increasing the mana gathering rate wouldn't do anything. In fact, it would increase the chances of something going wrong and damaging the crystals. Now, I kind of regret doing all the crystals at once instead of saving some for later. I will have to wait until I can get more materials and make more crystals. For now, I head to my workshop and do some work on improving the gathering enchantment. In fact, now that I think about it, I can improve most of my enchantments. I happily spend the remaining time until breakfast improving my spells. When I head upstairs, I am surprised to find Lynn is already up and sitting at the table. When I walk over to give her a good morning kiss, I see that she is writing something. I quickly realize that she is writing down everything that we learned about Nana. The kids wake up, and when they join us, we eat breakfast together. While we are eating, I start discussing with Lynn the improvements I made to my spells. Lynn has also had some ideas, and we spend the rest of breakfast talking about it. We came up with different ideas based on what we learned, and sharing gives us more ideas. By the time breakfast is done, the table is half covered with Lynn's notes. Thanks to their lessons, the kids are able to understand some of what we are talking about. With them asking questions, our discussion ends up turning into their lesson for the day. In the end, my recent improvements of my spells and enchantments become outdated. Taking some writing materials from Lynn, I start improving my spells again. Lynn does the same, and as we finish writing down the new spells, we pass them back and forth. This way, we can check each other's work for errors and possibly come up with more improvements. Out of the kids, only Mulan sticks around for this part. The others go to watch television. Lynn and I spend hours happily working on improving the spells and enchantments. Chapter 1158. With both of us working together, practically all of our magic gets an upgrade. Some just get improved efficiency, while others just get an upgrade to their effects. A few of our spells get an overall improvement to all aspects, which really thrills Lynn. When we finally run out of ideas for improvements, it is just about time for lunch. As we start eating, our conversation turns back to natural mana and what kinds there are. Our spells mostly use the 4 main elements. Very few use the rarer elements. Eventually, we end up talking about what other types of elemental mana might occur naturally. We also discuss where we can find them so that we can study them to increase our knowledge. Of course, when we start talking about shadow mana, I think of the shadow plane. Mulan, weren't you guys going to the shadow plane today? Mulan says. That is the plan. Yes, why? I was thinking of loaning you my glasses so you could take a look at the mana of the shadow plane. I expect it is all shadow mana, but you never know, Lynn says. No need. I will be going with them to take a look for myself. I can study the shadow mana while the kids do whatever they want to do. Oh, that works too. Honestly, I am surprised you didn't go through sooner to have a look around, Lynn says. Until now, there didn't really seem to be all that much for me to learn from there. Really? You never wanted to learn shadow magic? Lynn says. Not really. Shadow magic is classed as evil magic, so I wasn't very interested in it. I don't think any magic is good or evil. It is all in how it is used. Even necromancy can be used for good, Lynn says. You might have a point, but it just feels wrong. Okay then, look at it from another angle. If you know shadow magic, then you also know how to counter it. Lynn says, now that is a good point. Mulan, you said you found a city, right? Did they sell spell books there? Mulan says, I wasn't looking, but I think I saw some. Lynn says, all right. I will swing by and see what I can find. Why don't I go with you? Lynn says, "No, I am just going to study, not to find an adventure." "I wasn't going to go looking for an adventure," Lynn says. "You don't need to. You are basically an adventure magnet. If you go with us, we are practically guaranteed to get into trouble of some type." "Oh, come on, I am not that bad." Lynn says, "Do you want me to list all the trouble you have gotten into when you weren't looking for it?" "Oh, wait, that would take too long. We are leaving soon." "That is just mean." Lynn says, "Maybe, but it is true and you can't deny it. So you are going to stay here. Work on your experiments or something." "Fine," Lynn says. "Ah, are you sulking? That is so cute." In response, I stick my tongue out at her, which just makes her laugh. Then I head down to my workshop. With the changes to the enchantment, the capacity of the ink I need is lower. When I check, I find that one of the inks I already came up with will work just fine. I now have the ink and the enchantment, so I just need to design the tattoo and find an artist. Although, now that I think about it, summoning a tattoo artist for just one tattoo seems a bit ridiculous. I haven't asked her yet, but I am guessing that Lynn will also want the tattoo. Some of the kids might also want it, but I will have to ask them and see. Before then, I should see what other useful magic tattoos that I can come up with. I spend the next couple of hours designing formations that could be done as tattoos. I create the mana purifying tattoo first, since that is the one I want the most. After that, I work on creating tattoos that would enhance speed and strength for a short time. They require the mana of the owner to activate. But the mana gathering tattoo will make up for it. These 3 tattoos would basically make any soldier stronger by a decent amount. It would basically turn any normal soldier into a super soldier just at the cost of 3 tattoos. This could drastically increase the power of the beastmen that have gotten the artificial core, which by now should be all of the beast clans that have joined us so far. If we give the tattoos to all of those who are warriors, that should be a really strong force. Although, I should also come up with a tattoo to increase their defensive abilities as well. It doesn't matter how strong they are if they end up getting killed in the first fight. Creating a tattoo to increase their toughness isn't too hard. It just takes a bit of time. Then, looking at the 4 tattoos, I decide to create a design that incorporates all 4 of them. While this will make the tattoo harder to do, I think it will look a lot better. As long as Lynn is able to summon a decent tattoo artist, I don't think that it will be a problem. Speaking of, I should probably talk to Lynn about that when she gets back so she can work on the spell. She will probably need to talk to Krenosha about the spell she used, but that shouldn't be a problem. I don't think the goddesses will have a problem with me using magical tattoos. It isn't something that will break the balance of the world. At least I don't think so. Magical tattoos are something that someone would have come up with eventually. I am just bringing it about a little sooner. That shouldn't upset them too much. I managed to finalize the design and get it just the way I want it before Lynn and the kids get back. We sit down to eat dinner and we let the kids tell us about their adventure first. Then, once they are done, Lynn starts telling me what she learned about shadow mana. I was right. The entire plane is made of it, and the mana is everywhere and in everything. What about its properties? Lynn says it is pretty unique. It has some of the properties of both light and darkness mana, but not all of them. Well, that actually fits when you think about it. Shadows are created when light banishes the darkness. Lynn says, yeah, that does make sense. Thinking of it that way makes it a lot easier to analyze the mana. What about shadow magic? Any luck? Lynn says, I did manage to get a couple of spell books. They had more, but I didn't have the money for them. Even for the ones I did get, I had to borrow the money from the kids. They have their own currency. Chapter 1159. Oh yeah, I had forgotten about that. So anything good? Lynn says. I don't know. I haven't had a chance to look through them yet. Well, let me know what you find. Aside from that, there is something else that I want you to do for me. Lynn says, oh, what is on your mind? I want you to summon someone from my old world. It needs to be a specific type of person, though. You are probably going to have to talk to Krenosha about the spell she used to summon me. Lynn says, that shouldn't be a problem. But what type of person do you want to summon? A tattoo artist that isn't going to freak out too much about being summoned. Also, preferably a male tattoo artist. Lynn says, I get the rest, but why a male? I have enough trouble with women without summoning more. Lynn's only response is to laugh at me, but she does promise to talk to Krenosha. When she asks, I show her the tattoo that I designed and explain all of the functions. Unfortunately, I am not much of an artist, never was, so the design doesn't look very good. Lynn quickly picks apart my design and focuses on studying the four formations. She then suggests a few changes and a way for me to integrate them better. We quickly start drawing different designs to see what looks the best. The kids even come up with a few. Lynn says, Are you planning this tattoo for yourself? No, just the mana gathering and purifying. I tested the others, but the amount of mana needed for them to affect me is ridiculous. Lynn says, That makes sense. You are already ridiculously powerful, so to boost you further would require a lot of power. Then who are you planning the full set of tattoos for? I was thinking of using it for the soldier among the beastmen. Lynn says, That would make the army much more powerful. In that case, why not use all of these designs, and then the soldiers can choose the one they like? That is a good idea. It also saves us from arguing about which one is the best. All right, we will go with that. With that settled, the kids go to watch cartoons and Lynn heads to the library. I head down to my workshop, planning to do a little work with materials, but then I realize that I forgot something. I made ink and designed the tattoo, but I didn't make any tattooing equipment. Even at the most simple I would need to make tattoo needles. But what I really need is a tattoo gun. Most tattoo artists that I knew of in my old world didn't learn the old methods, meaning whoever we summon probably won't be able to work without a tattoo gun. Luckily, while I only have a general idea of how a tattoo gun works, I have magic. Magic allows me to cheat, and in the end, will probably make a better tattoo gun than technology can. However, for now I only work out a general design and the enchantments I think it will need. I will wait to make the actual gun until the tattoo artist is summoned and get their input. This way, I can make the gun fit the person and add any and all options that they want it to have. Once that is done, I head upstairs to see if Lynn is ready to go to bed yet. When I approach her in the library, she is working on a very complicated-looking spell. She is engrossed in her work and doesn't notice me at first. Otherwise, she would hide it. Just a quick glimpse is enough for me to see that it is a spell dealing with breaking dimensions. What is that? Lynn jumps at the sound of my voice and quickly uses a book to hide the spell from my eyes. Lynn says, I was working on the summoning spell, just like you asked. Oh, so you already talked to Krenosha? Lynn says, Yes, I did. She told me what I needed to know, but also reminded me not to let you know the spell. So forget whatever it is you managed to see before you spoke up. All right, I will forget about it. How is it going? Lynn says, I am pretty sure I can target a tattoo artist with the mental strength to handle being summoned. Unfortunately, Krenosha had no idea how to specify gender, so it will be up to luck. That is not good. My luck is horrible. Lynn says, That is true. So we should probably plan on getting a female tattoo artist. In that case, you are going to have to be the one to talk to her first. Lynn says, That won't work. I am not from your world. I won't know what to say. You should be the one to talk to her. No, I don't plan to take human form. I will meet her, but only after you warn her that I am not human. That way, hopefully she won't be interested in me. Lynn says, I guess that might work. What should I say to her, though? Don't worry. I will tell you exactly what to say, although we shouldn't be too sure that it will be a woman. If we plan for a woman, we will probably get a man. Lynn says, Isn't that what you want, though? Well, yeah. All right. We will plan for a woman. When will the spell be ready? It is almost ready now. I can probably finish it in an hour or so, but do we want to summon her tonight? No? We will wait for tomorrow. After lunch would probably be best. Do you need me to set up a summoning circle or anything for you? Lynn says, No, I already have everything that I need. This won't be any harder than summoning stacks of books. Okay, do you want to head to bed or finish the spell first? Lynn says, I will finish the spell, then we can go to bed. All right. Lynn waits for me to move away before she goes back to working on the spell. She is taking her promise to keep me from learning the spell pretty seriously. Since I don't really have time to work on anything, I sit down to read some manga while I wait. It takes Lynn a little over an hour to finish the spell, and then we head to bed. We have a couple of rounds of fun before she falls asleep, but I am not in the mood to sleep. So, once she is sleeping soundly, I get up and return to the library to continue reading. I quickly get lost in the story, and before I know it, morning has arrived. I go wake Lynn up, and then we head downstairs to join the kids for breakfast. After breakfast, while Lynn is teaching the kids, I go back to reading my manga. I rejoin the others for lunch, and then the kids head to the shadow plane. Once the kids are gone, I coach Lynn on what to say to whoever ends up getting summoned. After Lynn has memorized what to say, she goes into the library to perform the summoning while I wait outside the door. Chapter 11, 60. Inside the room. Lynn performs the summoning spell, which isn't as complicated as Ash thinks. She has improved and streamlined the spell several times already. In fact, the hardest part of the spell is the high mana requirement, which is easy enough for Lynn. At this point, the spell is easy enough to use that any group of mages could cast it. Ash would certainly not have a problem casting it, and he could probably improve it more. That is probably why the goddesses are so worried about the spell being learnt by Ash. Lynn casts the spell, and then she has to wait. The spell takes a while to form. It has to slowly build and stabilize a tunnel between the two dimensions. However, Lynn isn't bored. Watching the tunnel form is absolutely fascinating. As the tunnel connects the dimensions, Lynn can even see what the dimensions are made of. She quickly puts on the glasses that Ash made and takes a closer look. What she sees leaves her speechless. The mana is beyond anything she has imagined. Lynn feels kind of bad that Ash can't be here to see this for himself. But a promise is a promise. Maybe there will be another chance for Ash to see this, but it would probably give him bad ideas. The tunnel finally completes, and then with a flash it disappears, leaving a human woman in its place. Lynn is surprised when she sees the woman. She hasn't seen anyone like her before. The woman has short, purple, spiky hair and every inch of skin, other than her face, is covered in tattoos. The only tattoo on her face is a purple rose in bloom on her right cheek. Lynn says, "Hello. Please remain calm. You are safe. You have been summoned to another world, but I can send you back so there is no need to panic. Take a few deep breaths, and once you are ready, tell me your name." Says, "Who are you? Where am I?" Lynn says, "My name is Lynn. You are currently in my library on what you would call a fantasy world. To use a phrase you can understand, you have been isekai." Says, "Really? This isn't some elaborate joke, is it?" Lynn says, "Yes, really. This is really happening. You are in another world. Now, can you tell me your name?" Says, "Oh, right. My name is Bella." Lynn says, "It is nice to meet you, Bella. Tell me, are you a tattoo artist?" Bella says, "Yes, I am. How did you know that?" Lynn says, "It is the reason that I summoned you." Bella says, "Wait, you summoned me to another world to give you tattoos? How do you even know about tattoos?" Lynn says, "I summoned you for tattoos. Yes, I know about them from my partner Ash. He has designed magical tattoos, but doesn't have the skill needed to do them. He is waiting to meet you, but there is something you need to know first." Bella says, "Then how does he know about tattoos?" "What is it that I need to know?" Lynn says. "He knows about them because he is also from your world. Tell me, are you familiar with Beauty and the Beast?" Bella says, "He is from my world." "How did he get here? Animated or live action?" Lynn says, "Yes, he was summoned as well, but not by me either. You just need to know what the Beast looks like." Bella says, "Yes, I know what the Beast looks like." "Why?" Lynn says, "Because Ash looks kind of like that. He didn't want to scare you by being in the room when you were summoned." Bella says, "Didn't you say he was from my world? People don't look like that on my world?" Lynn says, "He is from your world. However, his summoning wasn't exactly like yours. It is better if he explains it. Are you ready to meet him?" Bella says, "No, not really, but you may as well invite him in." Lynn walks over to open the door, and I walk in slowly so as not to frighten the girl. I stop about 10 feet away, and crouch down so that I don't tower over her. Not that it seems to be helping. The girl looks terrified as she stares at me. Lynn says, "Bella, this is Ash, my partner and the man who was summoned from your world." "Hello, Bella. It is nice to meet you. I am sorry for summoning you against your will. I just need your help for a little while, and then we will send you home. I will make it worth your while." Bella says, "Are you really from my world?" "Yes, I am," Bella says. "So you just want me to do a few tattoos?" "Yes, that and teach someone here to do tattoos." "Then I will send you home," Bella says. "Do I have to go back?" "It doesn't really matter if I die here or in our world." "Why would you die?" "I am not going to hurt you," Bella says. "I was already dying when you summoned me. I have brain cancer, and the doctor said I only have about a month left. If I have a choice, I think I would rather spend what time I have left here." "What would you choose to do if you didn't have to worry about dying?" Bella says. "What is the point of even thinking about something impossible like that? This is another world, a world with magic. Very little is actually impossible here. I can cure your cancer fairly easily," Bella says. "Really? You better not be lying to me." "No lies. I can heal you. Here, take my hand." Bella looks nervous and hopeful at the same time as she slowly walks over to me. She places her hand on my paw and I scan her body with my mana. She does have cancer in her brain, along with some scarring. It looks like she has had surgery previously. From the state of the rest of her body, I am surprised that she looks so healthy. However, when I take a closer look, I realize that she has applied makeup to hide it. From the looks of it, she is probably in constant pain, something I can relate to. "Ugh, you are in a lot worse shape than you look." "All right, I am going to start fixing you. This may feel uncomfortable." Bella doesn't respond, other than giving me a nod and gritting her teeth. First, I deal with the cancer, and I make sure to get every single speck of it. Second, I start fixing all the damage that has been done to her by the cancer and its treatments. "All right, that is as much as your body can handle for now. You are already weak, and this will have used a lot of your energy. However, the cancer is completely gone. I can do more once you have rested and recovered some energy." Bella says, "My headache is actually gone." "Thank you. I am not in pain. This feels amazing." "Even if you can't do anything more, this is plenty. I am not going to die." Chapter 1161, Lynn says, "Congratulations. Now, you have plenty of time to decide what you want to do. We will take it slow and tell you about this world so that you can make an informed decision. However, you should know that the other residents of this castle, my kids, are not human." Bella says, "That is fine. I have tons of questions. But before that, I am starving. I don't suppose you have pizza in this world?" "No, unfortunately. That is something that I haven't found here and I miss a lot. Almost as much as I missed manga. Wait, Lynn, you should be able to summon some pizza." Lynn says, "I am not sure what that is, but if you can describe it, I should be able to find it." "Great. Once we put some into the pouch, we can have pizza anytime we want. We need to make sure to get the really good pizza." I quickly start explaining what pizza is to Lynn, and Bella chips in as well to help. Once Lynn knows what pizza is, I start describing where to get the best, at least in my opinion. I even create an illusion of the map of the United States and show her where Chicago and New York are. Lynn says, "All right. So there are several types of pizza that you want me to get, right?" "Right. Get as many different kinds as you can. Even if we don't like them, others will," Lynn says. "Okay. Get out so that I can get started." With a laugh, I lead Bella out of the library and take her for a tour of the castle. While I am at it, I create a room for her to stay in so that she can have some privacy. She is probably going to need some time to herself to think about things. After the quick tour, we sit down in the main room and I give her a wide selection of dishes to eat. Then, while she is eating, I start telling her about how I was summoned and what happened after. I don't get far with my story before Bella has eaten her fill and starts yawning. Seeing that, I describe the kids to her so she won't panic and then let her take a nap. Surprisingly, instead of going to her room, Bella curls up in the kids' nest to take her nap. I promise to wake her up to meet the kids when they return for dinner. She falls asleep quickly, so I head up to the library to check on Lynn's progress, Before I even open the library door, my nose tells me that she has succeeded. The smell of pizza brings back a lot of memories and makes me start drooling. However, I still remember to knock and only open the door once Lynn tells me to. Lynn is sitting on the floor, and around her are at least 20 pizza boxes. At that moment, I can't say which is more beautiful to me, but I'd answer Lynn if I was asked. Great job. We are having pizza for dinner. Lynn just laughs at me as I happily start shoving whole pizzas into my pouch. It is a good thing that I made those modifications to the pouch. Otherwise, it wouldn't fit an entire pizza. Now, I will be able to eat pizza anytime that I want, and it makes me really happy. Once all the pizza has been added to the pouch, Lynn and I head downstairs to wait for the kids. While we are waiting, I use the pouch to update the new recipes in the kitchen. This way, if the kids get addicted to pizza, they can have it even if I am not around. When the kids return, I intercept them at the door so they don't startle Bella. While I am explaining to the kids who Bella is, Lynn goes over to wake her up. This way she can see the kids from a distance, and hopefully they won't overwhelm her. Once I have verified that Bella is awake, I calmly introduce the kids to her one at a time. Luckily, the kids are cute and friendly, so Bella seems to be all right when meeting them. After the introductions are over, I cover the table with different pizzas. Bella says, "You got pizza." "Awesome," Milan says. "Pizza? What is that?" Bella has already grabbed a slice and taken a bite, leaving me to explain. Mulan, Mushu, and Nala dig in as soon as I am done explaining, but Albion looks disappointed. That is until I point out the veggie pizza and explain what the crust is made of. As soon as he understands that he can eat it, Albion happily joins his siblings. Lynn seems dead set on trying out every kind and is chatting with Bella as they eat. Each time a pizza gets finished, I replace it with a new one until no one can eat any more. It is entertaining watching everyone pick out their favorite pizza and then argue which is the best. I stay out of the argument, even when Bella tries to claim that pineapple is the best pizza topping. Although, it does warm my heart a little when Lynn and the kids all disagree with her. After everyone is done eating, the kids go to watch cartoons and I have to explain to Bella how we have television. Then, with Lynn cuddled up against me, I go back to telling Bella my story. The telling takes a while, but it is a good way to tell Bella about this world. Bella says, "That is amazing. It really does sound like an isekai novel. But what is this other form you keep mentioning?" "Ah, this isn't my normal form anymore. This is what I looked like when I was summoned. But I have evolved since then. I didn't want to show you my normal form yet. I figured it would be too scary." Bella says, "Wait, you call this your not scary form?" "Yay, actually." "Do you feel up to seeing the real me?" Bella says, "What do you look like?" "Kind of like a small dragon, but with fur." Lynn says, "Don't worry, he is only scary at first. After that, he is basically a big softie." Bella says, "Okay, I guess I am ready." "Show me." I take a few steps away so that I won't crowd her, and then I drop shapeshift. As soon as she sees me, Bella screams and proceeds to hide under the table. Not a good start, but I stay still and give her a chance to calm down on her own. Lynn helps by walking over and hugging my neck to show that I am safe to be around. Up until now, Bella had seemed to be taking everything calmly, but I guess that was an act. Seeing that she isn't coming out from under the table, I back off a bit more. Lynn says, "Bella, it is all right. He won't hurt you." Bella says, "A dream. This is just a dream. I want to wake up now." Lynn says, "I am sorry, Bella, but this isn't a dream. You are awake right now, and you really have been summoned to another world." Chapter 11, 62. I think we should just give her a few minutes. She has probably had more surprises than she can handle for one day. I am impressed that she stayed calm as long as she did. Lynn says, "She thinks this is a dream. That can't be healthy for her. She will get over it. Trust me, finding out you are in another world is a hard thing to deal with. When I was first summoned, I went crazy for a while, even though it was something I often wished for." Lynn says, "So, how do we help her realize that this isn't a dream? We don't need to. She will figure it out for herself. As I said, we just need to give her some time." Bella says, "You know, I can hear you." "I know, but we are just a dream, right?" Bella stays quiet, and we wait patiently to give Bella time to think things through. I can completely understand her confusion and why she would be afraid to admit that this was real. At the same time, with her cancer cured, she has to be hoping that it is actually real. She just needs time to decide which would be the better situation, and then accept it. When I was thrown into the pit, it was all about surviving, and I tried not to think about other things. At least Bella gets a nice, safe situation where she can think everything through. Bella says, "Can you do anything to prove this isn't a dream?" Well, normally my answer would be pain. You aren't supposed to feel pain in a dream, but I am guessing that isn't true for you, Bella says. I am always in pain. Whether I am awake or asleep? Are you in pain now? Bella says, no, I am not. And that scares you even more, right? Bella says, yes. If I accept it and it turns out to be a dream, that would be horrible. With all that I have been through, I don't know if I could take that kind of disappointment. All right, then how about we just wait? Dreams don't last that long. Go to bed, and when you wake up in the morning and are still here, then you will know it isn't a dream, Bella says. That doesn't work either. For all I know, I suffered a relapse and am now in a coma. Huh, I didn't think of that. This may be harder than I thought, Lynn says. In that case, why don't we just ignore it? Let her continue to think this is a dream. She can still do the tattoos even if this is a dream, right? Once we send her home and she is still healed, she will know it wasn't a dream. Yeah, that could work. What do you think, Bella? Bella says, I can't believe I am having this conversation, but I guess that could work. All right. Well, for now it is fairly late. Why don't you get some sleep and then we can discuss the tattoos in the morning? Bella says. I don't think I can sleep right now. Do you have any alcohol? Yes, actually, I do. Do you want wine, ale, mead, or something stronger? Bella says definitely something stronger. To make Bella more comfortable, I shapeshift back into my Beastman form. Then, I take out a selection of alcohols that I have collected through my travels. Bella starts trying them one by one until she finds one that she really likes. Bella says, wow, this one's got a really smooth flavor and a good kick. Lynn says, yeah, that is one of my favorites. It is called Desert Fire. It is made from a cactus fruit that is only found in one area of the continent. It is very rare and expensive, Bella says. If it is so rare, how did you get it? I got it when I was having dinner with the Emperor of the Southern Empire. Now, I can have it whenever I want. My pouch can recreate anything that I put into it. Bella says, so it is like a bag of holding, but it creates food. That is awesome, basically. I take it you have played D&D, Bella says. Of course, my friends and I played every weekend. At least, we did before I got sick. That is good. Knowledge of D&D will make things in this world easier to understand. What was your favorite class? Bella says. I've always wanted to be able to use magic. So, I normally played either a sorcerer or a wizard. Lynn says, I can teach you how to use magic. That is easy, Bella says. Really? Yes, please. Lynn says, mastering magic takes a long time, but I can teach you the basics before you return home. Although, I have no idea if there is mana in your world. If there isn't, magic won't work there. I am pretty sure that there is no mana in our world. Or if there is, it is too small of an amount to be useful, Bella says. That sounds about right. So, if I stay in this world, I can use magic, but if I go home, will I go back to being a normal person? Well, not exactly normal. I can improve your body to the limit of what is possible for a human, if not beyond. I can also restructure you, meaning I can make you look however you want. Bella says, could you make me taller? Easily. Bella says, yes. Please make me taller. I hate being short. All right. However, you still need to wait a couple of days before I make any more changes to you. How are you at drawing? If you have the skill, draw what you want to look like. I can do pretty much anything you want, Bella says. Okay, I will do that tomorrow. I am a little drunk right now. After that, Bella starts asking Lynn questions about magic as she keeps drinking. Soon, Bella is completely drunk, and Lynn ends up having to half carry her to her bed. When Lynn returns, we head upstairs together for a couple of rounds of fun. After we are done, Lynn says, I really like Bella's tattoos. What would you think of me getting more tattoos than just the magical one? I would be thrilled. I love tattoos, and you can get as many as you want. You can cover your entire body in tattoos if you want. In fact, I would like that a lot. Tattoos are sexy, Lynn says. Well, if Bella sticks around, I might just do that. In that case, I will do my best to convince her. Lynn smiles and cuddles up against me. I hold her in my arms until she falls asleep. Once I am sure she is fully asleep, I gently untangle myself from her and get up. Then I head downstairs to take a lava bath and use all of my mana working on my core. Core upgrade progress, 10% after that. I return to the main room and spend the rest of the night reading manga. When morning comes around, I head upstairs to wake Lynn up for breakfast. We cuddle and fool around a little before we head downstairs to join the others. Chapter 1163. When we get downstairs, the kids are awake and waiting for us. But there is no sign of Bella. To avoid an uncomfortable situation, I ask Lynn to go and wake Bella up. It takes a while, but eventually Lynn comes back leading a hungover-looking Bella. However, the closer Bella walks to me, the better she looks. I guess my aura works on hangovers. That would explain why Lynn has never had one no matter how much she drank. By the time Bella reaches the table, she looks as good as new, so I serve breakfast. Bella says, Are you going to want me to tattoo you after breakfast? First, I need to make you a tattoo gun. I already have the ink, but I wanted to wait to get your input. I understand the basics of how a tattoo gun works, but I don't know the details. I am going to use magic to cheat, so I need you to tell me everything that you want it to do. Bella says, Anything I want? Are you serious? Yeah, completely serious? It will probably take me about an hour to make it. Then we can do the tattoo. Bella is all sorts of excited as she starts describing her dream tattoo gun. Once she is done listing off everything, I realize that I am going to have to use top quality materials. That is the only way it is going to have enough capacity for all the enchantments. It wouldn't have even been possible before the recent improvements to my enchantments. I am still not sure if I am going to be able to put that many on one item, but I will try. As soon as I am done eating, I head down to my workshop and get to work. Bella stays upstairs for now. Lynn is having the kids answer her questions. It not only helps them get to know each other, but it allows Lynn to test their knowledge. That is taking the place of their lesson for today. Not that they seem to mind. Bella is also answering their questions about my world, which they never seem to run out of. I have spent hours answering their questions, and even shown them my world in the Soulscape. Yet they always have more. It is nice to have someone else to deal with them for once. Making the tattoo gun turns out to be easy enough. But some of the enchantments are hard, especially the healing spell. It needs to heal the wound without removing the ink. That way, the tattoo will be healed as soon as it is done and won't need any aftercare. To hold the ink, I create a small crystal vial and enchant it with a similar enchantment to the pouch. This way, it will create ink and never run out. But in making it, I get a song stuck in my head. As I work on the next enchantment, I find myself humming a song about a little glass vial. Unfortunately, the original design ends up not having enough capacity, so I have to add more materials. It makes the tattoo gun a little heavier than I wanted, but it should still work. It ends up taking longer than I expected, and I barely finish before lunchtime. When I head upstairs, I take the tattoo gun with me and hand it to Bella. Then I sit down and take out a large spread of breakfast dishes for everyone. I wait until everyone is sitting down and has started eating before I start talking. Okay, the needle will move as long as you hold down the trigger. It will never run out of ink, and the color that comes out will be whatever you are thinking at the time. You will need to be careful and make sure your mind doesn't wander. The tattoo will heal as you do it, but it won't affect the ink. The only limitation is the mana needed. The gun can only hold a small amount of mana, maybe enough for 20 minutes of use. Bella says, so I can only use the gun for 20 minutes at a time? How long for it to recharge? What can I do to increase the time? Yeah? It will recharge in about 5 minutes. Once you have mana of your own, you can supply mana to the gun to increase the time. Bella says okay. How long until I can have mana of my own? Lynn says. I should be able to start you on the path of a mage with just a couple of days of training. You won't have very much mana at first, but practice will increase it. In fact, using up your mana repeatedly using the gun should be really good training, Bella says. All right, so who gets to be the guinea pig? That would be me. We can start as soon as we are done eating, Bella says. Sure. Once everyone is done eating, the kids leave to go explore the shadow plane. Bella, Lynn, and I head down to the workshop so that I can get the first tattoo. To do so, I have to revert to my normal form, which causes Bella to freak out again. It takes her a few minutes to calm down, and while I am waiting, I shave a section of fur off. I have to focus and suppress my regeneration to prevent it from growing right back. Eventually, Bella starts the tattoo. But she stops after just a few seconds. Bella says, "The ink is too thick and too much is coming out. Can it be adjusted?" The amount of ink can be adjusted with that knob right there. The ink, on the other hand, I will have to remove and change the mixture. How thick should it be? The next hour is spent with me remaking the ink and Bella instructing me on what she needs. Once I finally have an ink that meets her requirements, we try again. This time she is able to work on the tattoo for the full 20 minutes until the gun runs out of mana. So, what do you think of it? Bella says. It is amazing. It makes this so easy. Do you have any idea how crazy this would make the tattoo artists in our world? I am glad you like it. Are there any changes you would like me to make to it? Bella says, number it is perfect. With this, your tattoo will be done in 2 more sessions. Normally, a tattoo this detailed would take me hours of work. While waiting the 5 minutes for the gun to recharge, Lynn and Bella ask each other questions. Bella is asking Lynn about magic, and Lynn is asking Bella about tattooing. Then, when the 5 minutes is up, Bella goes back to work while Lynn watches. Lynn says, "Does it hurt?" "Nope. I don't feel it at all, but you probably will. I have a skill that makes me pretty much immune to normal pain." Bella says, "Really? How do I get that skill?" "By surviving pain that would kill most people. It is a great skill, but I don't recommend it." Bella says, "Oh, Chapter 1164. Bella doesn't say anything more and just focuses on the tattoo again. She has to keep referring back to the drawing of the tattoo to make sure she is getting it right. The tattoo has a lot of complex symbols in it, and she has to be careful not to mess any of them up. I am also watching her work. Hopefully, if she makes any mistakes, I will be able to catch them. Although, now that I think about it, I should probably make something that can remove the ink. Otherwise, there isn't a way to erase any mistakes that she might make. Luckily, Bella turns out to be really good at what she does, and she doesn't make a single mistake. The tattoo is finished about halfway through the 3rd session, and it is perfect. I draw some normal mana to myself and feed it into the tattoo to test the effect. The tattoo purifies the mana exactly like it is supposed to, and proves that my theory was good. As soon as that test is finished, I start enchanting the tattoo, so it will gather mana on its own. Of course, it is not as simple as just that. I also have to connect it to my mana pool. Just shoving the mana into my body won't work and would cause more problems. I also need to make sure that the enchantment will stop when my mana pool is full. Otherwise, I might just blow up if my mana pool gets too overloaded. The last thing I need to do is add a small enchantment that will preserve the tattoo when I shapeshift. As soon as that is done, I shapeshift into my Beastman form to test it. Not only does the tattoo stay and keep working, it even shows up through my fur, Bella says. Well, did I get it right? Yes, it is perfect, Lynn says. The enchantments work exactly as planned. Lynn says, good. I guess that it is my turn now. Did you decide what you are going to go with? Lynn says yes. I am going to do the full soldier set. Then, if I like being tattooed, then I will do more. Bella, are you okay to do another tattoo, or do you need to rest first? Bella says, no, I am good. This gun makes it easy. I just need the design and where you want the tattoo. Lynn takes out the design, which is one of the ones we made earlier with a flame motif. After asking for Bella's advice, Lynn decides to have her put the tattoo on her shoulder. As soon as she makes her decision, Bella gets started on her tattoo. Lynn flinches at first when Bella starts working, but after that, she holds still. After a minute, I notice a small smile on her face. It looks like she likes it. That means that in the near future, I can expect for her to be covered in tattoos. I have no problem with that. In fact, I am looking forward to it. Tattoos are sexy. It is quite fun watching her getting tattooed, but it makes me start thinking about the tattoos. No matter what she gets tattooed after this, it will be using the special ink. It would be a shame for all that ink to be left sitting there and not do anything with it. It makes me start thinking about other magical tattoos that we could do. One of the first that comes to mind is animal tattoos that are enchanted to come to life. Or, to be more specific, tattoos that summon an animal or monster to fight for you. Although I don't want to summon actual living beings, just make magical copies. However, I have never taken a look at any summoning magic, so I don't know if it will work. Out of curiosity, I ask Lynn about it, and she tells me that summoning magic is a thing. The problem is that it is very complicated magic, so very few people use it. That isn't really a problem to me, so I have Jarvis fetch me the books we have on it. I start reading the books about summoning magic while Lynn is getting her tattoo. Lynn was right. The spells are very, very complicated, but that is because of the way they work. They aren't creating a magical construct. They are summoning spirit beings from another plane. Despite it not being what I am looking for, I continue reading out of curiosity. The summoning spell only lasts for less than a minute, but the spirit summons sounds strong. It makes me think of the summons in Final Fantasy and makes me curious about this spirit plane. I think if I take the first part of the spell and mix it with the gate spell, I might be able to go to the spirit plane. If I can physically go there just once, I would be able to make a gate there. If it is not too dangerous, I think it would be more suited to the kids than the shadow plane. After all, they are all monsters, and the spirit plane is a plane for monsters. However, it also might be way too dangerous for the kids. I would need to check it out first. The problem with that is that Lynn has forbidden me from going on any adventures. Going to a new plane would definitely be an adventure, so it will have to wait. I will have to wait. I will have to try to find some time to check it out after I return to the peninsula. For now, I go back to studying the summoning spell and try to learn more. Luckily, the library has a dozen books about summoning magic for me to read. As I am reading, Bella finishes the tattoo on Lynn, so I get up to do the enchantments. Once those are done and Lynn has tested it, we head up to have dinner with the kids. The kids are already back from the shadow plane and waiting for us when we get there. The kids want pizza again, and I am not about to argue, so I take out a dozen pizzas. As we are eating, the kids tell us about the shadow plane, and then Lynn shows them her new tattoo. Mulan says, "Did it hurt?" Lynn says, "It stings a little, but you get used to it fairly quickly." Mulan says, "And you want all of us to get these tattoos?" "Yes." "They will make you stronger and safer. Not to mention, it allows you to recover your mana faster. All of you should have learned how to use pure mana from Lynn by now, right?" Mulan says, "Yes, we have." "Do we have to get the same tattoos?" "Nope. You can pick whichever design you want. Or you can ask Bella to help you come up with a new design. The only thing that has to be the same is the formations." As soon as I finish speaking, the kids immediately start bugging Bella about the design they want. To my surprise, what they want is a tattoo that looks like me in my normal form. It is flattering, but it feels fairly weird at the same time, and I am not sure how to react. Chapter 11, 65. It turns out that I don't need to worry about it. The kids end up changing it too much. What Bella ends up drawing is a cuter cartoon version, like a chibi of me. Lynn absolutely loves it and plans to get one without the formations in it. When Bella is done drawing the tattoo to the kids' satisfaction, she hands it to me. As I am checking to make sure there are no problems with the formations, she starts drawing another, at Lynn's request. Bella draws it with heart eyes, which almost makes me choke on my pizza. However, I am not going to say a word. If it makes Lynn happy, then that is all that matters. I just hope she surrounds it with other tattoos, so I don't notice it as easily. Whatever she decides to do, I will be fine with it because I love her. Bella says I should have enough time to do one more tattoo tonight. Who is it going to be? Mushu says. We already discussed it. Mulan is going to go first. Bella says. Okay then, let's do this. Mulan says. All right, Bella says. No need to be nervous. It may hurt a little, but it is not that bad. Mulan nods and then heads downstairs with Bella, and Lin follows them. The other 3 kids go to watch television, and I go back to reading the books about summoning. From the different books, I have already found some improvements to the summoning spell. It is still nowhere near something that I can fit into a tattoo, but I have hope. Once I am done with all the books, I will improve the spell as much as I can. Then I will turn it into an enchantment and improve that as much as I can as well. Hopefully, when I am done, it will be small enough to fit into a tattoo. If not, I will think of something else. Maybe I can put part of it in the tattoo and put the rest of it as an enchantment. That is something I haven't tried before, but it could be an interesting idea. Of course, I am not planning on testing it on anyone. I will use other methods. First, I will need to determine if an enchantment can be used to complete a formation. That can be tested without involving anyone else, and should be easy to test. All I need to do is inscribe a part of a formation into some spare material, and then try enchanting it. However, that is going to have to wait until I am done with the other parts. So, I keep reading while I wait for the others to finish with Mulan's tattoo. When they are done, they come upstairs, and I do the enchantments on Mulan's tattoo. Mulan wants to test it out immediately, so she heads to the training room alone. Lin and Bella join me at the table, and then Bella asks for some alcohol again. Lin says, "What have you been reading?" "Oh, I've been reading about summoning magic," Lin says. "What for?" "I had the thought of making a summoning tattoo." Lin says, "Summoning magic is way too complicated to work as a tattoo, isn't it?" "It is, but I was thinking that I could improve it. I can't be sure yet, but I have a few ideas." Bella says, "Are you talking about summoning a monster using a tattoo?" "Yeah, exactly, or a spirit beast. I am still working on the idea. The summoning spells in these books summon beings from the spirit plane," Bella says. "You mean like espers in Final Fantasy? That would be awesome. If you can figure it out, can I have one?" "I don't see why not. Although, it will probably be a larger size tattoo. It will depend on if there is room for the new tattoo on your body," Bella says. "Despite how I look, there are still places on my body that aren't tattooed. I didn't want to assume either way. Of course, if it isn't somewhere you can reach, you will need to wait until Lin can do the tattoo." Bella says, "Yeah, that is true. It is all right. She has the right mentality. She just needs some practice." "Well, I will let you 2 sort that out. I still have some reading to finish, and then it will take me a while to figure out the spell. So, you have some time." Bella says, "Oh, that reminds me. Can you find me something like pigskins for her to practice on?" "Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem," Bella says. "Great. All right, I am going to get some sleep now." "Not getting drunk tonight," Bella says. "No, I just wanted a few drinks to help me sleep. Otherwise, my mind will never calm down enough. This is all still really confusing, but exciting at the same time. Trust me, I get it. Sleep well." Bella heads to bed, but we stay up and wait for Mulan to finish in the training room. When Mulan comes back, she is really happy with the tattoo and tells the others all about it. After hearing what she has to say, the other kids can't wait to get their tattoos. Unfortunately, that means they have to wait for the morning, but they are too excited to sleep. I turn off the television, have them curl up together in the nest, and then I start reading to them. It takes a while, but eventually the story calms them down enough for them to fall asleep. Bella is going to be busy with them in the morning, but I am sure she is ready for it. By the time the kids are asleep, Lin has already gone upstairs, so I head to join her. We read for a while and then head to bed for a few rounds of fun before going to sleep. I only sleep for an hour or so, then I get up and head downstairs to take a bath. My mana pool is full, and the tattoo stopped absorbing mana just like it was supposed to. Now, it is time to find out how much progress my full mana pool will get me. Core upgrade progress. 10%. It is half as effective as it was in the previous rank, but it is still acceptable. If it drops by half again in the next rank, that is going to be somewhat problematic. Now, I just need to see how long it takes for my mana pool to completely refill. I am glad to see that the tattoo started up just as soon as I used some of my mana. I was a little worried that it wouldn't start automatically, but I was worrying in vain. With this, all the features of the tattoo have been tested successfully. Now that that is out of the way, I go back to reading the summoning magic books. I only have 3 books left to go through, and then I can start improving the spell. In fact, I have already decided to start from scratch and rebuild the spell. It will be much better and more efficient than altering a spell over and over. However, in the second to last book, I find something completely unexpected. There is a different spell in here, one to summon and converse with a spirit instead of using it in battle. Chapter 11, 66. The spell immediately gives me a new idea, forming contracts with a spirit. A contracted spirit that can grow stronger with someone is a better option in my opinion. It makes me think of the elven spirits that I met and wonder if that is where they live. If it is, then I might be able to find some elves to contract with them and make the elves stronger. I want to make sure that the elves are strong enough to take care of themselves when I am not around. Having powerful spirits that they could summon would definitely help with that. Thinking of that, I could probably summon them into a soulscape and ask them about the spirit plane. In fact, I think that I will do that for the next routine soulscape, which should be tomorrow. Thinking of that, I should probably explain the soulscape to Bella and ask if she wants to join. It would be rude to leave her out, but I also don't want to bring her in without warning. That would probably traumatize her even more than she already is from being summoned. Right now, it would be a bad idea to make things worse. She needs stability. Throughout the day, as she was tattooing, she seemed to be doing much better. I think, with a few more days like today, she may accept that this isn't a dream. Then she should be able to make an informed decision about whether she wants to stay or not. Although, as long as Lynn learns how to tattoo, it doesn't matter much if she wants to leave. Speaking of that, I get out of the bath and leave the castle to look for the elven crafters. It is only late afternoon outside, so they are still awake and happily give me animal hides. When I am back in the castle, I check the time and then go back to reading the last book. I finish the book, but it is several hours until breakfast, so I start working on the spell. I have been planning out the spell for a while, so writing the spell goes fairly quickly. It looks nothing like the spells in the book, but that doesn't concern me at all. More importantly, I have shaved off a lot of the dead weight and compacted the spell down. I am hoping that it will be enough for it to fit onto a tattoo, or at least close. However, I don't plan to perform any experiments just yet. I will wait until I talk to the elven spirits. I will probably learn things from them that will make me modify the spell. So, there is no real point in going further until I have that information. Since it still isn't time to wake Lynn up, I decide to relax and read some manga. After reading for a while, I head upstairs to wake Lynn up. As usual, she doesn't want to wake up, so I motivate her. By the time we finally head downstairs, the kids and Bella are awake and already eating. Bella takes a quick look at Lynn's face and then grins at the two of us, but she doesn't say anything. Before that can change, I take out the hides I got from the elven crafters and hand them to her. I tell her to use whatever works the best and to let me know if she needs more. As soon as they are done eating, Lynn, Bella, and Albion head downstairs. I don't know how the kids decided the order, but after Albion is Mushu and finally Nala. Knowing them, some sort of game was involved to determine who went in what order. While Albion is downstairs getting his tattoo, I play with the other 3 to keep them distracted. When Albion comes back up, I enchant his tattoo while Mushu heads down. Once the enchantment is done, Albion heads to the training room to test it out. A while later, Mushu comes back to get his tattoo enchanted, and Nala heads down. The way it is going, we are going to be having lunch a little late so that Nala's tattoo can be finished. I don't really mind. I am having fun hanging out and playing games with the kids. When Nala comes back, both Lynn and Bella are with her, meaning it is time for lunch. The others start eating while I enchant Nala's tattoo. Then we join them. While we are eating, I explain about the soulscape to Bella and ask if she wants to join in. She hesitates at first, but eventually she decides that she wants to join us at least once. Depending on how it goes will determine if she wants to join in the future. The main thing that convinced her was the chance to meet my other 4 kids. She started off scared of the kids, but it looks like they have completely won her over. Not that I am surprised. They are all cute and have good personalities. It would be really hard to be afraid of them once someone got to know them. When we are done eating, the kids head off to find Chloe and head to the shadow plane. Meanwhile, Lynn and Bella head down to the workshop to continue teaching Lynn to tattoo. I head down after them, grab some materials and make a small rod, similar in shape to a pen. Once I am done enchanting it, I grab one of the skins Lynn has been practicing on. Where the tip of the pen touches, the ink is removed from the skin. Once I make sure it works as planned, I give the pen to Bella and explain its function. Of course, once I am done explaining, she has to test it and see it for herself. Once she does, she is very happy with it since mistakes can happen to anyone. It is also really useful for Lynn, who is just learning how to tattoo and is making a lot of mistakes. That is to be expected. Anyone would make mistakes when learning something new. I suck at drawing, so I would hate to think about how many mistakes I would make. Lynn is already doing far better than that. She only makes 2 or 3 mistakes per tattoo. While I am watching her practice, I am also thinking about what other magical tattoos would be useful. Distracted by my thoughts, I end up staring at Lynn's back instead of what she is doing. That is when I have a thought about a tattoo that would be perfect for her. Bella, how good are you at drawing wings? Bella says, I am pretty good at it. Why? Instead of answering her, I walk over to the stairs and yell for Milan to come here. Once she does, I have her return to her normal form and show Bella her wings. Could you draw wings like Mulan's and then turn it into a tattoo to put on Lynn's back? Bella says, sure, it wouldn't be too hard. Lynn says, why am I getting a tattoo of wings all of a sudden? Because I am going to enchant them so that they can turn into real wings and allow you to fly. Bella says, you can do that? Chapter 1167. Yeah, I can. Flight magic isn't actually all that hard. The wings will require mana to function, but it shouldn't be too bad. The hardest part is learning to control them and not fly into things. Bella says, I want to fly. Can this pen remove old tattoos? Yeah, it should be able to. It is not like your old tattoos were made with magical ink, Bella says. Good. Then I can make room for wings on my back. Not to mention, I have a few tattoos that I am no longer happy with. Lynn says, why is that? Bella says, a couple just weren't very well done, and a couple remind me too much of my exes. Besides, if it is a choice between magical and normal tattoos, I will choose magical every time. Lynn says, that makes sense, but only if you plan to stay here. Magical tattoos would be worthless if you go back, Bella says. Would the ink do something to me if I went back? Unfortunately, I don't know how the summoning spell works, but I don't think it would pull the mana out of the ink. That would mean that the mana would stay in the ink in your body until you used it. Once you did, the ink would become just a normal material. It shouldn't affect you, Bella says. Okay, good. Wait, why don't you know the summoning spell? I am not allowed to learn it by order of the goddesses. They are worried about what I might summon from our world. They only taught it to Lynn, and they made her promise not to share it with me. Bella says, goddesses? What are you talking about? It is only then that I realize that I haven't told Bella about the goddesses yet. So, as she is drawing the wings for Lynn, I tell her about how I met the goddesses. Lynn chimes in and keeps me from skipping over the more embarrassing parts. Bella says, all right, I can see why they wouldn't want you to be able to summon things from our world. It looks like you have done more than enough even without any technology. I never plan to introduce any technology to this world. The only technology I have brought over is for me and my family. Bella says, you never thought about bringing over guns or bombs? No, not really. If I were to use that kind of thing, the chances of the technology spreading is too high. The last thing I want is to make this world more like ours. Chances are that it will happen eventually, but I don't want any of my actions to speed it up. Bella says, our world has its problems and can be an ugly place at times, but it also has its good points. I don't know much about this world yet, but I agree that this world should develop on its own. Lynn says, don't let him fool you. He is planning to turn the ship into a flying ship. That is something that doesn't exist in this world. True, but it is something that I am doing through magic. and can't easily be stolen. It may encourage others to try and copy it, but it would take them a long time to do so. Bella says, a flying ship like those in FF. That would be awesome. Yeah, exactly like that. It is something that I have been planning for a long time. I believe that it will give us a huge advantage in the war. Bella says, the war against the demons that you mentioned? Yes, it is what I was summoned for, and I plan to win it. The trick is that I want to win it with as few casualties as possible, Bella says. That sounds a little ambitious, but admirable at the same time. Lynn says, it is more than a little ambitious. Ash can get a little crazy sometimes. Are all men from your world like that? Bella says, only the good ones. The rest are rather boring. Lynn says, true. Being with Ash has not been boring, Bella says. They're done. What do you think? Lynn says. They are beautiful. When can we start? I like them too. All right, Milan. That is all we needed. Wait, weren't you in the shadow plane? Why are you back so early? Mulan says. Cloel was just about out of divine power, so we came back. Lynn says, for Cloel to use up all her power, she must have been doing a lot of healing. What did you fight? Mulan says, a shadow drake? We tried talking to it, but it was dead set on eating Mushu. Did you defeat it? Mulan says, we beat it, but it flew away before we could finish it. Mushu and I could have chased it, but we didn't want to separate from the others. That is good. Splitting the party is never a good idea. Well, if this tattoo idea works, then we can just use it to give Albion and Nala wings as well. Unfortunately, a tattoo won't work on Cloel, but Albion should be able to carry her. Mulan says, if we could all fly, we would be able to cover a lot more ground. That would make exploring much easier. Then, let's go have dinner. After we eat, Bella can do the tattoo, and we will see if it works like I hope it will. No one has a problem with the plan, so we head upstairs to join the others and have dinner. The kids ask for pizza again, but this time I tell them no and put out other dishes. While we are eating, I have the kids describe the fight with the Shadow Drake. Once they are done, I point out the mistakes they made and what they could have done better. After they are done eating, I suggest that they go try it again in the training room. Since their exploration was cut short, they have plenty of energy still and agree right away. The kids run off and I follow Lynn and Bella back down to the workshop. Lynn cheats and shapeshifts her clothes to bear her back without getting undressed. Bella also looks slightly disappointed, but she is also more focused on the clothes. Bella says, magical clothes that can change into anything you want. Lynn says yes. They can also clean and repair themselves. Bella says, I don't suppose I could get a set. I am rather tired of wearing the same clothes every day. Oh, sorry. I didn't think of that. I will make some for you while you work on the tattoo. While Bella starts the tattoo, I take some cloth from my materials and make a simple dress. The original shape doesn't really matter. What matters is the enchantments. Having done this before, it is really easy, and I am done before Bella even finishes the first wing. When she has to take a break to let the tattoo gun recharge, she leaves the room. When she comes back, she has changed into the dress, and Lynn instructs her on how to control it. I head upstairs to give them some privacy while Bella practices with the outfit. Chapter 11, 68. There are sure to be some embarrassing moments before she learns how to use it properly. It is much safer for me to avoid the entire situation altogether, so I go read my manga. Eventually, they call me back down to the workshop because the tattoo is finished. Lynn's back is now half covered by two beautiful, fiery wings. The details are exquisite. Every single feather is visible, and the flames coating the wings almost look like they are moving. The tattoo is masterfully done, and I make sure to compliment Bella on her work. Then, I turn my attention to the tattoo itself and begin enchanting it with the spell I prepared. I am already familiar with flight magic, and I know very well how wings work. This has allowed me to make a far superior wing enchantment. At least I think so. I won't know for sure until it is tested, but Lynn will be doing that as soon as I am done. I doubt that I could stop her from testing the wings even if I wanted to. In fact, just as soon as I am done with the enchantment, she wants to try it. So, we exit the castle, with Bella following, but we stop when we hear her gasp. Seeing the look on her face, I stop and try to think if I have told her about the castle yet. Considering her reaction, I am guessing that I forgot to mention it. Bella says, "What is going on? Where are we? I thought we were in a castle." "We were. That castle right there." Bella says, "Wait. We were inside a toy castle." "It is not a toy. It is a full-sized castle, but it can shrink so that it can be transported easily. This is our cabin on my ship. We are currently sailing back to the peninsula," Bella says. "What? Where on earth did you find something like that?" Lynn says. "Actually, Ash made it. He also made this ship. He is really good at making things, especially things that don't exist in this world." Bella says, "Really? Ash, how did you learn to craft such things?" "Games, anime, and manga. For the most part, I do the actual crafting using magic. It is easier that way." "There was also a lot of experimenting involved," Bella says. "That sounds incredible." "The experimenting sounds dangerous." Lynn says, "It is, but he won't ever admit to it. He experiments constantly, anytime he thinks he can get away with it. I can't help it. Experimenting is fun. Besides, I learn valuable things when I experiment." "Speaking of, are you going to test my latest experiment or not?" Lynn smirks at me and then walks out onto the balcony before activating the tattoo. The fire wings come out of her back, grow until they almost touch the ground, and then become solid. Lynn stands there and moves the wings around, getting used to controlling them. A few minutes later, once she is confident, she starts flapping the wings seriously. She soon lifts into the air and starts flying in circles, staying near the ship. As she gets used to flying, she becomes more daring and starts trying fancier moves. Even when she flies out of sight, I can still track her location from her laughter. She is obviously having tons of fun, and from the look on Bella's face, she is jealous. It looks like the first tattoo Lynn is going to do is going to be Bella's wings. Bella says, "She looks like she is having a ton of fun." "Yeah, she does." "Flying is really fun once you get the hang of it," Bella says. "Why do you sound so bitter when you say that?" "When I first learned to fly, it wasn't so fun." "The place I was practicing had pillars." Bella laughs and says, "Ouch! Yeah, pretty much." Lynn flies around for a good hour before she finally comes back and lands. She looks tired, but also invigorated at the same time and has a huge smile on her face. We return to the castle, but the kids are already asleep, so we quietly head to bed. Surprisingly, Lynn isn't too tired, and she actually instigates a couple of rounds of fun. Then we go to sleep, but after only an hour or so, Jarvis wakes me up. It is time, so I have him stop the time dilation, and I create the soulscape. I invite Lynn, Miria, and Bella first, and introduce Miria and Bella to each other. Then, once Bella is used to the soulscape, I invite all of the kids and introduce them. Kachera, Asuna, Haku, and Eckhard are happy to meet a new person, but then the bragging starts. As soon as the other four show off their tattoos, jealousy kicks in and almost starts an argument. I quickly assure the kids that they will all be able to get the same tattoos when we get home. It takes a while to settle things down and get the kids back to playing together. While I am dealing with the kids, Lynn is filling Miria in on what has happened since the last soulscape. When Miria hears about the tattoos, she quickly expresses her desire to have some as well. Bella says she will happily do them, and Lynn also promises, just in case Bella goes home. With all that going on, I almost forget that I am supposed to talk to the elven spirits. Luckily, I remember once the kids are busy playing and the girls are chatting. I move a distance away from the others and invite the four spirits to the soulscape. Lenara is the first to arrive, but shortly after comes Eckertan, Farish, and Slispera. Unfortunately, I barely have a chance to greet them before the kids notice them. The kids come running over and quickly drag the spirits off to play with them. It looks like I am going to have to wait until the kids get tired before I can talk to the spirits. Luckily, since we are in the soulscape, not much time will be wasted waiting. Bella seems to be having a good time chatting with Lynn and Miria, so I don't interrupt them. Instead, I go join the kids in their game and do what I can to wear them out faster. With the spirits joining in, the game is much more complex than usual, but also more fun. The kids are all having a blast and their excitement helps to tire them out. Eventually, by then, The spirits are also looking a little ragged, but they recover after resting for a bit. While they are resting, I convince the kids to leave the soulscape and go back to sleeping. Once the kids are gone, the girls come over to sit down with me and the spirits. Lenara says, "As much fun as this has been, I am guessing this isn't why you invited us." Chapter 1169. No, it isn't, and I am sorry for that. I wanted to ask you about spirits and the spirit plane. That is where the four of you live, right? Farish says, "Actually, no, it isn't. We live in the elemental planes, but we do visit the spirit plane regularly. What is it you want to ask?" Recently, I have been looking into summoning spells. These spells summon a random spirit to fight for you for a limited time. This has sparked my curiosity about spirits and where they are from. Eckertan says, "The spirit plane is technically a part of the mortal plane. It is a reflection of the world you live in, but inhabited by spirits." Slispera says, "Spirits aren't much different from monsters. They just tend to be more intelligent. You won't find very many mindless spirits. In that case, how is it that the four of you became spirits? Is the spirit plane tied that closely to our world?" Lainara says, "Yes, it is. Are you aware that there are higher and lower planes? Like the angelic plane and the demon plane, for example?" "Yes, I have heard that before." Lainara says, "The mortal plane sits in the middle of all those lower and higher planes?" "Well, technically, the spirit plane is the one that sits in the exact middle. The mortal plane is slightly lower." Farish says, "That is why it is easier for demons to enter the mortal plane than for angels." "Where does the shadow plane fit in?" Lainara says, "It sits between the mortal and spirit planes. The rest of the planes, whether lower or higher, have distance between them. Only the mortal, shadow, and spirit planes physically touch." "Do you know why?" Lainara says, "Nope, not a clue." I don't think there is anyone who knows. Maybe the gods of the upper realms might know, but we have no way of asking them. "The upper realms have different gods?" Lainara says, "Of course they do. There are no gods that can rule across multiple planes, at least, not that we know of. If there are such beings, we are way below their notice." "Does that mean that the gods of this realm are limited?" Eckertan says, "More so than in any other realm. Within the mortal realm are many, many worlds such as yours. The gods you know of are limited to only one world. There are only a few that span multiple worlds, and none of them are on your world." "Is that because the old ones sealed our world?" Slispera says, "Exactly. Compared to the other worlds in the mortal plane, ours is kind of crippled." "You sound like you are referring to more than just the lack of gods?" Slispera says. "Yes, very much so. Mana flows throughout the mortal plane, flowing from one world to another. Our world is cut off from that, meaning it only has its current mana. It makes our world stagnate. Will destroying the remaining temples fix that?" Slispera says, "It will break the seal, but it won't be fixed immediately. In fact, it could take hundreds or even thousands of years for it to be fixed." "That is too bad, but I will still destroy them." Lynn says, "I think we got a little off topic." "Right. Sorry, you said that most spirits were intelligent. Does that mean that we could summon them and make contracts with them?" Lenara says, "It is possible. It will depend on the particular spirit and their compatibility with the person making the contract. Of course, for the best chance, the person would need to go to the spirit plane and find a spirit that matches them." "How hard is it to reach the spirit plane?" Farish says, "Not hard. About the same as reaching the shadow plane. That is why the summoning spells can summon spirits or shadows. There are summoning spells for shadows as well." Lynn says, "Ash, focus." "Right. Sorry, my love." "So, you are saying that my best bet is going to be to create a gate to the spirit plane and let people go looking for spirits?" Lenara says, "Yes. It will be more dangerous, but the odds of finding a compatible spirit will be higher. Spirits fight each other, so there is the possibility of helping a spirit and thereby gaining its loyalty." "All right. I will work on finding a way to go to the spirit plane. Then it will be easy enough for me to open a gate for others." Lynn says, "Not until we are back on the peninsula and you have taken care of certain things. Remember, no adventures." Right, right. I will wait." Miria says, Is going through the gate and looking for spirits going to be restricted to the elves? Number, I don't plan to restrict access. Or if I do, it will be based on personal strength, not race. Miria says, that is good. It sounds fun, and I am tired of staying here and taking care of things for you. Well, you will have to stay a bit longer, but once things are settled, I will take you on an adventure. Miria says, do you promise? Yes, I promise. Lynara says, any more questions for us? No, not that I can think of at the moment. However, I would like to know more about how the planes are arranged. Slispera says, there is not much more that we know. Where do the elemental planes fall in the scheme of things? Lynara says, the elemental planes are technically part of the spirit and mortal planes. Kind of like a bridge over the shadow plane that connects the two, the elemental planes exist in the same area as the shadow plane, but are not part of it. Well, that makes sense. I would consider the shadow plane to be an elemental plane as well. Farish says, that is true. It shares a lot of the same properties as the elemental planes. It is just much larger. Lenara says, it is hard to explain, but that should be enough for you to get the general idea. Any other questions? No, that will be it for now. The spirits leave the soulscape once we are done talking, but I don't end it right away. I spend a while chatting with Miria and Lynn about what we need to do once we reach the peninsula. It won't be much longer before we see Miria in the flesh. I just hope I am ready for it. Once we finish chatting, I end the soulscape, but I find I can't go back to sleep. I have Jarvis turn the time dilation back on and then head down to take a bath. My mana pool is full again, but I wasn't paying enough attention to tell how fast it filled. Core upgrade progress. 20% Athena says. Master, there are ships approaching us. They are coming from the west and seem to be full of humans, but I can feel a strange energy from them. Chapter 1170. All right. I will be right there to take a look. I quickly climb out of the bath, exit the castle, and head up to the ship's bridge. The elves manning the bridge seem a little tense, but not scared as far as I can tell. However, when I look outside, I can't see any ships, or anything for that matter. Athena, how many ships are there? How far away? Athena says, I am detecting 10 ships. They are heading straight for us, and at our current speed, we will meet them in about 20 minutes. How big are the ships? How many humans on each? Athena says, each ship is about 1/4 of my size. They have around 50 crew on each one. They sound a little on the small side. All right. I am going to fly ahead and take a look at them. Athena says, understood? Master, I will be prepared for combat. I walk out of the bridge, return to my normal form, and take off towards the west. It is dark, but that isn't really a problem for me, and I spot the ships in under 5 minutes. To my surprise, the ships are not using sails to move. They are being rowed. In fact, the ships don't even have masts. They are only meant to be rowed. They look like ships from the era of the Roman Empire, not something I expected to see here. I think they were called galleys or something, but even compared to those, these look primitive. Thanks to the dark sky, I am able to circle and observe the ships without being spotted. As I am staring at the ships and the humans on them, I get a strange feeling. When I switch to mana sense to try and figure it out, I sense demonic mana coming from the humans. The demonic mana is really weak, otherwise I would have noticed it sooner. I quickly fly over one of the ships on the outside of the formation and cast the detection spell. To my surprise, nothing changes. They aren't disguised demons. They really are humans. I don't detect any demonic spell on them, so they aren't being controlled. Does that mean that they are willingly serving the demons? If so, then I will feel no guilt at all when I kill them. In fact, I can probably destroy the entire fleet of ships with one spell. However, I decide not to do that since the humans don't look all that strong. I doubt that they would provide me with much experience. Better to let the elves do it. Come to think of it, does Athena have the ability to gain levels? Just to be safe, I fly over all the ships and cast the detection spell on each of them. There are no demons hiding among the humans, so I turn and fly back to the ship. When I get there, I land shapeshift back to beastman form and walk into the bridge. Athena, they are enemies. Go ahead and destroy them. Athena says, as you command, Master. By the way, I wanted to ask if you can gain levels? Athena says, no, Master. I don't have that ability. In that case, let the elves do most of the work. I will talk to Saronia and see if it is possible to grant you the ability to gain levels. Athena says, thank you, Master. I would appreciate the chance to grow stronger and be more useful to you. You are already plenty useful. Without you, I would still be stuck on the main continent. I am more concerned with you being bored. Athena says, I am not bored. I have come to enjoy watching the lives of those on the ship. That is fine then. I will let you know once I have talked to Saronia. With that, I leave the upcoming battle to Athena and return to the castle. I have Jarvis turn off the time dilation and open up a soulscape before I forget. I invite Saronia and fill her in on what has been going on since we last spoke. Saronia says, you summoned someone from your world just for these tattoo things. Yes, Saronia says. Why did Lynn allow that and even help you? Because the magical tattoos will make our people stronger and give them a better chance of survival. With the enchantments, it is not just simple decoration, Saronia says. You are going to send this Bella back to your world when she is done, right? If she wants to go, yes. If not, I will let her stay and live in this world. Saronia says, I would prefer it if she went back and you didn't summon anyone else. People from your world have dangerous ideas and knowledge. We wouldn't summon anyone if it wasn't our only option. Don't worry, I get it. Bella isn't the type that would want to alter this world. We have already discussed it. Saronia says, well, all right, she probably isn't as bad as you. Anyway, what did you want to talk to me about? Oh, I was wondering if it was possible for Athena to gain the ability to have levels. Saronia says, Athena? Isn't that the natural-born spirit of your ship? I don't know how natural it was, but yes, that is her, Saronia says. I can't do anything for your artificial spirit, but I can grant Athena the ability. Great. Thank you, Saronia says. No problem. Is there anything else I can help you with? Not really. Everything has been going surprisingly well lately. Oh, we are about to reach the island of Agardia. Do you know anything about it? Saronia says. Not really, and my knowledge is limited to its history. I don't know anything about its current situation. All right. I will figure it out once we arrive, Saronia says. Okay, try to stay out of trouble. I will contact Athena directly. Saronia gives me a fairly serious kiss. Then she laughs and vanishes from the soulscape. After I end the soulscape and the time dilation is back on, I exit the castle again. I am pretty sure the elves and Athena can handle the ships, but I will watch just in case. As expected, the humans don't really stand a chance. They don't even have siege weapons. Their only way to fight would be to board us. But Athena and the elves don't give them the chance. All 10 of the ships end up sunk before even getting close to our ship. However, there is a bit of interesting information that comes from the fight. According to the elves, when they got experience from the humans, the system called them cultists. That should mean that they are demon worshippers or something similar. Athena, can you tell where those ships came from? Athena says, based on the direction they came from and their limited range. I would say from the island ahead of us. Chapter 1171. In that case, I would say it is safe to assume that the demons control the island. We are probably in for a fight. Athena says, understood. I will make sure the elves are ready for combat, and I will notify you when we approach the island. Based on our current speed, it should be about 12 hours from now. All right, thank you. Saronia should get in touch with you soon. She will be granting you the ability to gain levels. Athena says, thank you, Master. I will look forward to it. I leave Athena to handle things here and return to the castle to wake Lynn up. It is a little early, but I want to tell her about what happened and my conversation with Saronia. She is a little upset that I didn't wake her up and take her with me to check on the ships. I quickly explain that it wasn't that big of a deal and that she is extremely hard to wake up. She is not very happy with my answer, but she also finds it hard to argue against. She admits to having trouble waking up, but is still upset that I ran off without her. I spend the rest of the time until breakfast soothing her anger and making it up to her. Of course. I enjoy myself thoroughly as I do so, and it puts us both in a good mood. We head downstairs after we are done and join Bella and the kids for breakfast. As soon as they are done eating, Bella and Lynn head down to my workshop, probably to do Bella's tattoo, which means I will need to enchant it once it is done. At that point, I will talk to Bella about doing the wing tattoo for Nala and Albion. Thinking of that, I ask the two of them to start thinking about what kind of wings they want. Albion immediately requests big white fluffy wings, basically angelic wings. Since that is what I would have picked for him, it isn't much of a surprise. Nala, on the other hand, has no idea what kind of wings she wants, so I tell her to think about it. I expect she will end up going with the fire wings like Lynn has, but you never know. It just means Albion will get his tattoo first, which will give her time to decide. With that settled, I decide to go down to the workshop and see how things are going. After all, if Lynn is good enough to do this tattoo, we don't really need Bella anymore. In that case, it would be time to send her home if that is what she wants. Luckily, I think to stop on the stairs and ask if it is safe to enter before I do. I have to wait a minute before I am told that I can come in. But that is better than the alternative. Walking in on a topless Bella would have been really awkward, not to mention rude. When I walk over and take a look, I find that one wing is already done, and Lynn is working on the second. It looks really good so far, and I make sure to praise Lynn for her work. She insists that it only looks this good because she is able to erase her mistakes and correct them. Mistakes are part of the learning process. The more practice you get, the less mistakes you will make. Considering how little practice you have had, you are doing great, Bella says. I agree. Your progress is pretty impressive. You are doing much better than I did when I first started. Lynn says, Thank you. Did you need something, Ash? Oh, Albion is going with angel wings. Nala still hasn't decided. Bella says, Angel wings are easy enough. I will work on it as soon as Lynn is done with me. Actually, I was thinking Lynn could do it while you try out flying. Bella says, Oh, I didn't think of that. You are right. I do want to try them out right away. Lynn says, That is fine. I will be glad to get more practice. Bella says, Do you need me to draw the wings for you? Lynn says, No, I think I can handle it. With that decided, I sit down and quietly watch as Lynn finishes Bella's tattoo. Then, while I am enchanting the tattoo, Lynn draws the angel wings for Albion. Once the enchantment is done, I take Bella outside to try it out and send Albion down on the way. It takes Bella quite a bit longer to learn how to use her wings than it did for Lynn. Then again, Lynn has a lot more experience using mana and has flown before. Even though it takes longer, Bella has a ton of fun learning to use the wings. By the time we return to the castle, Albion's tattoo is done and ready to be enchanted. While I am working on the enchantment, Mulan informs me that Nala is downstairs getting her tattoo done. In the end, she chose to go with the fire wings just as I expected her to. As soon as I am done, Mulan takes Albion outside for his turn learning to fly. Bella is going to head downstairs to check on Lynn's progress, but I stop her. I have her sit down at the table with me so that we can talk. Bella says, What is up, Ash? Now that Lynn can tattoo on her own, you have kept your part of the bargain. So, I am ready to keep my side, but have you decided what you want to do? Do you want to stay in this world or go back to Earth? Bella says, I don't want to go back, at least not yet. Does that mean you have decided that this isn't a dream? Bella says, Number, I still think there is no way this can be real, but I also don't want the dream to end. I have had more fun in the past few days here than in the past several years. All right, I will go ahead and enhance your body like I promised. After that, do you want to keep tattooing or should I have Lynn do it? Bella says, What tattoos are left to do? I thought Nala's wings would be the last, at least until we get to the peninsula you keep talking about. No, far from it. My kids are only the start. Next, we have a ship full of elves to tattoo. While not all of them are going to want them, a good amount probably will. Bella says, Elves. Like real elves, and did you not see them when we were outside? Bella says, No. I saw people on the ship, but I didn't take a close look. I was kind of distracted with learning to fly. Before I can do more than chuckle in response, Nala comes running upstairs. Thanks to her vast mana pool, Lynn does need to take any breaks to let the tattoo gun recharge. That means that she is faster than Bella, except for having to stop and correct mistakes. Bella would also be faster at creating new tattoos, but that is down to experience. If Bella isn't leaving yet, then I should probably make another tattoo gun and a racing pen. That way both of them can do tattoos at the same time, if they want to. Chapter 11, 72. I stopped talking to Bella long enough to enchant Nala's tattoo so that she can go join Albion. By the time I am done, Lynn has joined us, and Bella has caught her up on our conversation. Lynn seems happy that Bella isn't leaving just yet, but that isn't surprising. Lynn doesn't seem to have much confidence in her tattooing skills just yet. Having Bella around means that she has someone to ask for help if she runs into a problem. When Nala's tattoo is enchanted, she leaves and I go back to telling Bella about the elves. That includes telling her how I rescued most of them and from what kind of circumstances. It is important for her to understand, since she is human and some of the elves might react to her. Of course, it is understandable if they do. Trauma isn't logical. While I am telling Bella about the elves, I contact Athena and ask her to send Brightfire to me. I plan to explain the tattoos to Brightfire and then have her find out how many elves want them. Or maybe I will let her get them first so she can show others how useful they are. When Brightfire shows up, I let Bella and Lynn explain the tattoos and show theirs off. Unfortunately, that includes the wings, which Brightfire wants as soon as she sees them. Before I can say anything, Brightfire has already stripped her top off to be tattooed. Lynn reacts quickly and covers Brightfire's front with a towel, but not before I see everything. Of course, I am not going to say anything. I am not that stupid. Most of the time, we then relocate down to the workshop, and Brightfire is tasked with picking her tattoos. She picks a forest design for the ability tattoos and chooses the angel wings. As Bella starts working, I grab some materials and start making a second tattoo gun. Bella is continuing to teach Lynn as she works, and after a bit, they switch positions. Brightfire, how many of the elves do you think will want the tattoos? Brightfire says, probably most of them. They are just too useful and they look good too, especially the wings. I mean, who doesn't want to fly? I wasn't actually planning to give everyone the wings, but I guess we can. Bella says, how many elves are there? Several hundred. Brightfire says, over 1,000. Bella says, that is a lot of tattoos. Lynn says, how do you not know how many elves there are, Ash? You saved most of them. I wasn't trying to keep track. I was just focused on saving as many as I could. Oh crap, I forgot to ask Emperor Am if he had found any more elves. Lynn says, oh, I didn't think of it either. We will just have to go visit again and ask. We are further away. That means that it is going to take even more mana. Lynn says, do we need to set up another relay point? Yes, but the problem is that it would need to be in the demon's territory. Lynn says, can't you just put it under the ocean? I suppose that could work, as long as I shield it from detection. All right, I will give it a try. Go ahead and have lunch without me. Lynn says, wait, you need to teach me the enchantments for the tattoos before you go. I obediently teach Lynn how to enchant both the boost tattoo and the wings. Then I grab some materials from my stockpile, exit the castle, and jump into the water. Once I am in the water, I shapeshift into my Meg form and start swimming down. It doesn't take me too long to reach the bottom. The ocean here isn't all that deep. Now that I am here, I create a bubble of air around me and drop shapeshift. I have to dig my way through several feet of sand, but once I do, I reach the rock I am looking for. Using my mana, I start shaping the rock and create a tunnel down about 10 feet. Then I create a small room, just big enough for a gate platform. Taking the materials that I brought with me out of my pouch, I start making the platform. Once it is made and enchanted, I place it in the center of the room and start working on the walls. I reinforce them and then carve several formations into them. These formations should hide the room from any kind of detection spells. When the formations are done, I back out of the room reshaping the stone as I go. I completely close off the tunnel, leaving the room totally isolated. As long as something doesn't accidentally tunnel into it, the room should be perfectly safe. In fact, I am not sure if I will even be able to find it again once I leave the area. Not that I would need to, since it is only meant to be a relay point, not a destination. If for some reason I did need to, I can just gate back. I just need to be wary of the lack of air. With my mission complete, I head for the surface and then fly after the ship. However, before I land on the ship, I swing by the platform to check on how the crystals are doing. I know they won't be full yet. In fact, they aren't even half full currently. Mainly, I am just checking to make sure that they are all collecting mana properly, which they are. So I fly down and land on the balcony, but I find my cabin isn't empty. Lynn and Bella are there, and they are currently tattooing Silverleaf. Lynn says, "Welcome back, my love. Did you have any problems?" "Nope. Everything went smoothly." Silverleaf says, "Really? That is not like you. Hush you." Lynn says, "Don't listen to him, but please stay still." Silverleaf says, "Sorry. It is the middle of the night. I am surprised to see you doing tattoos already." Lynn says, "It is not the middle of the night to us, and she saw Brightfire testing out her wings." "Oh, that makes sense. Where is Brightfire?" Bella says, still flying around. "Really? I didn't see her when I flew in. I hope she didn't get lost." Thud Brightfire says, "To avoid that, I flew ahead of the ship. I flew all the way to the island, then came back. That was dangerous. There are bound to be at least a couple of demons on the island, and some of them can fly." Brightfire says, "I didn't fly to the island, just to where I could see it. Is there a plan for when we reach the island? Considering the situation, I am expecting us to have to fight." Brightfire says, "All right. Do we have a way to tell who is an enemy? Or are we just going to kill everyone?" "Well, I would prefer to spare anyone who isn't under the demon's control. I will see about whipping something up to allow your warriors to see who is on the demon's side." Chapter 1173. Brightfire says, "Great. So, will you be fighting with us, or are we on our own? If any strong demons show up, I will handle them. Other than that, I won't participate. I would rather your troops get the experience." Brightfire says, "Okay, I will make some plans." Lynn says, "Before you get distracted making whatever you come up with, do you think you could finish the other tattoo gun for me?" "Oh, right. Sorry. I will go finish it right now." Lynn gives me a knowing smile and then goes back to working on Silverleaf's tattoo. I enter the castle, head straight to my workshop, and get to work on the gun. I finish the gun and pen, enchant them, and then head back outside to give them to Lynn. As I leave the castle, I notice that it is completely silent. So I ask Lynn where the kids are. She tells me that they took Cloel and went into the Shadow Plane for some exploring. I should have known that, but I didn't think I was gone that long. I forgot the time dilation. Here you go. Oh, other than the leaders, please prioritize the soldiers that will be fighting on the island. Speaking of, how many do you think you will be using? Brightfire. Lynn says, "Okay, will do." Brightfire says, "Probably 100. I don't want to take them all and leave the ship vulnerable." 100? Okay, I better get to work then. I quickly head back to the workshop while I try to figure out what I am going to make. It needs to be simple enough that I can make 100 and easy enough to use for soldiers. Thinking simple and easy, my first thought is of the glasses to see mana. To keep it simple, I can make them so that they only show demonic mana. Nothing is easier than wearing glasses, except glasses need to fit properly. However, I don't want to have to fit a pair of glasses for each of the 100 elves. The answer to that problem is to make goggles with an adjustable strap instead of glasses. Besides, glasses are too easy to break, especially in a combat situation. I don't actually know what happens when an enchanted item breaks, and I don't want to find out. Actually, that is a lie. I am curious, but that kind of experiment would definitely get me in trouble, assuming I didn't just straight up blow myself to pieces, which is a possibility. This is one instance where I don't care about my curiosity. I fear Lynn's wrath much more. Anyway, goggles are probably the best I can come up with on short notice. Checking my supply of materials, I think I have enough crystal for the job. But I need leather. Wait, I have the leather that Lynn didn't use for her tattoo practice. That might be enough. I quickly get to work making a prototype to see if my idea is going to be practical. I also want to see just how thin I can make the lenses and straps since I don't want to run out of materials. I am not worried about the enchantment. That is actually going to be the easiest part. It only takes me a few minutes to make the prototype, and then I spend a few more modifying it. When I have it the way I want it, I proceed to the enchanting to see if the capacity matches. The enchantment to view demonic mana actually fits in the lenses just fine. This leaves the capacity of the leather unused, so I add a single enchantment for comfort. With that, the prototype is done and seems to work just fine. Now I just need 99 more, even with the time dilation. I am not sure if I am going to have enough time. I don't waste any and start crafting the next one, even as I am thinking of ways to speed up the process. The actual crafting isn't too hard, just time-consuming and repetitive. If I could enchant it at the same time instead of having to stop working, that would be perfect. With that thought in mind, I start trying to split my attention to do both at once. It is something I have managed to do before, just not to this degree. It kind of works. My crafting speed slows down, but I am able to do the enchantments without stopping my work. Even so, I am crafting the goggles faster than I can enchant them, but that also helps. I can focus on enchanting a completed pair of goggles instead of enchanting the pieces. Of course, I mess up several times as my concentration falters, but the mistakes are fixable. To avoid making more mistakes, I have to slow down both the crafting and enchanting. However, it is still faster than making the goggles one by one and then enchanting them. With practice, it gets easier for me to focus on the two tasks at the same time. Fighting congratulations. You have acquired the skill Divided Mind. Divided Mind Level 1 allows you to split your mind into two parts. Each part can focus on a separate task. What the hell? Really? I got a new skill? I can't even remember the last time that happened. To be honest, I thought I had outgrown the system and I wouldn't be getting anything from it anymore. The new skill immediately shows its effects, and my speed improves quite a bit. I also don't have to focus as hard, and the number of mistakes I am making drops to almost zero. This skill is exactly what I needed, and I am now confident in making all the goggles in time. I can't help but wonder if with the skill I could control two sets of arms to work on two projects at once. I really want to test it and find out, but I make myself wait until later. Mainly because once I start testing, I won't stop until I find out everything I can do with the skill. Oh, I wonder if I would be able to cast two different spells at once using the skill? Or cast a spell with one part and boost it with the other part? There are so many possibilities. I can't wait to start experimenting and find out what I can do now. I stop thinking about the possibilities and focus on completing the goggles. I managed to finish about half of the goggles before I hear movement upstairs. I am not sure how long has passed at this point, but I stop to check what is going on. It is Bella and Lynn. It looks like they have taken a break to get some food. However, the kids aren't back, and I am starting to get a little worried about them. At Bella's request, I take out several pizzas for the two of them to eat, but I don't join them. Lynn says, "Not eating." Not yet. To be honest, I am a little worried about the kids. They are normally back by now. Chapter 1174. Lynn says, "I wouldn't worry. Don't forget that they all have the tattoos now, meaning that they can all fly." Well, except for Chloe, but Albion can probably carry her. That means they can cover a lot more ground. They probably got distracted. You are probably right, but I can't help worrying, Bella says. You are a really good parent, Ash. I wish my parents had cared about me as much as you care about your kids. I feel bad that I can't spend more time with them. There is just too much that I need to do, and it keeps getting worse. I am worried that they will grow to resent me, Lynn says. That is not going to happen. The kids love you, and what is more, they understand how busy you are, even if it is mostly your own doing. What is that supposed to mean? Lynn says you would have more time to spend with them if you weren't constantly looking for other things you need to do, or more experiments to do. Experiments increase my knowledge and understanding. That is going to be a big factor when it comes time to fight the demons, Lynn says. I won't argue that, but you could still do less experiments and have more time to spend with the kids. Or you could get the kids to help with the experiments, the safer ones at least. You get them hurt and I will beat you. All right, I get the point. Before Lynn can say anything more, we hear the kids returning through the gate. It wasn't really an argument, but we still don't want to continue and have the kids hear us. The kids come running into the room and head straight for the pizza. So I take out more. I am relieved to see them, so I don't even comment on their horrible manners. Lynn does try to lecture them about it, but Bella's laughter kind of ruins it. I end the lecture by asking the kids how their trip to the shadow plane went. The kids are more than happy to regale us with tales of their adventure between mouthfuls of pizza. Lynn was right. They lost track of time because they were flying around. They actually didn't get into any fights. They were just having a blast exploring. I can understand that, so I don't get mad at them even though they worried me. I finish eating first, but stick around to spend a little more time with the kids. Only when they finish eating and go to watch cartoons do I return to my workshop. Thanks to the new skill, I get right back into the groove without any problems. Unfortunately, before long I run out of leather and have to leave to go get more. Luckily, the elven crafters still have more for me to steal, and I am able to get back to work. After 2 more hours of work, I managed to finish all 100 goggles. As soon as the last one is done, I gather them all up and go looking for Brightfire. When I get outside, I find Lynn and Bella doing tattoos in the cabin, and I can see the sun is just barely rising. It looks like I still have plenty of time until we reach the island. I didn't need to rush so much. Since Lynn is busy, I just give her a smile and walk out onto the deck of the ship. As soon as I do, I spot Brightfire talking with a large group of elves on the main deck. As I am walking over towards her, I notice that a couple of the elves around her already have tattoos. It looks like Lynn and Bella have been busy, but I doubt they can do all the tattoos before we arrive. Then again, they might be able to if they use the time dilation in the castle. I will have to suggest it to them, but first, I hand over the goggles to Brightfire. After a quick explanation of how they work, I turn around and head back to the cabin. Then I wait and watch until Lynn finishes the tattoo she is currently working on. Lynn says, "Hey, handsome, what is up?" "Not much. I finished the goggles for the elves." "I was going to suggest that you switch to doing the tattoos in the castle to take advantage of the time dilation." Lynn says, "I thought of that, but didn't want to have to bother you to get the elves invited into the castle." "You don't need me. Just tell Jarvis to let them in. He will listen to you just like he does to me." Lynn says, "Really? I thought that he would only listen to you." "Yes, really. Haven't you ever given him an order?" Lynn says, "Well, sure, but only for small things. I figured that orders for big things had to come from you." "No way. Jarvis will treat you as if you are already my wife. The only order he wouldn't obey would be one that would harm me." Lynn says, "Why didn't you tell me this sooner?" "I didn't think that I needed to. This is meant to be our home. How could your orders not be obeyed?" The look on Lynn's face after hearing my answer is absolutely priceless. It is a mix of happiness and frustration, and she can't seem to find the words to answer me. Bella's laughter helps to break the tension, but I am sure Lynn will get me back at some point. There are a couple of elves in the cabin that have been waiting for their turn to get tattooed, almost as if she doesn't believe me. Lynn asks Jarvis to allow those elves into the castle. Jarvis complies instantly without asking for any additional information, making Lynn look surprised. Just before she enters the castle with Bella and the elves, Lynn gives me a look I don't understand. There was definitely heat in that look, but I can't be sure if it was anger or something else. Oh well, I am sure that I will find out later, whether I want to or not. I don't immediately follow them into the castle. I will give them a few minutes to get settled. Besides, I need to think of what I want to do since there is still some time until we reach the island. The kids are probably asleep, so spending some time with them is out for the moment, although the kids will probably want to participate in the attack on the island. In that case, I should probably make them some goggles, but that will be a challenge. They will need to be higher quality so that there is room for more enchantments. At the very least, the goggles will need to be able to change shape to fit them. After thinking it through and planning how I want to do it, I enter into the castle. Instantly, I notice that a new building has been added off to the side in the main courtyard. Chapter 1175. Curious. I walk over and stick my head inside to find Lynn and Bella tattooing 2 elves. They probably wanted somewhere to work where it wouldn't disturb the kids. They are focused on their task and don't notice me taking a peek, so I leave quietly. As expected, When I enter the main room, I find that the kids are fast asleep. So I sneak down to my workshop and start working on the goggles for the kids. To increase the capacity, I use the best materials I have and even add a metal frame inside the leather. Since I am putting more effort into these, I decide to fully enchant them. I set it so that demonic mana always shows up, but I also add an option to see normal mana. This option can be turned on and off so that it isn't distracting when they are fighting. Between that and the enchantment to allow the goggles to shapeshift, most of the capacity is used up. With the little that is left, I add some extra protection to the goggles. After all, intelligent enemies will often target the eyes since it is a major weak point. I finish the 4 pairs of goggles just in time to head upstairs and have breakfast with the kids. Lynn and Bella don't join us, but they are probably still busy with tattooing. While we eat, I discuss the upcoming fight that I am expecting to happen on the island. Unsurprisingly, the kids all express interest in joining the elves for the battle. Having expected it, I just hand them their goggles and explain to them how they work. After breakfast, since Lynn is busy, I decide to give the kids their magic lesson myself. I am not sure what Lynn has been teaching them, so I stick to something I know better than her, mana. To be specific, pure mana and how to create and use it. From the kids' reactions, I can tell that Lynn hasn't taught them about it yet. I am guessing that she was building up to it, either that, or she was going to ask me first. Either way, I go ahead and teach them everything I have learned about pure mana. To my surprise, the kids don't seem all that interested in using pure mana. That changes after I give a small demonstration showing the difference in power. I cast a spell using fire mana, and then cast the same spell using pure mana. The kids' shocked reaction is highly amusing, and I struggle to contain my laughter. Mulan says, "How is that possible? How can a fire spell cast with pure mana be stronger than when cast with fire mana?" The simple answer is imperfections. Fire mana isn't pure, and the imperfections in it seriously affect the spell. Turning pure mana into fire mana to fuel the spell is far more effective because there are no imperfections. Makes sense, Mulan says. Yes. Does that mean all the mana in your mana pool is pure mana? Yes, it is. Purifying mana takes time, so it isn't practical to purify it as you use it. Not to mention, pure mana has an effect on your mana pool itself. Mulan says, "Dad, I want to switch to pure mana. Can you help me?" Of course. Mushu, Nala, and Albion say, "Us too?" Yep. I sit down on the floor with the 4 of them around me and start guiding them through the process. We are about halfway through the process when Bella and Lynn walk in. Bella doesn't react, but Lynn is able to tell what is going on almost instantly. Lynn says, "You are training them in pure mana." Yes, I am. To be honest, I thought that you had already done so. Lynn says, "No, I didn't plan to. I was just teaching them the basics." Once they had those down, I was going to ask you to teach them about pure mana. After all, you are the one who taught me, so you are more qualified. Well, sorry to do things out of order, but I didn't want to disturb you, Lynn says. No, it is fine. They are your kids. It is your call. No, they are our kids. Right, kids, the 4 of them immediately agree and even call her mother, which makes her happy. I know that Lynn has been unsure of her place with the kids. This should settle that. I've long since seen how the kids feel about her from how they interact with her. It feels pretty good to not be the dense one for a change, but I am smart enough to keep my mouth shut. I simply watch as Lynn hugs the kids with tears in her eyes and a huge smile on her face. It is a touching moment, and I keep out of it so that I don't ruin it. This is between Lynn and the kids. The touching scene lasts for a few minutes before Lynn joins Bella to get some food. I go back to helping the kids convert their mana into pure mana. It is a long process, but it pays back huge dividends once it is complete. The kids' magic will be much stronger, which means I should be able to worry about them a little less. I will have to remember to do this with the rest of the kids when I get back. I want all the kids to be on equal footing. I won't be playing favorites if I can help it. Once the kids have converted all of their mana into pure mana, I start teaching them how to use it. I also make sure to teach them the dangers involved with using pure mana. For now, I don't teach them how to create their own spells. They aren't ready yet. Lynn needs to finish their education on the basics before they get into spell creation. Boosting normal spells with pure mana is already dangerous enough on its own. Luckily, None of the kids are as reckless as I am, otherwise I would be really worried. Several times during my lesson, Lynn looks like she wants to say something, but she holds it in. Knowing her, she probably wanted to add extra cautions to what I am telling the kids. However, I make sure to cover all the dangerous parts of using pure mana, so it should be fine. Lynn and Bella finish eating and leave to continue tattooing before I finish the lesson. Once the lesson is done, I have lunch with the kids and then take them to the training room. I have them practice using the spells they know while using pure mana. This way I can give them some pointers and make sure they can use the spells safely. I also stress that they shouldn't experiment with new spells unless Lynn or I are around. I know I am being a hypocrite and asking them to do as I say and not as I do. Luckily, they are good kids and don't point it out, even though I am sure they notice. I train them all the way until it is time for dinner, just because I want to spend time with them. When we are done, I ask Jarvis to notify Bella and Lynn so that they can join us for dinner. Chapter 1176. However, only Lynn ends up joining us. But she tells me that Bella is spending time with the elves. That is a good thing in my opinion. If she makes some friends, she is more likely to stay. Lynn can do the tattoos now, so I am not worried about that. But Bella seems happy here. From the little she has told me, I don't think Bella's life on Earth was all that good. I don't intend to pry, but if she is happier here, then she should stay here. However, the choice is still hers. If she decides to go back then, I won't try to stop her. The kids want pizza again, and Lynn doesn't seem to mind, so that is what we have. Instead of a nice quiet family dinner, we end up discussing magic as we eat. I was right. Lynn ends up giving the kids a bunch of extra warnings about using pure mana. The kids' patience when dealing with Lynn's safety lecture impresses me. I am not sure I could keep from mouthing off if the lecture was aimed at me. That being the case, it is a good thing it isn't since I am already in trouble. At least, I think I am, but I can't be sure until I get some time alone with Lynn. When dinner is finished, the kids go to watch television and Lynn goes to do some more tattoos. Finding that I have some time to myself, I head down to my workshop to experiment. The first thing I do is modify my shapeshift form to add another pair of arms. Then, I try to get used to them without using the skill, but it doesn't go very well. However, once I activate the skill, I am able to control the extra arms almost perfectly. The first real test is when I try crafting 2 different golem parts at the same time. It ends up working out fairly well. The parts are made to the limit of my current ability. The skill combined with the modified form is going to double my crafting speed. Of course, I don't stop there. I continue experimenting to look for the limits of the skill. What I figure out is that I can only use it on things I already know how to do. The split minds can't create anything new. I need to use my full mind for that. That isn't all that surprising. After all, the skill is only level 1 currently. Maybe once it levels up a few levels, I will be able to use the split minds creatively. For now, on to the next test, casting 2 spells simultaneously. For the experiment, I use simple spells since I don't want to blow up my workshop. I find that I can cast 2 spells at once, but the casting speed for the spells is slower. It also takes a lot of concentration. This should probably wait until the skill levels up, although it could still prove to be useful in some non-combat situations. It will be something that I just have to keep in mind and use as the situation calls for it. Until the skill levels up, I think its main use will be for crafting. Then again, crafting and enchanting at the same time also worked pretty well. Maybe doing 2 different things at once instead of the same 2 things is the way to go. Just as I am about to continue experimenting, Lynn comes looking for me. I am still in my modified form, so Lynn stops and stares at the extra arms. After a few seconds, she demands to know what I am doing, which makes me laugh. Before she can get mad, I stop laughing and tell her about my new skill. Lynn says, "Wait, does that mean that you can cast 2 spells at once?" "Yes, although the casting time is significantly reduced." Lynn says, "Well, that makes sense. It would probably improve with practice. Still, it would be an incredibly useful skill, especially if you were casting 2 spells that harmonized with each other." "You mean like a fireball and a wind spell to feed the fireball?" Lynn says exactly. You would get a far more powerful fireball without spending much extra time. It wouldn't be good in a spell duel, but I can think of several times it would be perfectly useful. How did you gain this skill? I want it too. Before Lynn can get impatient, I explain everything I did leading up to getting the skill. I also tell her everything that I have figured out about it so far. As soon as I am done, she has me teach her how to craft and enchant the goggles. She wants to duplicate what I did exactly. Since Brightfire can probably make use of more goggles, I do exactly as she wants. Normally, we would be heading to bed by now, but if she can get the skill, it will be worth the effort. The problem is that my system is unique, so I don't know if it will work like that for her. I have never asked Lynn if she has a system as well. All I know is that she can gain levels. The system is not something I have talked to others about, only the goddesses. I know from them that other pantheons can grant the ability to level, but I never asked if they get a system too. I want to ask Lynn about it, but she is focused on getting the skill right now. Disturbing her concentration right now is pretty much guaranteed to get me in trouble, while it is fun at times to be in trouble. This doesn't feel like one of those times. To avoid disturbing her, I move to the other end of the workshop and continue experimenting. I keep the experiments small and easily contained to avoid making noise. It does seem like casting two different spells that harmonize is a little easier. Lynn suddenly yells, "I got it! I got the skill." Unfortunately, right as Lynn yells, I am in the middle of casting a pair of spells. Due to Lynn breaking my focus, the spells go awry and cause a small explosion and a lot of smoke. While laughing at me, Lynn casts a quick spell to clear the smoke out of the workshop. Lynn laughs and says, "Sorry." It is fine. It didn't hurt me or damage anything. Anyway, congratulations on getting the skill. I wanted to ask, do you have a system? Lynn says, "What do you mean by a system?" I know you told me you can gain levels, but do you have a character screen and stuff like that? Lynn says, "Yes, of course I do." How else am I supposed to keep track of my levels and skills? I see. Since I am not from this world, I wasn't sure how it worked here. Lynn says, "Everyone who has levels has what you call a system. From what I know, each person's is different based on which pantheon they pray to." Chapter 1177. That is interesting. How are they different? Lynn says, "I don't know for sure. That is just what I have heard. It isn't possible to see someone else's page, so I can't tell you what they look like." It might not be impossible. In most games, there is a skill or spell called Identify. At higher levels, it allows you to see information about people and monsters. The higher the level, the more details you get. Lynn says, "Really? I have never heard of a skill like that." Oh, wait. I have seen it in a few anime. How would you get that skill for real? I am not sure. I had a similar skill early on, but it has changed and mutated into something different over time. I got the original skill just from studying things repeatedly. Lynn says, "Well, I studied a lot of objects during my schooling, and I never got a skill like that. Although some people who worked for the auction house had skills that allowed them to appraise items. Maybe it is similar to that." Maybe. I don't suppose there are skill books in this world? Lynn says, "Books that grant you a skill by reading them?" Nope, no such luck. Too bad. Oh well. So, are you going to experiment with the skill, or are we heading to bed? Lynn says, "Let's head to bed. It is better to be rested just in case we are needed in the island battle. We can always experiment after it is over." That is true. All right, let's go, Lynn says. "You really are addicted to experimenting, aren't you?" I don't know if I would go that far, but it is really fun, Lynn says. "More fun than being with me?" No, absolutely not. Lynn smiles in response and starts heading upstairs, so I quickly follow her. When we reach the bedroom, we conduct another small experiment, which turns out to be quite fun. However, I learn that maintaining the split mind is much harder under pressure. Lynn also takes this opportunity to get a little payback on me, but I don't mind. We have our fun and then get some sleep, but I only sleep about 4 hours. When I wake up, I head downstairs and take a lava bath so I can work on my core. Core upgrade progress, 30%. It is probably not a good idea to drain my core before a battle, but I don't think I will need to fight, unless there is a strong demon on the island. I expect to just observe. Weaker demons won't be much of a threat. The elves and my kids should be able to handle them. It isn't like we are going to be setting up one-on-one duels. It will be a battle. Not to mention, they will have support fire from the ship, at least within its range. The range of the ship should cover most of the port town, so it will definitely help. Hopefully, it will also give Athena a chance to earn herself some experience. Since the siege weapons are part of the ship, even if they are used by the elves, it should count. If it doesn't work, then I actually have no idea how Athena is supposed to gain experience. I suppose that if I can't figure it out, I can always go back and ask Saronia. Since she is in charge of the leveling system for her followers, she should know. I will just wait and see if Athena gets experience during the battle or not. When I get out of the bath, everyone is still asleep, so I look for something quiet to do. In the end, I am not in the mood to experiment, so I relax and read some manga. The main experiment that I want to do involves casting magic while boosting it myself, but I can't do that yet, mainly because all the boosted magic I have used has been extremely destructive. After all the work I had to do to make the castle, no way am I casting that while I am inside. Besides, my mana will need to recover quite a bit before I can try that out. Athena says, "Master, we are approaching the island, but there are a dozen more of those small ships moving to intercept us. Do you feel the same energy from the crews of those ships?" Athena says, "Yes, Master." "Then go ahead and demolish them. They are no real threat." Athena says, "As you command." Looks like the demons are not around because I doubt they would be this stupid. Sending the ships out now is a really dumb move, especially with how weak they are. The right move would have been to have them attack once we have engaged the harbor defenses. Athena, the sun should be up now, right? Athena says, "Yes, Master, it is." Okay. Ask Brightfire to send a couple of scouts that got the wing tattoo already to take a look at the city ahead. They just need to be careful to watch for flying demons. Athena says, "Understood." With that settled, I put my manga away and head upstairs to wake up Lynn. It is a little earlier than usual, but things outside will soon need our attention. I would prefer to deal with things on a full stomach, and I am sure Lynn would as well. At first, Lynn is extremely reluctant to wake up, but that changes when I tell her why. Even once she is motivated, it still takes her a few minutes to actually get up. As soon as I am sure she won't fall back asleep, I head downstairs and wake the kids up. It is much easier to wake the four of them up. All I really have to do is mention breakfast. Even though I woke them up afterwards, they are still up and ready to eat before Lynn comes down. However, I am not dumb enough to say anything about it to Lynn. Once everyone is done eating breakfast, we all head out of the castle together. The kids will be joining the fight, while Lynn and I plan to just observe from the ship. This is a good chance for the kids and the elves to get some experience, but we will help if needed. By the time Lynn and I reach the bridge, the island is just barely visible on the horizon. On the map table is a hand-drawn map of the harbor city that we are heading for. Stillwater, Brightfire, Silverstream, and Silverleaf are standing around the table looking at the map. "Well, how is it?" Brightfire says. They definitely have known that we are coming for a while. They have done everything they can to fortify the harbor. Any signs of demons? Brightfire says. The scouts didn't see any? They also didn't see anyone who wasn't tainted by demonic mana. All right. So, what is your plan? Brightfire says. I thought that you would have already come up with a plan. Are you saying you want me to plan the attack? Chapter 1178. Yes, I am. The enemy has numbers, but probably doesn't have anyone with real strength. I think this is a good chance for you to get some experience planning and running a battle. Lynn and I will just observe and help if needed. Lynn says, we will only step in if a powerful demon is present. The kids will be helping with the battle and will also be under your command. Brightfire says, I am not sure if I am ready for this. Silverleaf says, sure you are. You will be fine. Silverstream says, this is part of being the leader of the warriors. I agree with Ash that this is a good time for you to step up. Stillwater says, this is the path you have chosen. Now is the time to figure out if you can handle it or if you need to quit. Brightfire says, fine. I will plan and lead the battle. Is there anything you want me to pay attention to? Ash, limit the damage to the harbor as much as you can. We will be using it as a base for the ship, so the more damage done, the more we have to repair. Brightfire says, all right, got it. With that, I sit back and watch as Brightfire starts planning for the battle. I fully expect the harbor to take damage. Just as long as they don't burn it to the ground, it should be fine. None of the docks are big enough for Athena, so it is going to need modifications anyway. In fact, I am half tempted to make a dry dock for her. It would make modifications easier. However, the pontoons mean that the dry dock would have to be absolutely huge. Compared to building a dry dock she would fit in, it might be easier to just modify her in the water. I won't be doing the modifications right away, so I have some time to think about how I want to do it. While I am thinking about the ship, Brightfire is telling the others her plan. I am also listening, but I don't say anything because it sounds like a good plan. I am far from being a strategist, so there is no guarantee that I could come up with a better plan. Although, I plan to step in if it looks like any of the elves or my kids are going to die. I didn't go through all that effort to rescue them just to have them die here. They are so close to being able to see their ancestral home, it would be too sad for them to die now. Suddenly, thoughts of the elven crown pop into my head. I never did study it much. The reason I thought of it now is because it is possible that it could help the elves. Of course, considering my curiosity, as soon as I think of it, I take it out of my pouch. I stare at it for a few seconds before I realize that the room has gone dead silent. When I look up, I find Stillwater and the others down on one knee staring at me. What? I haven't even put it on yet. Stillwater says, "It seems that you don't need to. I could feel it as soon as you pulled it out." That is interesting. Can you stand up or do you need permission or something? Brightfire says, "I guess we need permission because I can't move." "All right, you may rise." Silverleaf says, "Nope, I still can't move." Lynn says, "Try putting it on." Since Lynn's idea makes sense, I put the crown on and then tell the four of them to rise. This time they are able to stand up, but they all continue staring at me. Athena says, "Master, you may need to speak louder. Every elf on the ship is currently kneeling towards the bridge." "Can you pass my voice to them so that I don't need to roar?" Athena says, "Of course, Master." Shortly, Athena confirms that all the elves have heard me and been able to stand up. It didn't work like that on the humans, so I totally wasn't expecting this. However, when I focus on the crown, I find that I can feel every elf on the ship. Studying the crown for a minute, I am surprised at how many options it gives me. At the same time, I also find that there is a slight problem. The crown can allow me to buff the elves, but there is a requirement. Stillwater, what would you say if I said I wanted all the elves to acknowledge me as their king? Stillwater says, "Are you kidding? I would be thrilled." Silverstream says, "We are all ready and willing to swear our loyalty to you, Ash. We just thought that you wanted to keep us at a distance. I just didn't see any need for formalities. I already consider you my people. However, now there is a benefit to doing so." Stillwater says, "What benefit?" "The more elves that recognize me as their king, the stronger the powers of this crown. Also, I will be able to give a buff to those elves by using the crown. It should help in the coming battle." Before I can say anything more, the four of them, as well as the other elves on the bridge, all kneel. Then they swear their loyalty to me as their king, and the crown reacts. Beams of golden light shoot out of the crown and hit each of them once they are done with the oath. I wasn't expecting that. "Are you all right? The light didn't hurt you, did it?" Stillwater says, "No, it didn't hurt." Silverleaf says, "It felt really good. It was warm and gentle. That is good. Did it do anything to you?" Brightfire says, "I feel stronger somehow." It did something, but it is hard to tell what. Silverstream says, "I feel the same, but it isn't a big change. I don't think. Can you tell if it is temporary or permanent? Does anything look different on your character screens?" Stillwater says, "It looks like my stats went up a little bit. I think it might be permanent." Lynn says, "Can't we just have another elf check? If they tell us their stats before and after they swear loyalty, we should be able to find out." Stillwater says, "I will have Sheriff check her stats before she swears loyalty. Then we will know what the effect is." All right. We also need to get the rest of the elves to swear loyalty before we reach the harbor. At least those that are willing to. I don't want anyone to be forced. Silverstream says, I don't think that will be a problem. I don't know of any elf that is going to be unwilling. Brightfire says, "Give us a few minutes. We will gather all the elves on the main deck. Then they can all swear loyalty to Ash, all right? I will wait here." Brightfire, Silverstream, and Silverleaf leave to go gather all of the elves. Stillwater fetches Sheriff and has her check her stats before she swears loyalty to me. Once she finishes the oath and is hit by the golden light, she checks them again. Chapter 1179. Sheriff says, "All of my stats went up by a couple of points. So it looks like it isn't a huge buff." Lynn says, "Even if it isn't, if it is permanent, it is still a good thing. Free stats are not something to turn your nose up at." True. It is a decent reward just for swearing loyalty. A few minutes later, Athena informs me that all of the elves are gathered. When I walk out wearing the crown, all the elves take a knee and swear their loyalty. This time, there are so many beams that they blend together and turn the sky golden. At the same time, I can feel the power in the crown growing stronger. Several options that weren't available before show up in my mind when I focus on the crown. The crown can now give me general information on the elves and their attitudes towards me. Since it gives things like loyalty and happiness numbers, it makes me think of some kingdom building games. It is the kind of thing that would be a huge help for any ruler. It makes me think that whoever made the crown definitely had experience with ruling over people. It is a great relief to me that all of the stats it shows me are all really high. Despite having been trapped on the ship all this time, the elves are all healthy and happy. Although, considering their situations before I came along, that isn't too surprising. Anyway, I now have the ability to give the elves who have sworn loyalty to me a buff. I don't know the exact effect of the buff, but I am betting that it will be decent. I guess I will find out once the battle starts, but as an added bonus, morale among the elves seems to have improved. All the elves on the main deck are currently happily cheering the fact that they now have a king. Honestly, it makes me feel really embarrassed, but I still smile and wave in response. It also makes me realize that I haven't paid enough attention to the feelings of the elves. I wanted to keep them from getting attached to me since I am going to die soon. However, in keeping my distance, I have also left them hanging and unsure of their place. I was hoping that reclaiming their ancestral city would take care of that for me. The problem is that I can't just ask them to fight for me and not take care of them in return. I already made the mistake. Now I just need to face up to it and fix it. Luckily, it looks like this has gone a long way towards fixing my mistake. I just wanted to help them in the battle, but this is probably even more important. I should probably talk with Stillwater about it later. After the battle is over, we are really close to the peninsula now. It is time I stopped trying to avoid my responsibilities. As the rest of the elves go back to whatever they were doing, Brightfire gathers her soldiers. I would assume that she is going to start briefing them on the plan. My guess is confirmed when I see my kids join them and sit down to listen. It feels weird to still be wearing the crown, but I have to have it on to activate the buff. Besides, I can't take the risk of having it force all the elves to kneel again if I put it away. Although, I will need to test that later. I don't want to have to wear it all the time. Lynn says, "You look like something is bothering you. Just thinking about my responsibilities." Lynn says, "Oh, come on. It is not that bad. Not yet, but it will be soon. If it was just the elves, I could probably handle it. But when you add all of the tribes of beastmen, it becomes a lot more complicated. I just hope nothing else gets added." Lynn says, "Like what?" "Like the Empire. We are probably going to have to fight them. If we do, I will make sure that we win. But then, what do we do with the Empire?" Lynn says, "You claim it and rule it until the war with the demons is over. If I do that, then I will control over half of the peninsula. I doubt the other kingdoms would be happy with that." Lynn says, "Maybe so, but would they dare to do anything at that point? Even if they don't, I doubt they will contribute fully to the war against the demons. Besides, I have another concern now." Lynn says, "Oh, what new concern?" "Making sure that you, Miria, and the kids have a safe place after I am gone. If I make everyone hate me, they may target you once I am gone." Lynn says, "If they dare to, I will obliterate them." I believe you, but I would still prefer it if it didn't happen. Lynn says, "You really like worrying about things, don't you? That is in the future. You should only worry about now." I can't do that. If I don't plan things out, my odds of affecting the course of events will be next to nothing, Lynn says. From what I have been told, leaving things to chance is better than you making plans. Come on now. Has a single one of my plans gone wrong since we met? Lynn says, no, not that I can think of. C. Stop listening to others and trust your own judgment. Lynn says, all those stories can't be wrong. Have you been lucky? Or have you been less insane since you met me? Ah, that is a possibility. I am saved from continuing the conversation by the elves taking their battle stations. The ship is approaching the harbor and the battle will be beginning soon. However, I don't plan to activate the crown's buff until the elves get into melee combat. I am not sure what the buff will do, and I also don't know how long it will last. So to get the best effect from it, I will activate it once the elves are fighting the cultists directly. Considering how powerful the crown is, I have high expectations for the buff. The siege weapons on the ship begin firing as soon as we enter their maximum range. At this range, the shots aren't all that accurate, but it is still a good move on Brightfire's part. The harbor also has siege weapons that return fire, but their shots all fall short. Being higher quality and being enchanted, the ship's weapons have better range. Our weapons are targeting the harbor's weapons to try and take them out first. I can feel the ship's speed dropping to keep us out of range of the enemy weapons for longer. This allows us to give the enemy a one-sided beating and is a good start to the battle. By the time we enter into the enemy's range, almost half of their siege weapons have already been destroyed. Despite us now being within their range, the cultists are still unable to do any damage to the ship. Chapter 1180. The reason for that is that the remaining siege weapons in the harbor can't get through the ship's magical defenses. Now that we are closer, our weapons are shooting more accurately. Soon, the rest of the harbor's siege weapons have been destroyed. As soon as all the weapons are destroyed, our siege weapons turn to firing at the cultists. At the same time, several groups of elves take flight and start shooting arrows. The cultists, which were ready to defend, are forced to run and seek cover. Not only are their formations broken, but they also take fairly heavy casualties. This continues until the ship gets too close to use the siege weapons. Then, the rest of the elves leave the ship to directly engage the remaining cultists. This is when I access the crown and activate the buff for all of the elves. My kids are also getting involved in the fighting, but the buff won't affect them. When the buff activates, all of the elves are covered in a light golden glow. They instantly start moving a little faster, but I can't tell what other bonuses they might have received. However, I can tell from the crown's information that the buff will last for 10 minutes. That doesn't sound like a long time, but in a fight it is a very long time. I spot Cloel and the rest of the elven healers setting up a triage area at the middle of the harbor. Wounded elves go to them to get healed, and then immediately rejoin the battle. Luckily, so far no elves have been killed, and only a few have suffered minor injuries. It isn't too surprising since from what I can see, these cultists are all basic humans. It doesn't even look like they have levels. It makes me wonder what they get from the demons. There has to be something that they are offering to the humans to get them to serve. Maybe it is just empty promises, or maybe they only give the rewards to a select few. There are a lot of methods that they could be using to control the population. Luckily for us, it looks like empowering everyone is not the method they have chosen. The battle is definitely going our way. Over half the cultists within sight are already dead. Considering that not a single elf has died so far, it is really impressive. It is not all because of the difference in power. Brightfire came up with a really good plan. She has teams working to support each other. No one is fighting alone. The kids look like they are having fun, and the cultists don't stand a chance against them. I just hope that the kids don't have too much fun. I don't want them to get a taste for slaughter. There have been times when I was too bloodthirsty, and I somewhat regret them. What I regret is the loss of control more than anything, even if they were enemies. I will have to sit down with the kids later and talk about it with them. Suddenly spotting an elf woman take a serious wound, I turn and throw a healing spell. At this range, the spell costs me more divine power, but that doesn't bother me. The spell hits her and heals her wound before she even hits the ground. It isn't enough to fully heal her, but it is enough to keep her from dying. The rest of her group quickly move to shelter her and deal with the remaining enemies. Once the fight is done, they take her and retreat to where the healers are. I only pay attention to them long enough to make sure that they survive. There are fights going on all around the harbor, making it hard to keep track of everyone. Lynn is doing the same thing I am, only she is using shield magic to save people. Between the two of us and the healers, we managed to prevent any casualties. The buff from the crown only lasted long enough for the first part of the fight. It takes a bit more than an hour for the elves to completely take over the city. Most of the cultists had gathered near the docks, so that was the most intense fight. After that was won, the rest was basically just cleanup work. What surprises me is that not a single human was found that didn't have demonic mana. Hopefully, we will find some elsewhere on the island. It would be sad if everyone has been converted. Although, it might be because everyone who refused to convert was killed. According to the elves, there were no children anywhere in the city and very few women. What worries me is that they may have been taken back to the demons' lands. I know that there are humans that are being raised by the demons to serve them. It is possible that they took all the women and children to increase their breeding population. If that is the case, then defeating the demons when they attack won't be the end of it. We will need to invade the demons' lands and make sure they are completely wiped out. Then again, there is nothing saying that I have to wait for the demons to invade the peninsula. In fact, attacking them before they are ready might be a really good idea. However, that is not something I can think about right now. I still have to deal with the Empire first. If the demons are smart about it, they should attack me while I am busy fighting the Empire. The main question is if they are going to be able to be ready in time to do so. I will need to make some contingency plans to deal with them, just in case. There are just too many things that I need to take care of now that I am back. With the battle over, the ship anchors inside the harbor, but the docks are too small for it. Those elves who haven't gotten the wing tattoo yet have to move back and forth in rowboats. The problem is that the draft of the ship is too deep to getting close to shore. Either the docks need to be extended out to deeper water, or the bay needs to be deepened. Out of the two options, extending the docks is by far the easier choice. In fact, it is something that the elven crafters should be able to do without my help. Stillwater, can you talk to the crafters and see if they can extend the docks? It would be better if Athena can dock properly since she will be staying here for a bit. Stillwater says, sure, no problem. By the way, Athena, did you gain experience during the battle? Athena says, yes, Master, I did. That is good. I was worried that it wouldn't work. All right. We will use this city as a base while we explore and cleanse the rest of the island. Chapter 11, 81. Stillwater says, understood? Once Brightfire returns and confirms that the city is clear, you can send some teams to scavenge for anything you people need. Stillwater says, all right. I will let Sheriff and Silverstream take charge of that. Silverleaf says, what can I do? You can lead the scouts in checking the rest of the island. We need to see if there are more enemies. We also need to see if there are any humans left that haven't been corrupted by the demons. Silverleaf says, all right. Am I reporting to you or to Brightfire? To Brightfire. This is her operation. She is in charge until the end. Silverleaf says, and leaves. Stillwater says, what are we going to do if we don't find any clean humans? Simple. We will claim this island for our nation. It will serve as a good base for Athena and also be a good place to launch attacks from. Stillwater says, understood. Lynn says, what are we going to do while we wait? Well, I had an idea, but I need to ask Saronia's permission. Lynn says, oh no, what did you come up with this time? A tattoo using divine runes. Lynn says, what effect will this tattoo have? Self-healing. Lynn says, ooh, good idea. But how will it be recharged if it is using divine runes? Prayer. Hence why I need to check with Saronia first. Lynn says, all right. How can I help? Well, if Saronia approves, I will teach you the runes needed, and then you will need to design a tattoo around them. Lynn says I can do that. All right, give me a minute to talk to Saronia. Lynn nods and I close my eyes. Quickly enter meditation, open a soulscape, and invite Saronia. I only have to wait a couple of minutes before she appears with a smile on her face. Saronia says, inviting me again so soon. Did you miss me, Ash? I wanted to ask your permission for an idea I just had, Saronia says. Oh, I hate it when you have ideas. What craziness did you come up with now? I want to design a tattoo using divine runes that will allow the bearer to heal themselves. The heal will work once, and then they will need to pray to have it recharged. What do you think? Saronia says. Oh, that is not as bad as I was expecting. It could work, as long as the tattoo bearer is one of my followers. Well, the elves all have levels, meaning they should all be your followers, right? Saronia says. Yes, the elves are all my followers, but I doubt you will stop at just the elves. Well, that is probably true. So, as long as I limit it to followers, do I have your permission? Saronia says, yes, you do. Just don't go too crazy. My powers are still fairly limited. If more than 1,000 try to recharge at the same time, I won't be able to handle it. Don't worry. I plan this tattoo to only be for warriors. I doubt it will hit those kinds of numbers anytime soon. Saronia says, all right. Well, let me see the runes you plan to use, and I will check them for you. Hearing Saronia's request, I think for a minute and then draw a set of runes in the air. She takes a look and studies the runes for a minute before she smiles. Saronia says, these are good. No, in fact, they are perfect. It looks like you have mastered the divine language. Not all of it, at least not yet. I have used the healing runes a few times. Saronia says, all right. Is there anything else you need? Nope, that was it. Thank you, as usual. Saronia gives me a passionate kiss goodbye, and then I end the soulscape. As soon as I open my eyes, I draw out the runes needed in the tattoo for Lynn. I trust her taste. I am sure that she will come up with a cool-looking tattoo. Lynn says, Ash, can you make me a pen like the tattoo gun? One that doesn't run out of ink and can change colors at will? Sure. That is easy, Lynn says. Thank you. It will make drawing out ideas for tattoos much easier. No problem. I should have thought of it earlier. I will make one for Bella as well. Where is Bella? Lynn says. She should either be resting or tattooing one of the elves. Brightfire walks up and says, the city is secured. We took no casualties. The scouts are out checking the rest of the island. Any other orders? Nope. You are doing a good job. Brightfire says, thank you, Lynn says. What is next? We wait for the scouts. If they find more enemies, we deal with them. If not, we take over the island and connect it to the peninsula. Stillwater says, how are you going to connect it to the peninsula? I will build a bridge. Lynn says, isn't the peninsula still a good distance from the island? The closest point between the island and the peninsula is about a mile from what I understand. Lynn says, a mile? Isn't that too far for a bridge? Not really. In my world, there were bridges that were several miles long. Lynn says seriously, where would you find enough wood for a bridge like that? How would you build it without magic? Actually, the bridges are mostly made of metal. Although, for this bridge, I plan to use stone. Instead of magic, we use technology, but I don't want to get into talking about that. Lynn says, well, okay. If you say you can do it, then I trust you. Stillwater says, what is the point of building such a bridge when we have the ship? Because the ship won't always be here. The bridge will allow trade and keep the island connected when the ship is away. If Miria followed my orders, my people should already be working on a road to connect to the bridge. If there are no untainted humans here, then this island will become a part of our territory. Brightfire says, all right, I will inform you as soon as the scouts have checked the rest of the island. If we find more enemies, I will engage them without consulting you. Is that all right? Yeah. This is your command. You make the decisions. Brightfire nods at me, then she and Stillwater leave. Lynn and I sit down and have a meal, not sure if it is lunch or dinner. Once we are done eating, Lynn goes to find Bella since they have more tattoos to do. Suddenly, I find myself with nothing to do. I am not needed until the scouts finish their work. So, I decide to walk around and interact with the elves while I wait for news. It is apparent that even though I have dragged them into a war, the elves are really happy. Chapter 11, 82. It is not just the winning of the battle, they are happy to finally know where they belong. Recognizing me as their king has had a much deeper effect on them than I realized. I tried talking to a few of them about it, but I just can't understand where they are coming from. In my world, I was born and raised in a stable environment. I never felt as adrift as they feel. They have lost almost everything, including their freedom for a while. Even after being rescued, having no place to call home left them feeling lost. Sailing halfway around the world probably hasn't helped, but at least the trip is finally ending. Once I get them back to the Elven City, they will finally have a home and can put down roots. That will be much better than trying to get a sense of security from me. I will be the first to admit that I am not anywhere close to being stable. For them to see me as something to hold on to just makes me feel depressed for them. Probably the most depressing part is that, other than me, they really don't have anyone else. Stillwater is good at managing things, but he isn't charismatic enough to be a real leader. Brightfire has the potential, but she needs time to grow into that potential. Sheriff could make a decent leader, but she spent too much time away from the rest of the elves. Currently, I am the best bet, no matter how much I hate the idea or how sad it is. So I will do my best to be a rock they can hold on to, at least until someone else steps up. It makes me wonder if they will be willing to follow Lynn after I am gone. If not, then Brightfire needs to grow as fast as possible in order for her to be ready. That is one of the reasons that I put her in charge of the battle for the island. Responsibilities and trials are the best things to encourage growth and maturity. It will depend on how things go from this point on, but I do have some hope for the future. After wandering the ship for over an hour, I return to the castle and read some manga. Athena will notify me if I am needed for anything, and there isn't anything else I need to do. This sitting back and letting others handle things may be the mature thing to do, but it is boring. It hasn't been more than a couple of hours, and I already want to fly off and find something to do. I really am not the type of person who makes a good king. I don't like letting others do things for me. However, if I go out and try to help, it will just undermine Brightfire's authority. Not to mention it will interfere with her growth, which is the whole point of this. So, instead of doing something stupid, like I normally would, I try to lose myself in my manga. As usual, it works, and before I know it, several hours have passed by. Along with the time, an entire pizza has also vanished since I got hungry and wanted a snack. Lynn and Bella are in the tattoo room, but they are busy and haven't disturbed me. The kids still haven't come back. They are probably helping with scouting the island. It is a little strange having the castle all to myself. It hasn't happened much. Eventually, the one who enters the castle and disturbs me is actually Brightfire. Brightfire, what do you have to report? Brightfire says. The entire island has been scouted, and there is not a single human to be found anywhere. We have done several sweeps by air, and are now doing a more thorough sweep on the ground. None? Really? From the size of this island, I expected there to be more people, at least another city or two. Brightfire says there is another city, smaller than this one, along with a couple of towns and a bunch of villages, but they are all empty. According to the scouts, they all show signs of having been abandoned for years. Years, huh? Then my guess would be that the demons enslaved them and took them back to their territory. They only kept those needed to run the port here. In that case, I am afraid that there is nothing that we can do for those people. Brightfire says, then what is our next move? Let the scouts finish their ground sweep. If there really is no one, then we will move on. I will build the bridge and have Miria send some people to occupy the island. The elves will continue on to the mountain, and then you can occupy your ancestral city. Brightfire says, all right, is there anything else you want me to do? It doesn't have to be right now, but I'd like you to find some volunteers that are willing to train the Beastmen who will be the new crew for the ship. Also, ask if anyone wants to stay on the crew instead of settling in the city. Not everyone will want to live a quiet life. Brightfire says, count me among those. Don't worry, the warriors and scouts will have the option to join the Beastmen in the army. You will remain their commander, Brightfire says. Sounds good. We will fight for you no matter who the enemy is. All right! I will go start work on the bridge. We will leave for the city once the bridge is complete. Brightfire says, understood. Brightfire leaves, and I head down to my workshop to take a look at my stock of materials. I plan to make the bridge out of stone, but I would like to reinforce it with metal. However, Considering the size of the bridge, I don't think I have enough metal. I don't want to use multiple types of metal, but an alloy would work if I had enough. The problem is that even turning what I have into an alloy, I doubt that I have enough, so I leave the castle and head to the bridge to find Stillwater. Stillwater says, "Something I can help you with, Ash?" "Yeah, I seem to be short on metals. Can you have the scavenger groups keep an eye out for more for me?" Stillwater says, "Of course. Can I ask what you need it for?" "If I can find enough, I want to use it to reinforce the bridge," Stillwater says. "We will gather whatever metals are here." "All right, thanks." Just as I am about to leave the ship, I realize I am about to make a mistake. So, I turn around and go back to the castle to let Lynn know where I am going. Only after that do I leave the ship, but I get a notification as soon as I set foot on the island. "Tiding, you have received a new quest. Chapter 1183. Quest: Unify the Peninsula. Kingdom of Revalia. Control: 63%. Free Union. Control: 77%. Empire of Gundar. Control: 0%. Beast Kingdom. Control: 43%. City-State of Ilium. Control: 100% completed. Island Nation of Osanaka. Control: 0%. Island Nation of Agardia. Control: 100% completed. Reward: Soul level +2. First a new skill, and now a new quest. What is going on? Why does the system suddenly want me to unify the peninsula? Is this the goddess's doing? I just stand there for a while, staring at the new quest information? A lot of it doesn't make sense to me. Like, how do I already control Ilium? Also, why do I have so much control of the Free Union? Just what has Paul been up to while I was gone? Don't tell me that he took me seriously when I said I wanted to be able to tell them what to do. I know the country runs on money, but just how much money has Paul made? Maybe giving him full control of the funds and sending him off to have fun wasn't such a good idea. Although, if I decide that I want to complete the quest, it will make things easier. Then again, if I don't want to finish the quest, then there is going to be a problem. The island nation of Osanaka. I have never heard of it before, nor do I have any idea where it might be. That is going to make it really hard to gain control of it, but I can probably find it eventually. After all, for it to count as part of the peninsula, it should be fairly close by, I would think. I will ask people when I get back. I am sure that someone will have heard of it. The real question is, do I really want to complete this quest? The reward is pretty incredible, but in order to unify the peninsula, I will have to do a lot of work. Not to mention the problems that I would have to deal with after it is unified. Just the thought of all the political crap I would have to deal with is enough to make me not want to do it. I think I will wait to make a decision until I know more about what is going on currently. Unifying the Beastlands was always part of the plan. Once that is done, I will think about the rest. For now, I close my eyes, enter meditation, open a soulscape, and invite Miria. I tell her about the island being mostly empty and that we now control it. Miria says, all right. I will find some people who are willing to move there and take it over. While you are at it, see if you can find some people who are willing to become the new crew of the ship, Miria says. Okay. Anything else? Not that I can think of. It will probably take me a few days to build the bridge. After that, we will be heading to the mountain, which should take a few days. Miria says, I will finally get to see you again in the flesh. I can't wait. Yeah, I am looking forward to it too. I really do feel bad for being gone for so long and leaving things to you. It wasn't my intention, Miria says. Just promise me you won't be going through any more unknown gates. No worries. I am good enough at gate magic now that I should be able to figure out where it goes without going through. Miria says, that isn't reassuring. That just means that if you can't figure it out, you will be even more curious about it. Maybe. That isn't very likely to happen, though, especially since Lynn has said that I am not allowed to go on any adventures until after I have sorted out all the political stuff. Miria says, oh, poor Ash. No adventures. How are you going to survive? A little less sarcasm, if you would. I will just have to fight the boredom with experiments and plans. Miria says, that sounds dangerous. Haha. Anyway, you should probably let everyone know that I will be back soon. and have those that are elsewhere start heading back. There will be a lot of meetings and a lot of things to talk about. Miria says, "Oh, wow, you are actually acting serious. I like this side of you. It is very attractive. You do know that I will have no problem punishing you for teasing me, right?" Miria grins and says, "Bring it on." I wisely don't let the conversation continue down that path and change the subject. There isn't much else that we need to talk about right now, but I still spend some time chatting with her. Miria has changed a lot since I saved her from slavery. She is more mature now. She is still as energetic, but she has learned how to channel and control it from what I can see. Or at least, it is no longer directed at me as if she will die without me. It makes it a lot more comfortable for me to be around her, and I enjoy talking with her. I don't think I am in love with her, but I am attracted to her, so it is possible for me to fall in love later. As long as she doesn't demand too much too quickly, I think that this could work. However, I am not going to take a bunch of wives just for political reasons. I already have a few plans for dealing with the beastmen, but that can wait a bit. We chat for a good hour or so, and then Miria leaves to take care of the things I asked her to do. Once she is gone, I invite Saronia and Krenosha and wait until they show up. Saronia says, "What is wrong, Ash? Did something go wrong with the tattoos?" "No. I wanted to talk about a quest I received. I got it as soon as I set foot on the island, and I was wondering if you were responsible." Krenosha says, "No. At least I didn't do anything. What is the quest?" Saronia says, "I didn't create any quests either. The quest wants me to unify the peninsula under my rule. Are you sure it isn't because of you? If it is not you, then why would I get this quest?" Saronia says, "I want you to lead the peninsula against the demons, but I never wanted you to conquer it." Krenosha says, "Not that that would be a bad thing. Compared to a lot of humans, I think you would make a good ruler." Saronia says, "Don't say that like Ash will actually rule the peninsula. He will make Lynn or someone else rule it for him while he goes off on adventures. So, if neither of you created the quest, have you done anything that would affect my system? I know you said that the system was created by my soul, but it is affected by you, right?" Saronia says, "The only thing that I can think of is that we have made some progress recently in increasing our power." Krenosha says, "That might be it. We are related to your system." Chapter 1184. What do you mean by progress? What happened? Saronia says, "Do you remember the cloaks you made for us?" "Yeah, you wanted them so that you could steal some items." Saronia says, "It isn't really stealing since those items originally belonged to our pantheon." Krenosha says, "Regardless of what you call it, we have managed to recover several items. These items were central to the power of our pantheon, and reclaiming them has had a major effect. Our pantheon no longer counts as a dead pantheon." "Well, congratulations. But why did your pantheon count as dead before?" Saronia says, "During the war, we lost the items along with the other gods. My sister and I do not have enough power to count as a pantheon on our own. Or at least, we didn't before you came along and started helping to increase our power." Krenosha says, "Between our power increasing and recovering our pantheon relics, we now have enough power to count as a very weak pantheon." That sounds like a good thing. But what does that have to do with my system? Saronia says, "You already know that gods are restricted, right? Well, there are different levels of restrictions with no pantheon. We counted as lone gods and the restrictions on us were higher." Krenosha says, "Now that we are a pantheon again, the restrictions that we are under are less. It is easier for our power to reach the mortals. This means we can grant more levels to more people. It also means that those who worship us can reach higher levels, and we can grant more prayers." So you are saying that because your power is more accessible, my system is being more active, that would explain why I also got a new skill for the first time in ages. But it doesn't explain why the quest wants me to unify the peninsula. Saronia says, "Who knows? Maybe it was triggered by your actions. If you don't want to do it, just ignore it. There shouldn't be a penalty for not completing the quest." Krenosha says, "Personally, I think you should complete it if you can. It would be easy after that to lead the unified people to fight against the demons. That would increase your odds of winning. Oh, speaking of that, I had a question. If I were to level the demon's territory and leave it a wasteland, would that be all right with the two of you? Chronosia says, I'd be fine with that. Saronia says, it would probably be better if that didn't happen. However, if that is the only way to win, then I could live with it. Okay, just wanted to check. Saronia says, wait, do you actually have the power to do that? You aren't going to summon weapons from your world, are you? I can do it without summoning anything from my world. The main hang-up I have is that the demons have been raising humans. A lot of them are probably innocent. If possible, I would prefer to save them. Saronia says, I would prefer that as well. Chronosia says, has your magic really gotten that strong? Not mine alone. But when I work with Lynn, we can do some massive damage. As long as we had the mana, wiping clean the demon's territory is completely possible. Saronia says, that is not terrifying. No, not terrifying at all. Chronosia says, Ash, do you realize that even we can't do that kind of destruction? Could you if you didn't have any restrictions and you worked together? Chronosia says, no, not even then. Saronia says, we aren't that powerful, but there are gods who are. There should only be a few at such a level, though. Those gods should be under heavy restrictions, though, right? Saronia says, that depends on if they are part of a pantheon or not. If they are, then their restrictions will be based on the pantheon. If they are not part of a pantheon, then they would be under very heavy restrictions. Ah, what about the ancient fire god I accidentally woke up? He shouldn't have a pantheon, right? Chronosia says, he shouldn't have a pantheon, but ancient gods are a bit different. Unlike us, the ancient gods don't depend on followers for their power. Most of their power is their own personal strength, so the restrictions don't affect them as much. They are more like dragons than the current gods. Ah, that doesn't sound good. Wait, does that apply to the Maker as well? She was the ancient goddess of undeath, right? Saronia says. Right, she would be under very few restrictions as well. In that case, I definitely need to go back and deal with her before she manages to regain her full strength. Saronia says, if you plan to deal with her, then sooner would be better than later. I have to deal with her. I freed her, so I am responsible for her. Chronosia says, I never expected to hear such a mature attitude from you. Ash, are you feeling all right? Saronia says, Sis, be nice. You know that Ash has been working hard on improving himself. Don't discourage him by teasing him about it. Do you want him to go back to the way he used to be? Chronosia says, No, I don't. I am sorry, Ash. I shouldn't have said that. It is all right. I know that the way I used to act was a little crazy. Saronia says, you have improved a lot since you met Lynn. I am really glad that you found her. So am I. She's the best thing that has ever happened to me, Chronosia says. Just make sure that she knows that. Don't ever take her for granted or you might lose her. No worries about that. I make sure she knows how I feel, Saronia says. That is good. Anyway, have you decided what you are going to do with the quest? I will put it off for now and decide once I take care of some things. Although, one of those things is unifying the Beastmen, so technically I will be working on the quest. Saronia says, all right. Any other questions for us? Not that I can think of right now. Saronia and Chronosia take turns giving me a goodbye kiss, and then they leave. I end the soulscape, and when I open my eyes, I find myself surrounded by my kids. Remembering that I need to talk to them, I have them come with me. We take to the air and head towards the east side of the island as I look for the best spot for the bridge. While I am searching, I talk to the four of them about the joy of slaughtering enemies. I am honest about the mistakes I have made in the hopes that they learn from them. Chapter 1185. It is natural for predators to enjoy fighting, but they need to be in control of it. I am not as worried about Albion since he has a more peaceful nature. The kids seem to take what I tell them seriously, but I will still try to keep an eye on them. If I remember, I will ask Chloe about how they act when they are in the Shadow Plane. Although, if they were acting reckless, I am pretty sure she would have told me already. Anyway, they are still young, so even if there is a problem, it shouldn't be hard to correct. Since the kids are with me already, I decide to give them a magic lesson. The very northeastern tip of the island is the closest point to the peninsula. Although, it is a bit further away than I was led to believe by the map that I saw. The total distance is more than a mile, maybe as much as a mile and a half. Still, using magic to cheat, it should still be possible for me to build the bridge. It will just have to have more supports than I originally planned. Just a bit more work. However, the 2 points are at a slight diagonal from each other, which is a small problem. I know that there are curved bridges in my world, but I am not an engineer. It will be much easier for me to build a straight bridge and just alter the ending points. Now, the first problem I need to solve is to find a way to make sure I stay on target. Building the supports will be done underwater, so I need a way to make sure I keep them straight. In the end, I go with stretching a line of mana where the bridge will be, something I can sense from underwater. Unfortunately, it is something that I have to maintain by spending a small amount of mana constantly. Luckily, even when I am actively using mana, the tattoo still works to absorb mana. Basically, the rate the tattoo is absorbing mana is higher than what I spend to maintain the line. It would be fine if that was all there was to it, but I am going to spend even more mana. Now, with my recovery rate slowed, it is going to take a lot longer to build the bridge, or at least until I am done with the supports. Once they are done, I won't need the line anymore. Using my mana to create a bubble, I take the kids with me and head underwater. Then, I explain to the kids how to fuse their mana into the stone in order to shape it to their will. Once I am done explaining it, I give them a demonstration by starting the first support. Remember, as the support is being built, you need to keep bringing up more stone from the bedrock. You also can't take it from the bedrock directly below the support, or you will remove the foundation. Mulan says, "Why is this so complicated?" Because the supports have to handle the weight of the bridge above them. If the foundation fails, then everything will sink and the bridge will break. Anytime you are building anything, the foundation is the most important part, Nala says. So then, it is just like when you are fighting and your footing is the most important part. Yes, your footing is the foundation of your body. If you have bad footing, you can't use all of your strength and you will be knocked down easier. Mushu says, "Okay, that makes sense. All right, then if everyone understands, give it a try." Mulan says, "Wait, you want us to build the support? Number, I want each of you to try shaping the stone so that you can see how it feels. You never know when you may need to build a shelter or dig for something. Once you have practiced a bit, you can go back to the castle and do whatever you want. I will stay here and build the bridge." Under my direction, each of the kids takes a turn and tries out stone shaping. I quickly realize that Lynn's lessons need more practical aspects. The kids don't control their mana well. Well, I am asking them to work with stone when all but Albion are fire users. It takes about a half of an hour for the kids to get the hang of working with stone. Once they have it down, I show them a few more tricks and tips before sending them home. After they leave, I get to work and fix the things that they messed up while learning. After the first support has reached above the water level, I move on to the next one. I can't complete the support right now since I don't know the exact height that it needs to be. I plan to get all the supports to where they are above the water, then start on the bridge. However, I come up with an idea and quickly move along the ocean floor, starting all the supports. I realize that I only need the line to make sure the supports are straight, meaning that once all the supports are started, I won't need the line anymore. That will remove the constant draw on my mana and allow me to work longer before I need a break. The main downside of this project is that I won't be able to work on my core. I will need all of my mana for shaping the stone, so my core will have to wait for now. Once I have started all the supports and made sure they are straight, I go back and work on the second support. Now that I have taken down the line, my next goal is to get all the supports above the water. I am shaping the supports so that they look like a pencil that is sharpened at both ends. It is something that I remember from my world. I think it is meant to reduce the erosion caused by the water. I am planning to make the bridge as strong as I possibly can. Then I will enchant it. If everything goes well, this bridge should be able to last for centuries. This is something that I feel I need to do. After all, I won't be around later to repair it. I plan to put a self-repair enchantment on the bridge, so it should last as long as the enchantment holds. I have no idea how long it takes for an enchantment to fail, but nothing lasts forever. As long as the bridge can last for a couple of 100 years, I will be satisfied. By that point, technology or magic should have advanced enough for a new bridge to be built. Even if not, by then I am sure someone will figure something else out. Either way, I will be long dead, so it isn't something that I need to worry about. I managed to complete 2 more supports before I run out of mana for a total of 3. Keeping the bubble of air up while working underwater is what is costing me the most mana. Chapter 1186. As I leave and fly back towards the ship, I try to think of a more efficient way. Shape-shifting into a Meg won't work well because they have to keep moving to breathe. I need a form that has active gills so that I can breath while staying still. On the other hand, shape-shifting into something that doesn't need to breathe would work too. Now that I think of it, if I use the Earth Golem form, I wouldn't need to breathe. Not only that, it should make working with the stone easier as well. I will give it a try once my mana has recovered and see how well it works. When I get back to the port, I look around until I spot Stillwater and then land near him. Not far away from where he is standing is a pile of metals, but it isn't very big. Stillwater, is this all that you have found? Stillwater says, I am afraid so. It looks like this place was only used to transfer cargo. Nothing was stored here. Most of this was found in abandoned buildings and was covered in dust. All right. Well, thank you for trying. Stillwater says, it isn't enough, is it? Nope, not even close. For what I am planning, I need tons of material. Stillwater says, well, we can still check the other city and the towns. Maybe we can find somewhere on the island to mine. No, don't bother. That would take way too long, and I don't plan on us staying here. I will figure something out. For now, I want you to get your people to start packing. In a couple of days, we will leave for the mountain. Stillwater says understood. I gather up the pile of metal, put it in my pouch, then fly to the ship and enter into the castle. I find Lynn and Bella in the tattoo room, doing some tattoos on a pair of elves. I let them know that I am back and that I am going to go eat some dinner. They promise to join me once they finish the tattoos they are working on. Inside the main room, I find the kids have already eaten and are now watching cartoons. I am hungry, but not so hungry that I can't wait a while for Lynn and Bella to join me. Eating with others is always preferable to eating alone. I had enough of that in the pit. While waiting for the girls, I join the kids and hang out watching cartoons with them. When Lynn and Bella finally come in, I join them and we eat dinner together. The kids also join us, even though they already ate, but they basically just snack. However, instead of resting, Lynn and Bella go back to do more tattoos after they finish eating. So, I head upstairs alone and sleep for a few hours before Lynn wakes me up. After we have a couple of rounds of fun, Lynn goes to sleep and I head downstairs. I have some breakfast then, head outside and fly back to the bridge site. Then I shapeshift into the Earth Golem form, but I try to modify it so I keep my mind. Last time I used this form, I had some trouble with my thoughts being sluggish. I don't want that to happen this time since I am building something instead of digging. Once I am shapeshifted, I enter into the water and start walking towards the 4th support. This form doesn't need air, so I can save mana by using it, but it is extremely slow. I am not used to moving this slow, so I quickly get frustrated with it. In the end, I stop and modify the shape to try and make it able to move faster. I won't be moving things physically, so it doesn't need to be big and bulky. It also doesn't use muscles to move, so slimming the form down doesn't matter. Once I have modified it, I find that I can move about as fast as a normal human. The speed is much better and nowhere near as frustrating, so I decide that it is good enough. I make my way to the 4th support and get to work shaping the stone. As I was hoping, shaping the stone is much easier while using this form. The cost of shaping the stone is reduced to almost half and the shaping is also faster. The best part is that while using this form, fusing the stone to all be one piece doesn't cost me anything. In fact, I find that I can spend some mana to improve the quality and strength of the stone. Once I figure that out, I finish the 4th support and then go back to strengthen the first 3. As soon as that is done, I move on to the 5th support and get to work. Even with reinforcing the stone, I am still using less mana for each support. I am putting a support every 250 feet, so the total number of supports will be around 30. The problem is that I am not sure if that is going to be enough or if it is too many. If I wasn't using magic, I wouldn't have the confidence to even try building a bridge. I know that there is a lot of math involved in determining how many supports are needed. However, I have no clue whatsoever of the formulas needed to figure that out. I am just guessing and hoping that the magic can make up for everything that I don't know. I managed to complete 12 more supports before I run out of mana. That gives me a total of 16 complete, roughly half of what I think I will need. I also am happy that I didn't encounter any problems with my thoughts getting sluggish. As I fly back to the ship, I am trying to think of where I can get the metals I need. With the Earth Golem form, I can probably mine what I need, but it would still take some time. I suppose that I could try to build the bridge only using stone. It might hold. It isn't like the bridge will need to handle the weight of fully loaded semis. It is only going to be used by horse-drawn carriages at most. That should be easy enough to support. Still, I would rather reinforce it with metal if I can figure out where to get some. I don't have time. But I do have money still, so I could always buy the metal I need. I need to go to the Southern Empire to check if they have any more elves anyway. So, I can go there and see if they have the amount of metals that I need. However, right now, I don't have the mana to open a gate, so I go looking for Lynn. She isn't asleep when I get back, so I look for her in the tattoo room, but she isn't there either. When I ask Jarvis, he tells me that Lynn is not currently in the castle, so I go back outside. Athena, do you know where Lynn is currently? Chapter 11, 87. Athena says, Lynn is currently in Brightfire's cabin. All right, thank you. I am not sure why Lynn would be in Brightfire's cabin, but I know where it is, so I head there. On my way, every elf I see stops to bow, and only then do I remember I still have the crown on. I didn't take it off because I was expecting to need to cast the buff again. It is only as I am thinking of that I realize I was wearing the crown when I shapeshifted. That means that the crown shifted with me without me even knowing about it. I had no idea that the crown could do that, but I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. Since it isn't causing any problems and the elves seem to like me wearing it, I guess I will leave it on. I would have to get used to wearing it all the time later anyway. May as well do it now. Besides, it will affect how people see me and might make some things easier. Wait, is the fact that I was wearing the crown the reason I got that quest? It is possible. Me wearing the crown may have made the system treat me as a king. If that is the case, then am I going to get more quests related to being a king? I guess I will just have to wait and see if I do or not. It won't really be a bad thing either way, especially if the quests have good rewards. As I am thinking about it, I quickly arrive at the door of Brightfire's cabin, so I knock. Brightfire says, "Who is it?" It is me, Ash. Brightfire opens the door and says, "Ash, did you need something?" Athena told me that Lynn was here and I need to ask her something. Brightfire says, "Oh, come on in," Lynn says. "Ash, I thought you were still working on the bridge. What did you need?" "Well, I need to go to the Southern Empire, but my mana is drained. Before that, though, what is going on with you? Is something wrong?" Lynn says, "I came to Brightfire for some advice." Brightfire says, "Unfortunately, I've never been in this sort of situation." "What situation? What is going on?" Lynn blushes and says, "It is about Bella. She kind of confessed that she likes me." "Well, of course she likes you," Lynn says. She likes me the way you like me?" Oh, I see. "So she is a lesbian," Lynn says. "I don't know that word." "Oh, it is from my world." "It is a woman who is attracted to other women instead of men. I take it this hasn't happened to you before?" Lynn says, "No, it hasn't." "What am I supposed to do?" "Well, that depends. Are you attracted to her?" Lynn says, I am not sure. I've never thought about it. Why are you so calm about this?" "It is easier to be calm when it is not me facing the situation. Besides, same-sex relationships were fairly common in my world, so I am not disturbed by it. I am guessing that they are not as common here." Lynn says, "No, they aren't. While they do exist, it is not generally accepted, so the people in those situations tend to keep quiet about it. Before I met you, I had so many men chasing after me that the fact that a woman might be attracted to me never crossed my mind. Well, it has happened now, so you need to decide how you feel about it. Then once you know that, you can decide what answer you want to give to Bella. Don't try to answer her until you are sure of how you feel." Lynn says, "Wait, are you saying you would be okay with it? Shouldn't you be telling me to turn her down and that I am yours?" "First, I don't own you. We aren't even married yet, so I have no room to tell you what to do. I'll be honest. If it was another man, I would be extremely jealous and against it. However, I also have no room to object to sharing you when I am already asking you to share me with Miria, Lynn says. Ash, you really are the most unique man that I have ever met. That you don't try to control me just makes me love you even more. Brightfire says, if Lynn decides to be with Bella, how is that going to work? Do you plan to take Bella in as well? That depends on them. If Bella only likes women, then she will be Lynn's girlfriend while I will be Lynn's husband. We will have to sit down and work things out to try and prevent any conflicts. But I think we can make it work. If Bella like both men and women, then things will be more complicated. Brightfire says, why would that make things more complicated? Because of Miria. I have already made commitments towards her, so she would have to be involved before adding someone new. Personally, I hope that Bella only likes women and is willing to share. Lynn says, why is that? Because then you would have someone to keep you company when I can't be around. It would be even better if Bella ends up liking Miria as well. My biggest worry about the way things are going to be in the future is not being able to keep everyone happy. Lynn says, I don't even want to think about that right now. I have enough on my mind just trying to figure out how I feel about Bella. Lynn, does the idea of being with another woman disgust you? Lynn says, number at least. I don't think it does. That is simple to figure out. Just imagine doing things with her and see if you get disgusted or excited by it. Lynn closes her eyes to try what I said, and Brightfire stares at me with a confused look on her face. I motion for Brightfire not to say anything just yet. I don't want Lynn to be distracted. After a minute, I notice a smile on Lynn's face. It looks like she doesn't find the idea disgusting. Lynn opens her eyes and says, okay, what do I do now? I would suggest you go find Bella and have a candid conversation with her. Explain that this idea is new to you and that you are willing to explore it, but she needs to know that you will be marrying me. Tell her everything you are thinking and feeling. Then see what she thinks about it all. Lynn says, all right, I will go do that right now. Wait, before that, can you open a portal to the Southern Empire for me? Lynn says, oh, right. Sorry, I forgot. Wait, am I going with you? That was my original intention, but it is up to you, Lynn says. I want to go with you, but if I do, it is going to feel like I am running away. I think I will stay and talk with Bella. Why don't you take Brightfire with you instead? That is a good idea. If they have found more elves, I will need someone to calm them down and convince them to go through a gate. Chapter 11, 88. Brightfire says, sure, I can do that. There is nothing here that I need to do right now. Okay, then it is decided. Lynn says, all right. Let's head to our cabin. I will use the platform there to open the gate. Oh, how will you get back? Don't worry. I will either stay there until I have enough mana to gate back, or find another source of mana. Lynn says, oh, okay, let's go then. It doesn't take us long to walk to our cabin, and once there Lynn opens the gate. Brightfire and I go through once it is open, and soon find ourselves inside the palace of the Southern Empire. Before opening the door, I shapeshift into my human form since that is what they are used to. As soon as the door is opened, one guard runs off right away while the other greets us. The remaining guard leads us to the throne room where we are allowed to enter immediately. It looks like court is in session, but as we enter, Am dismisses his ministers and nobles. Emperor Am says, Ash, welcome back. I wasn't expecting to see you again so soon. Is there something I can help you with? Honestly, I forgot to ask about the progress of rescuing elves the last time I was here. Also, I wanted to visit the merchants of your city to purchase some materials for a project I am working on. Emperor Am says, I also forgot to mention the elves last time you were here. I am happy to report that we have collected every remaining elf that we were able to locate. We currently have a little less than 2,000 elves gathered for you. Brightfire says, that is amazing. Thank you, Am. This is a great favor that you have done for me. Emperor Am says, then simply call it repayment for what you have done for my wife and me. As to the other reason you are here, simply state what you need and in what amounts. My men will contact the merchants for you and save you some time. Thank you. There are 3 metals I am looking for, and I will buy all that can be found. The Emperor summons some messengers and has me list the 3 metals I want. The messengers then leave to visit every merchant in the city to check if they have the materials. Emperor Am says, they will soon return with the information on who has the materials you want. The materials will be reserved in my name, so you don't need to worry about anyone else buying them. Once we know which merchants have the materials, one of my guards will guide you around to them to buy the metals. All right. Thank you. Oh, where are the elves? Emperor Am says, I didn't want to repeat the mistake from last time, so we created a temporary village for them near our main port. We already checked and made sure that no demons were hidden among them this time. Excellent. Brightfire, why don't you fly ahead and explain things to them? Get them ready to travel, and I will catch up once I purchase the materials. Brightfire says, sure, I'd be happy to. Emperor Am provides a map to Brightfire and then invites me to join him for lunch. After Brightfire heads out, Am and I move to a private room where lunch is served. Once the food is laid out, Am dismisses everyone else, even his guards. While we wait for his messengers to return, we eat and discuss the future. It turns out, Am has been making plans to take a chunk of the demons' lands. The forces that the demons have on the borders has been drastically reduced. This could be because they are massing to invade the peninsula, or it could be a result of the losses they have suffered. I point out that it could also be a trick to lure the empires into attacking. Am says that he has considered that, but he is willing to take that chance. Are you worried about the Northern Empire making a move first? Emperor Am says. Yes, I am. Whoever moves first will get the biggest gains. We are fairly balanced in power right now. If that is going to shift, it needs to shift in my favor. Even if you manage to claim new lands, it will be a while before you get any benefits from the new lands, right? Emperor Am says, that is true. But as an emperor, I need to plan as far into the future as I am able to. Even if you do manage to get more land, whoever takes more casualties is going to end up the loser. If I was in your position, I would try to trick the Northern Empire into moving first. Whoever moves first will be the one to suffer from the demons' counterattack. Emperor, Am says, you think the demons are capable of fighting back? Absolutely. The only way they wouldn't be able to do it is if you wait until the war between me and them begins. Until then, they still have plenty of forces that they can move around. Emperor Am says, I hadn't considered that. They lost a lot against you in the north, and they didn't really react to it. Most of those losses were the demonic beasts. The demons didn't lose all that much. Demonic beasts are nothing but cannon fodder to the demons. Emperor Am says, you think they are pretending to be weak? I can't be sure, but if I was in their position, I would be. I would want to lure you into making a move so I can weaken you before turning my attention to the peninsula. Emperor Am says, I am really glad that you came to visit. I almost made a huge mistake. So, any advice on how to make the Northern Empire move first? Simple. They should be just as nervous as you are. Just act like you are rushing to be the first, and they will try to move even faster. Emperor Am says, you are probably right. All right, that is what we will do. My advice would be to let the demons counterattack the Northern Empire, and then attack the demons as soon as the battle ends. You can claim whatever land you can hold after that. Emperor Am says, all right. That sounds like a good plan. We will do that. Thank you for the advice. No problem. We are allies after all. Emperor Am says, for now, we will plan on only taking about half of what we can hold. I want to be sure that we have enough strength left to be able to attack them when they attack you. After finishing our chat and the food, we return to the throne room to check on the messengers. It turns out that they all returned a while ago, but no one dared to disturb the Emperor. Soon after, I leave the palace with the captain of the guard who leads me to the merchants. Chapter 1189. The 3 materials I am looking for are fairly common, and it turns out that the merchants have a lot of them. The first few merchants we visit have several tons of each of them, which I buy. However, I don't stop there. We visit and clean out every merchant in the capital. In the end, I get about 30 tons of each of the 3 metals that I need. I still have plenty of gold, but getting more materials would take time I don't want to spend. First, I will head back, turn these into the alloy, and then see where I stand. If I end up needing more, I can head to Demon Hunter City to see if I can buy more. For now, I head back to the palace to say goodbye to Am, and then head for the elves. When I get there, I find Empress Atesh there with Brightfire, so I land and shapeshift. Empress Atesh says, "Hello, Ash. It is good to see you again." "You as well? I was wondering why I didn't see you in the palace." Empress Atesh says, "My husband can't leave the palace very often, so it falls to me to make sure things in the rest of the empire are as reported." "Ah, surprise inspections," Empress Atesh says. "Exactly. I hate doing it, but I find things that weren't reported every single time. It is enough to drive me insane." "Have there been any problems with the elves?" Empress Atesh says. "Not the elves themselves, but some people tried to steal some of their supplies." "Well, thank you for taking care of them personally." Empress Atesh says, "No problem. Will you be taking them today?" "Brightfire, are they ready to travel?" Brightfire says, "Yes, they are. They are in a lot better shape than most that you have rescued. We can leave any time." "Great. In that case, yes, we will be leaving today." Empress Atesh says, "All right. Then I wish you safe travels, and I hope you and Lynn can visit us again soon." "We probably will. I will want to run away from the politics just as soon as I get home." Empress Atesh says, "I can completely understand that. Good luck. Thanks. I will probably need it." "All right, Brightfire, let's get this started." Brightfire says, "Okay. First, let me introduce you to everyone. Do you have enough mana now, or do we need to wait a while?" "Not yet. I should have enough in about an hour." Brightfire says, "That should be enough time for you to meet everyone." "All right, what form do you want to introduce me in? Should we start with human, so I don't scare them? Or beastmen first?" Brightfire says, "Go with your normal form. I have already told everyone what you are, and since you are wearing the crown, your form won't matter much. You think the crown will keep them from being scared of me?" Brightfire says, "If they just met you randomly, probably not. Since they know ahead of time, I think they will be okay." "All right, I will trust you. Let's do this." After looking around to make sure Atesh is out of sight, I drop shapeshift and follow Brightfire. Surprisingly, she was right. The elves she takes me to do not freak out at all. In fact, the elves she introduces me to all look extremely happy to meet me. I make an effort to memorize their names and what skills they have as they are introduced to me. To my surprise, one young woman introduces herself as a mage. I am sure there must be quite a story behind an elven slave becoming a mage. Maybe if I have some time later, I will ask her what that story is. But for now, I just make a mental note to introduce her to Lynn. Lynn is far more capable than me when it comes to the magic system of this world. She will be able to see what skill level the elf is at, and might even take her as an apprentice. Once the introductions are done, all of the elves take a knee and swear to me as their king. Thanks to the crown, I now know that there are exactly 1,876 new elves. This will be a huge boost to the elves' population, and I am glad we don't have to try and squeeze them onto the ship. After the fealty ceremony, it only takes a few minutes for the elves to gather up their few belongings. At this point, all that is left is for me to open the gate, and keep it open long enough for them to all go through. I have enough mana to open the gate, but I am not sure I can hold it long enough. To buy myself a little time, I contact Stillwater and have him move the platform from my cabin. I tell him to put it in an open area and prepare for almost 2,000 elves to come through. It takes about 15 minutes before he contacts me again to say that everything is prepared. By that point, all the elves on my side have lined up and are ready to rush through the gate as soon as it opens. Once I am sure that everything is ready, I open the gate and order the elves to go. To reassure everyone that it is safe, Brightfire leads the way through the gate. However, it doesn't seem to be necessary as the elves don't hesitate at all. As soon as I give the order, they start rushing through the gate without waiting to see what happens to Brightfire. This will help a lot since it will keep the time I need to hold the gate open to a minimum. Luckily, my mana holds out long enough to get everyone through. Just barely. I go through last, and when I get to the other side, I see an amazing sight. All the elves have come out to welcome the newcomers, so I am surrounded by thousands of elves. There are a lot of tearful reunions as family members that thought they were alone find each other. Even those that don't find family are happy just to see more elves being freed. Of course, it soon turns into a huge party to welcome the new elves. Unfortunately, now that I am acting as the king, I can't escape like I normally would. After a bit, I realize that I don't see Lynn or Bella anywhere among the crowd. They might still be doing tattoos, but I don't think any of the elves are missing. The kids are here. But when I ask them, they say they haven't seen them. I guess the two of them must still be talking, so I don't go looking for them. After opening the gate, I am completely out of mana, so I wouldn't be able to do any work anyway. With that being the case, I try to relax and enjoy the party. But it isn't easy. Socializing is definitely not my strong suit. I would much rather be reading manga. However, the elves seem to be enjoying having me here, so I stick around. Chapter 1190. The party goes on for a couple of hours, but I end up having a bit of fun. However, the amount of female elves who try to offer me fruit is truly terrifying. Now I am kind of glad that Lynn isn't around. She would be teasing me to no end. It is bad enough that I notice Brightfire smirking at me every time that it happens. When the party finally winds down, I take the kids back to the castle with me. However, I still don't see Lynn anywhere, and I am starting to get curious. Once the kids are distracted by the TV, I ask Jarvis where she is, and he answers that she is in Bella's room. I am surprised that they would still be talking after this long, but I don't plan to interfere. Instead, I spend some time with the kids until they fall asleep, then I head upstairs. I have been reading manga for a few hours when Lynn finally comes into the bedroom. The first thing I notice when she walks in is that her face seems really red. For some reason, she freezes when she sees me, which makes me wonder what is going on. Hey, I was wondering where you were. How did the conversation go? Lynn blushes and says, better than I expected. Then why are you blushing? Oh, did it go beyond talking? Lynn blushes harder and says, yeah, it did. You don't have to be embarrassed. It is not like you did it behind my back. So, did you have fun? Lynn says, yes, I enjoyed it. That is good. So, then I take it that Bella didn't mind about us? Lynn says no, she doesn't mind. She doesn't like men, so she and I will be seeing each other. Well, I guess we will. The conversation kind of got sidetracked when I told her I had never been with a woman. It is fine. I am sure you will figure it out. Lynn says, you are being more understanding about this than I was expecting. Even though you encouraged me, I kind of expected you to be jealous or angry. No, I meant what I said. If she makes you happy and you make her happy, then everything is good. I don't even mind if some nights you are sated and don't want to have fun with me. Lynn says, I doubt that is going to happen. While being with Bella was enjoyable, it wasn't as satisfying as being with you. If anything, it made me crave you more. Oh, okay then. Lynn quickly proves that she wasn't just saying that, and if anything, she is more vigorous than usual. We have fun for longer than usual, but eventually Lynn has had enough and falls asleep. I also sleep for a few hours, but I get up when my mana pool is almost full. Lynn is still sound asleep when I get up, so I am careful not to wake her as I leave. I fly out to the building site and shapeshift into my modified Earth elemental form. As soon as the shapeshift is complete, I sink into the water and get to work on the supports. After a few hours of work, I manage to get the last support above the surface. With the supports done for now, I return to the shore on the island and think about how I want to do the next part. I think my best bet will be to create the I-beam, bring the supports up to it, and then build the rest of the bridge. I am really glad that I have magic. I can't imagine trying to make the I-beam by hand. For one thing, there is no way I could cast it as a single piece without magic. For another, I would need cranes to get it into position, even as smaller pieces. Well, first things first, I need to combine all the metals I got into the alloy. Then I can turn it into an I-beam and see how much I have left after that. Smelting the metals into the alloy turns out to be easier than expected thanks to the elemental form. It also doesn't use much mana, which allows me to recover quite a bit while I am working. Turning the alloy ingots into an I-beam turns out to be quite a bit harder. Although getting it started is the hardest part, once it is started, it gets easier. Once I have the first part of the I-beam created, I stop long enough to anchor it. After it is anchored into the stone of the shore, I start working on extending it. However, I don't bring up the support yet. I want to get the I-beam in place first. In fact, I want to complete the entire I-beam first so I can make sure the placement is right. I plan for the bridge to have a slight arc to it, since I am not confident of making a normal bridge. The problem is that I am not sure the I-beam will be able to support itself in the meantime. The best plan I can come up with is to complete the I-beam all in one go so I can support it with magic if needed. I think my mana will be enough, but it is going to take quite a bit of time to do. Since I can't think of a better way, I go ahead and get started with extending the I-beam. However, it isn't long before the beam becomes too heavy to support itself. I should have known this wouldn't work, so I go ahead and bring up a support to hold it. I could support it with magic, but this early in the process, it just isn't worth it. It would take more mana to support the beam than it would to complete it. Not to mention that I would run out of mana long before the beam is finished, so I am just going to have to use the supports and then adjust things later. It is going to make things more complicated, but I don't have much of a choice. This was probably a bad idea. I really don't have the proper knowledge of engineering. If this works at all, it is going to be due to luck and magic more than anything. However, now that I have started, I may as well finish it and hope it works. If it collapses when I finish it, I will just think of another way to connect the island. In fact, I could probably just build one-way gates on either side to connect them. Wait, why didn't I think of that sooner? That would have been so much easier to set up. Oh well, it is too late now. I have already started, so I may as well finish. Besides, I am actually curious to see if it will actually work out, or if it will collapse. Although, if it does collapse, that will be a pretty fun show to watch. Besides, even if it collapses, I can always recover the metals to use for something else. So, with that in mind, I get back to work on extending the beam. At least now I am less worried since I have a backup plan if this fails. More hours pass as I continue working, and then Lynn shows up looking for me. When she shows up, I take a break to eat with her and then go back to work. Before she leaves, I tell her that I won't be back until the bridge is done. Chapter 11, 91. That way she won't worry about me and she can even spend some time with Bella. If the two of them are going to have a proper relationship, then they need to put time into it. Besides, Lynn has a lot to learn about being in a relationship with another woman. That is something that I can't help her with. I know nothing at all about it. At least nothing that didn't come from a certain type of movie, and that won't help Lynn at all. As far as that stuff goes, I am sure that Bella will be a much better teacher for her. I need to stop thinking in that direction, otherwise I will get too distracted and make mistakes. I do my best to wipe such thoughts from my mind and focus on my work. As the beam grows longer, I keep raising supports as needed to support it. Eventually, after more hours have passed, the beam finally reaches the opposite shore. After anchoring it properly, I fly off to the side to take a look at how it turned out. However, what I see is not an arc or flat. It looks more like a weak set of waves. Obviously, I have made several mistakes that I now have to go back and fix. Luckily, magic allows me to reshape the alloy without having to break it down and redo it. Of course, I also need to change the heights of the supports as I fix the beam. I frequently take breaks to fly off to the side and check my progress in fixing it. It is a good thing that I do, because I make some mistakes as I am fixing things. Stopping and checking my work ends up saving me lots of time, but it is a little frustrating. Eventually, I manage to get it all fixed and into the shape that I want it to be. After that, I raise the rest of the supports to match the beam, and then check the remaining materials. I have to stop and think about how many ingots I used, but I think I have enough for another beam. I hope that I do. I will feel a lot better about the bridge's stability with a second beam. Since there is only one way to find out, I check my mana and then begin making the second beam. If it turns out that I don't have enough alloy, I will just have to go buy more. In fact, I am pretty sure that I am going to need to because I have a plan. Once the beams are done, I want to link them to the supports by sinking alloy spikes into them. Then, as I wrap the stone around the beams, I will fuse it to the supports as well. That should keep the bridge intact even if there is an earthquake or tsunami. At least, that is what I am hoping, but only if it can stand under its own weight. Or I guess I should say that that is the goal rather than my hope. Whether or not I will actually be able to do it remains to be seen. I managed to complete about half of the second beam before I run out of mana. Once my mana is empty, I head back to the castle. But when I enter, I find the kids are asleep, Not wanting to disturb them, I quietly head upstairs expecting to find Lynn there. However, I find our bed empty. Lynn must be somewhere doing something. I am not worried about it, so I eat a pizza and then go to sleep for a few hours. When I wake up, Lynn still isn't back, so I head downstairs to take a bath. I don't have the mana to work on my core, but I can still enjoy a nice, relaxing bath. As I am soaking, I have a sudden thought and realize that I have been an idiot. I climb out of the bath, leave the castle, and fly up to the platform where the crystals are. I haven't checked on them in a while, but they are still absorbing and storing pure mana. They are not all equal, so I pick the fullest one and carefully withdraw some mana. Filling my mana pool to the top doesn't even make a noticeable difference in the crystal. With my mana filled up, I fly back to the bridge and get back to work on the second beam. A few hours later, when the second beam is almost done, I run out of alloy. Having been expecting it for a while, I just calmly fly back to the port and use the platform there. I gate to Demon Hunter City and immediately go looking for Zachariah. I took all the materials he had last time I left, but I am hoping that he has restocked by now. It turns out that he has, and he also gets more of what I need from other merchants. It doesn't even cost me any gold. I just have to enchant some more weapons for him. This gives me the chance to practice enchanting with Divided Mind. Since I am using the same enchantments, it is fairly easy to do 2 weapons at the same time. It only takes me a couple of hours to enchant all the weapons Zachariah has available. In return, I get more metal than I was able to buy in the Southern Empire. Hiding congratulations! Skill Divided Mind has progressed to level 2. Divided Mind level 2 allows you to split your mind into 2 parts. Each part can focus on a separate task. It feels good to be able to have a skill level up again, but I don't let myself get distracted. I have a meal with Zachariah and then immediately gate back to the island. I make a quick stop by the floating platform to refill my mana and then get back to work on the bridge. First, I convert all of the new metals into alloy ingots. Then I continue work on the beam. At that point, it only takes me about an hour to finish the second beam. Then I take the rest of the alloy and start putting spikes into the supports. Once the spikes are in the supports, I fuse them into the beams to make them all one piece. When all the supports are connected, I go back and start reinforcing all of the alloy. The earth elemental form helps, but it still takes a lot of mana to do. I end up having to make several trips back to the floating platform to refill my mana. Once all of the alloy is reinforced, I begin the final part of the process, bringing up more stone and forming the top part of the bridge around the beams. The bridge itself is going to be wide enough for 2 wagons to pass at once, plus a little extra space on either side so I can add railings for safety's sake. Not to mention that since I can shape them any way I want, they should look pretty good. For a minute, the thought of putting gargoyles to defend the bridge crosses my mind. However, that would take a lot more time, and I don't have much left to spare. If I don't get back to the mountain soon, Miria is going to give me a hard time. Chapter 1192. Then again, she will give me a hard time anyway, just in a different way. That is something that I am worried about and looking forward to at the same time. However, that is something that I will just have to deal with when it happens. For now, I focus on the bridge and try not to worry about things in the future. The hardest part of this last phase is bringing up the stone from the ground. I can't use the stone near the bridge because it would weaken the foundations. Pulling stone from further away isn't hard. It just takes more mana to move it. Once again, I have to make multiple trips to draw mana from the crystals. When I return to the bridge after the 7th trip, I find a huge surprise waiting for me. There is a group of beastmen on the far shore where the bridge is going to connect. That isn't the surprising part. Among them are 3 beings that I instantly recognize. Asuna, Haku, and Eckhard are visible among the group, but I have no idea why they are here. I quickly fly over to see them, and they pounce on me as soon as I land. However, since I am in my normal form, they are not able to knock me over. Instead, they just climb up my body until they can grab hold of my neck and hug me. "What are you guys doing here?" Asuna says. "We wanted to see you." Haku says, "Miria told us you were here, so we came to find you." Eckhard says, "We missed you, Daddy." "Ah, I missed you guys too. It is good to see you for real. Who are the Beastmen?" Asuna says, "They are the ones that are willing to live in the port or become part of the ship's crew." Oh, that was fast. I didn't expect Miria to find people so soon. Haku says, from what they told us on the way here, they were mostly bored and looking for something to do. Others really like the ocean. With the kids hanging on me, I talk to the beastmen and have them set up camp. They will camp here until the bridge is finished, which shouldn't be too long. Then, I fly back to the ship while carrying the kids and take them into the castle. Of course, things instantly get noisy and hectic once the 7 kids see each other. It doesn't take long for the massive amount of noise to lure out Lynn and Bella. They both come out of Bella's room, but I don't say a word about it. The 3 of us all end up drawn into the kids' play, and it lasts for several hours. It only stops because the kids are all hungry, so a break is called, and I start taking out the pizzas. Asuna, Haku, and Eckhard haven't had pizza before, so it is quite a surprise for them. Luckily for us, the kids end up eating too much and are forced to take a nap. Once the 7 of them are all piled up in the nest and napping, the 3 of us can finally relax. Trying to keep up with all 7 of them is really exhausting. Lynn says, that was intense. Are they going to be like this all the time? Number, at least. I don't think so. They were just really excited. They should be calmer when they wake up, I hope, Bella says. They may be intense, but they are also super cute. It is like watching a bunch of living plushies. I just want to hug them to death. Well, don't go that far, but they all love being hugged, although some of them are not as soft as they look, Bella says. Is it really all right? Yeah, just wait till they wake up. Don't end the piece in quiet just yet, Bella says. Oh, I wasn't planning to. Lynn says, what are your plans? I will wait till they wake up and spend some more time with them. Then I will go finish the bridge. Lynn gives me a smile and then drags me upstairs for a round of fun before the kids wake up. She is very energetic, almost like she is trying to make up for something. I am guessing that she still feels guilty because she has been spending time with Bella. It would seem that no matter how many times I tell her it is fine, she still doesn't believe me. I guess that I will just have to wait until my actions prove my words. We end things after just one round because we hear the kids wake up and start moving. While I would prefer to continue, it wouldn't be fair to leave Bella alone with the kids. So, I get up and head downstairs while Lynn is still catching her breath. What I see when I get downstairs is Bella laughing amongst a pile of kids. It looks like she is enjoying herself immensely, and I am half tempted to turn around. However, the kids spot me before I can, and I soon end up under a pile of kids as well. After a while, Lynn joins us, but the 3 of us are still outnumbered. The play stops after a while, and Mulan starts feeding Eckhard with the things they collected in the Shadow Realm. He was the same size as when I left, but he quickly starts growing with the new food. He is ecstatic to finally be growing, and Mulan has to force him to eat slowly. Mulan keeps feeding him until his size matches that of Mushu before she stops him. She doesn't want him to grow too much, too fast, because it may cause him harm. As soon as Eckhard is done growing, he starts running all over the place, yelling his head off. It seems that not being able to grow was more of a burden on him than I thought. I really wish that I had thought of feeding him things from the Shadow Plane. I just hope that he can grow properly from now on and not develop any mental hang-ups about it. At the moment, he seems like he is too happy about growing to care about anything else. I mainly just hope that he doesn't come to resent me for all the time he had to stay small. Although, if any of the kids end up resenting me, I can't really say I would blame them. Mulan suddenly ends the play by suggesting that all the kids go into the training room, since that means we will get a break. No one tries to stop them. Besides, they have fought each other plenty in the Soulscape. Training together will be good for them. It also means that they will be busy for a while, and that I can go try to finish the bridge. Lynn and Bella will still be here, so even if they finish while I am gone, it should be all right. Although, with the time dilation on, several days will pass for them while I am working on the bridge. With that in mind, I ask Lynn whether or not she wants me to leave the time dilation on. To my surprise, she decides to leave it on, despite it meaning she needs to watch the kids longer. Bella also seems surprised, but she doesn't say anything, so I leave it be. Chapter 1193. I leave them to it, head back to the bridge, and get to work on finishing it. It takes several hours for me to complete the top section of the bridge, but I am not quite finished yet. However, before I move on to the last few things, I go and talk to the Beastmen. Something has me curious, and that is the fact that none of the Beastmen reacted to my new form, or my crown for that matter. But when I ask, they say that Miria briefed them about it. Since they knew ahead of time, they weren't surprised, and that is why they didn't react. I am a little disappointed that I didn't get to surprise them, but also glad I didn't have to deal with drama. Once they gather up their things, I lead them across the bridge and to the port. There, I introduce them to the elves and make sure everyone gets along. The elves have restored a number of buildings, so the Beastmen already have places to stay. I tell Stillwater to get everyone ready to move the next day and then return to the bridge. I have two last things that I need to do: put up the railings and reinforce the stone. The railings only take me a few minutes, but reinforcing the stone takes a lot longer. As I am reinforcing it, I add patterning to the surface to improve traction. It also makes it look better in my opinion, although it does also look more normal. While I am at it, I also add some decorative touches to the railings as well. Once all that is done, the only thing left to do is to enchant the entire bridge. The two main enchantments that I add are strength and self-repair, but there is still capacity left. Since weather would be the main concern, I add protections against wind and water. Even with that, there is some capacity left, so I spend a few minutes thinking what else to add. I come up with an idea, but to do it, I have to go back and modify the railings. The modification is adding poles every 15 feet or so and enchanting them with light. Making it so they only light up when it is dark takes me a minute to figure out. After that, there is only a tiny bit of capacity left, so I decide to ignore it and call it done. As soon as I am done with the enchantments, I fly up and circle around the bridge. Even if I am saying so myself, the bridge looks really good and really sturdy. Honestly, I am surprised that it turned out so well despite my lack of knowledge. I was totally expecting something to go wrong, or for it to collapse entirely. In fact, everything went so well that it makes me a little suspicious. However, I am not going to look a gift horse in the mouth and take the win. After admiring the bridge for a few minutes, I turn and fly back to the port. I let Stillwater know that the bridge is complete and we will be leaving as planned. I was planning to go back to the castle next, but I get roped into helping with something else. To make it easier to travel, the elves have been working on some wagons. However, they don't have any beasts of burden to pull them, so Stillwater asks for my help. At first, I think of enchanting the wagons to move on their own, but there isn't enough capacity. Since that is the case, my second thought is using summoning magic to summon a beast to pull the wagon. The problem is that I am only a little familiar with summoning magic. The next thought that occurs to me is to make golems to pull the wagons. That idea would definitely work, but it would take quite a bit of time to make the golems. Time that I don't really have, although the time dilation in the castle would help. I suppose if I made the golems simple enough, it wouldn't take all that long. It is not like they need to be super complex to be able to pull some wagons. I still have alloy left over from building the bridge, enough to make the frames. If I use the stone for the rest of the body, then it won't be too hard to make. Stillwater, how many wagons are you making? Stillwater says 10. That is all we have the proper materials for. How heavy will they be? How strong does the beast pulling it need to be? Stillwater says, if we were using a normal animal, it would take 4 to 6 to pull them. All right, I will make 2 golems for each wagon. That should be more than enough to pull them even when fully loaded. Stillwater says, that is 20 golems. How long is that going to take? Not long. I will make them in the castle. They should be ready for us to leave tomorrow. Stillwater looks like he doesn't believe me, but he is too polite to say anything. I just smile at him and then head for the castle. I have a lot of work to do. I am going to keep it as simple as I can and make horse golems out of the alloy and stone. They will be more than strong enough for the job, and they also won't need to rest. I already have it planned out in my mind, so I head straight to my workshop. As I pass through the main room, I notice that there is no one around. I have no idea where they might have run off to, but I am sure that they are fine. Once I get into my workshop, I go straight to work on building the prototype. If everything works properly, then I will build more afterwards. In all honesty, it shouldn't even be called a golem. more like a magic construct. The reason is that it will only be programmed for a few simple commands. I don't even plan to put a core into it, just some normal enchantments. However, for something like this, it is better to keep it simple. Making it complicated would backfire. Unfortunately, while the prototype works, I made it too small to be usable. I accidentally made it the size of a small horse instead of a draft horse. It would still be strong enough to pull a wagon, but it would just look silly. So, I put it aside and try again. This time, I make sure to make it the proper size. Just for the sake of looks, I make it pure black by changing the color of the stone. Dining, congratulations! You have acquired the magic skill Artificer. Artificer level 1 int plus 5 a skill for crafting golems and other magical items. Finally! I thought I wasn't ever going to get a skill for golems. Although I was expecting a craft skill. This works too. Once I am sure I have everything right, I shapeshift into the earth elemental form. This allows me to work with the alloy and the stone easier, while also allowing me to make improvements. Then, using Divided Mind, I start to work on making 2 golems at once. Chapter 11, 94. Honestly, I don't notice any difference from the new skill, but I am not doing anything hard either. Maybe it will only show its usefulness when I am working on something more complex. Or it could only be useful in the design phase. I just don't know. And the skill description doesn't help. It takes me about an hour to complete the 2 golems using Divided Mind, meaning that I should be able to make the rest of them in about 9 hours. With the time dilation, only 2 hours will have passed outside. I still have plenty of time. After that, we will be leaving. So I start thinking about the trip ahead of us. Thinking about other things slows down my work on the golems, but I have time to spare. My biggest worry about the trip is leaving Athena behind with so few people. With that thought in mind, once the golem horses are done, I call for Jarvis. First, I go through his programming and take a look at what has changed. Then, I take a look at his body and make a few improvements that I have come up with. Jarvis can already leave the castle if he wants to, but I am trying to improve on that. If it works, he will be able to wander around and interact with the elves while we are traveling. If I am right, then I will do the same thing to Athena's body so that she can go with us. This is where the new skill shows its usefulness. It helps me catch a mistake as I am making it. The part I am working on turns red in my sight as soon as I do something wrong. While passive, that is still going to help a lot, especially when I am making something new. However, I have to wonder if that means the skill will only level up if I make mistakes. I guess that I will just have to wait and find out later. I am sure to make more mistakes. I spend a couple of hours working on Jarvis, and thanks to the skill, I don't make any mistakes. Or at least, I don't finish making any mistakes. I manage to fix them thanks to the skill. When Jarvis tests them out, they do what I want, but there are also improvements that I can make. So I spend another hour improving the modifications and testing them out. Once everything is working, I leave the castle to make the same upgrades to Athena. I still don't see anyone on my way out. For a minute, I wonder if they are avoiding me. I quickly shake the thought away. No way would the kids avoid me after coming to see me. I don't have a clue where Lynn and Bella might be, but I am pretty sure the kids are either training or in the Shadow Plane. I could probably find out by asking Jarvis, but I have other things to take care of. I have Athena come to my cabin and begin work as soon as she arrives. Athena says, "What are these upgrades for, Master?" "They will allow your golem body to leave the ship and travel with us. It will be a while before we have enough crew, and I don't want you to have to sit around bored." Athena says, "Thank you. Master, your consideration of me makes me happy. You will still be able to control the ship from a distance. Just your level of control will be lower. That may improve with practice. I am not sure. Since the ship will be mostly empty, it shouldn't be a problem. Not to mention, we will be able to gate back to the ship anytime we need to." Athena says, "Understood, Master." Once the upgrades are done and tested, I go looking for Stillwater to hand over the golems. He gathers the elves that will be driving the wagons, and I teach them how to command the golems. Then we have them practice a bit to try and avoid any accidents tomorrow. "Is everything ready for tomorrow?" Stillwater says. "Yes, it is. Brightfire was only able to find 5 elves willing to stay behind to train the new crew. We may have more volunteers once they see where we are going to live. Some people are hoping for peace and quiet. Some will hate staying put." Understood. I am definitely the latter. Stillwater says, yes, we are all aware of that, Ash. Yeah, yeah. If there is nothing else you need, I am going to go relax. Stillwater says, nope. This was the only thing I didn't have a solution to. All right. See you in the morning. When I return to the castle, I find the kids in the main room, but no sign of Lynn and Bella. Mulan and Asuna are in human form sitting at the table playing a game that looks similar to chess. The rest of the kids are watching cartoons, so I sit at the table to watch the game. Asuna says, Hi, Dad. Hi there. What is this? Asuna says, it is a game that Boric taught us and I taught it to Mulan. It is called Defend the Castle. I normally play with Kachara, but she always wins. Mulan says, so far. Asuna keeps winning, but I am getting better. Asuna says, Dad, don't you dare help her. Let her learn on her own. Haha, all right. I am just glad to see you two getting along. Asuna says, of course. I have to be a good big sister, like Kachara was for me. Besides, we have spent plenty of time playing together in the Soulscape. You shouldn't be worried about that. You are right, logically speaking, but emotions rarely listen to logic. Just put it down as a dad thing. Speaking of Kachara, I am surprised she didn't come with you. She should be able to be away from the mountain for a while. Asuna says, she had to help Core modify the barrier. They are making it so there is a big entrance for you to use when you arrive. Oh, that makes sense. I guess I didn't give them much warning, did I? Asuna says, well, you did, but we expected you to take a lot longer to actually get here. Why is that? Asuna says, Miria was absolutely sure that you would find an excuse to go on another adventure. I guess I can't blame her for thinking that. I have been pretty unreliable, Mulan says. If it hadn't been for Lin reminding you of your promise, you absolutely would have gone on another adventure? Anyway, is that a new tattoo I see, Asuna? Asuna says, yep, Lin and Bella gave them to us, including wings. Flying is fun. Yes, it can be. Asuna says, I can't wait to get back. Kachara has beat me in so many races just because she can fly. Keep in mind that as a natural flyer, she will still be faster than you. Asuna says, I don't care. I just want to surprise her. Chapter 1195. Mulan says, then you should practice as much as you can before we get back. It will give you a better chance of actually beating her in the air. Asuna says, I was already planning to. Speaking of Lin and Bella, where are they? Asuna says, they went to Bella's room after dinner. We said we would behave and that they didn't need to watch us. All right, that is fine. Mulan says, should I go get them? No, don't disturb them. I drag the other kids away from the TV and then start a game of tag with all of them. Of course, we are all using our shrunken sizes so that we have enough room to play. The tattoos still work when shrunken, so the game of tag is a lot more interesting now. It is also a lot more intense, and it doesn't take long before kids start dropping out. Eventually, it is just me, Asuna, and Mulan playing. The rest have gone to sleep. The two of them last about 20 minutes longer before they give up and go to sleep. Now that peace has been restored, I go downstairs and take a nice, relaxing bath. After that, I head upstairs to my bedroom and go to sleep alone. It has probably been about 6 hours since I went to sleep when I get woken up by Lin entering the room. Lin says you are back. Why didn't you let me know? I didn't want to disturb you, Lin says. So, does this mean that the bridge is finished? Yeah, it is done. We will be moving out once it is morning outside. Lin says, what do you plan to do with the kids? I will take them out with me. They can run back and forth among the elves. I am sure they will have fun. You and Bella can do whatever you want. Lin says, you are making it sound like I don't want to spend time with you. No, I am not. I am just saying that whatever you decide to do is fine with me. If you have tattoos to work on, or want to spend time with Bella, or want to do something else, everything is fine. Lin says, are you really okay with it? Or are you just saying that? I am really fine with it. You don't need to worry about me. Lin says, don't you miss me? Of course I miss you. I miss you all the time. But I know that we can't be together all the time. It is something that I have to get used to. Lynn says. So you aren't pushing me towards Bella because you are bored of me? No. How could you even think that? I love you, Lynn. That isn't going to change no matter what happens. I thought that I was doing a good job of showing you that, but I guess I was wrong. Lynn says, no. I know you love me, but sometimes that isn't enough. I guess I am feeling insecure because I feel like I am cheating on you. You aren't cheating. I am aware of what you are doing. Well, maybe not the specifics, but the general idea. It is not cheating since I know what is going on and approve of it. So put your mind at ease. Lynn says, that is easy to say, not so easy to do. What can I do to help? Lynn says, I am not sure, but if I figure it out, I will tell you. For now, you can show me that nothing has changed. All right, I can do that. Why don't you come over here and let me see if being with Bella has improved your skills? Lynn blushes, but she walks towards me, and as she does, she shapeshifts her clothes. They change into a one-piece lingerie that really highlights her assets, which I definitely appreciate. We go for 3 rounds before Lynn falls into an exhausted sleep, and I nap for a while. I only manage to sleep for about an hour before Jarvis wakes me up to remind me that it is time for the Soulscape. However, since we are basically back on the peninsula, I decide not to bother. I will be seeing everyone in the flesh soon enough, so there isn't much point. Instead, I get up while being careful not to disturb Lynn and head downstairs. The kids are still asleep, but I am surprised to see that Bella is awake and sitting at the table. She looks a little nervous when she sees me, but I just smile as I sit down at the table with her. You don't need to be nervous around me. Surely Lynn told you that I know and approve of what is going on. Bella says yes. She did, but even in our world, I would have trouble believing it. In my experience, men may say they won't get jealous, but they do. Either that or they just want to be able to watch or join in. Well, I can understand that. Even in our world, I was considered a weirdo. I really am not jealous. In fact, I am happy. Circumstances are bound to keep me apart from Lynn for periods of time, and knowing she won't be alone is a relief. Bella says, won't your other wives be there to keep her company? I only plan to have one other wife, and I already feel plenty guilty about that. I have no idea what her preferences are yet, so I can't count on that. Bella says, that would be Miria, the bunny girl, right? Yes. Bella says, if she is anything like the bunny girls in anime, it shouldn't be a problem. They are completely sex-craved. Maria isn't like that. At least, not that I have seen. Wait, just what kind of anime have you been watching? Bella says. The exact ones that you are thinking of and have apparently seen as well. Anyway, if Miria ends up liking girls, then all the better. Either way, I just don't want Lynn being lonely because of me. Bella says, well, your words are good, but I will reserve judgment until I see if your actions match. If they do, then I will apologize at that time. No apology will be necessary. Just take care of Lynn. Speaking of actions following words, it has been long enough. I can enhance your body now, Bella says. Oh, I had forgotten about that. I am just happy not being sick anymore. Do I need to undress? Number, I just need to touch your hand. Nothing more. Bella says, really? Not going to take the chance for a free peek? I just shake my head as I reach over to touch her hand and send my power into her body. I have gotten better at this, so it only takes me a few seconds to enhance Bella. As I do, I notice that her mana pool shows some signs of stress, so I heal it. Has Lynn started teaching you magic? Bella says, only a little. Mainly just some exercises to practice. She is trying to help you expand your mana pool. I can help with that as well, but it will be slightly painful. Do you want me to? Bella says yes, please. I don't mind a little pain. I doubt it will hurt as much as my body trying to eat itself. No, it won't hurt anywhere near that much. Chapter 1196. Since I have permission, I go ahead and help expand her mana pool a bit. After it is done, Bella goes to rest, and I eat some breakfast while reading manga. There is nothing else that I need to do before the elves are ready to move, so I just relax. Eventually, the kids wake up and I join them for a second breakfast. Then, we start playing. We spend the next several hours playing all sorts of games before Lynn finally wakes up. After she has had some food, she takes the kids and Bella to give a magic lesson. After the lesson, we all have lunch together, and then I play with the kids some more. We play until Jarvis informs me that the sun is rising outside. That means that the elves should be getting ready, so I take the kids and head out of the castle. Lynn and Bella don't follow us, but I am not worried about it. Last night convinced me that I don't have to worry. No matter how much she enjoys spending time with Bella, Lynn will come back to me. Sadly, it was how much she was worried that convinced me that I don't need to be concerned. It is rather odd as we move about the ship. There is no one else on board. I can't remember the last time that the ship was this quiet, probably the last time I did an upgrade. The central square of the port is the biggest open area, and that is where we find the elves. It looks like they are making final preparations, loading the last few things into the wagons. The kids immediately start running around, curious to see what everyone is doing. The elves are used to the kids, so no one is bothered even though there are 3 more kids than usual. Considering they split up, there isn't really a way for me to keep track of all 7 of them. So I will just let them run around and then deal with any problems that they cause. I also stay out of the elves' way. They seem to have everything under control. It is about 10 minutes later when the first of the elves start moving out. Then the wagons start moving, and I am happy to see that there are no problems with the golems. I wait until everyone is moving and then head up to take my place at the front of the column. Since most of the elves are on foot, the speed of the column is fairly slow. However, we are not in a rush, so there is no need for me to push for more speed. It takes about 2 hours for the bridge to come within sight ahead of us. Brightfire says, "Is that the bridge you built?" "Yeah. Why? Is there something wrong with it?" Brightfire says, "No, I just wasn't expecting it to be so big." "How did you make that all on your own?" "By using magic to cheat, of course," Brightfire says. "Still, it took what? 3 days?" "More like 4. "I wasn't really counting," Brightfire says. "I was expecting a floating log bridge or something. Not this. You really don't know how to do anything normal, do you?" I guess not. A log bridge would only be temporary. I wanted something to permanently connect the island and the peninsula. It wasn't my intention. But in the end, everyone stops to admire the bridge. Just as I am getting people moving again, Jarvis brings a problem to my attention. It turns out that I forgot to grab the castle. I have gotten too used to leaving it on the ship. While the others are getting moving, I quickly fly back to the ship to get it. As I am approaching the ship, I realize that I also left the crystals on the platform. However, I decide to leave them there for now. I can always gate back for them if I need them. I quickly grab the castle, put it in my pouch, and then fly back to the bridge. Not everyone has crossed yet, so I land at the back of the column and then walk across the bridge. After all, since I built it, it would be a shame if I didn't use it at least once. I have the thought of bringing out Lynn to show her the bridge, but that feels too much like bragging. I walk across the bridge with the elves, and then I officially set foot back on the peninsula. This probably marks the end of my simple and relaxing days, at least for a while. I have a lot to catch up on and a lot of work to do to get things back on track. I don't even want to imagine how much worse things would be if I hadn't been able to keep in touch using the Soulscape. It would be pretty much guaranteed that I would be facing death for being gone for so long. When all the elves have crossed the bridge, they stop for a quick lunch, and then get moving again. Now that the kids have satisfied their curiosity, they start playing games to pass the time. Luckily, they keep the chaos mostly among themselves and don't bother the elves too much. During the day, the elves actually cover more distance than I was expecting them to. At this rate, we should reach the mountain in 3 or 4 days depending on how far the road has come. Once we hit the road, the speed should increase quite a bit, but I don't know how the progress on the road is. When the sun goes down, the elves stop to make camp and I send the kids into the castle. They can have more time to play and rest while the elves are resting for the night. Soon after I send the kids inside, Lynn comes out of the castle. Lynn says, "The kids just got done telling us about the bridge. Why didn't you bring me out to see it?" I thought about it, but I figured that was too much like bragging for me to feel comfortable about it. Lynn says, "That isn't bragging. When you accomplish something of worth, there is nothing wrong with wanting to show it off." There is a big difference between the two. I would have really liked to have seen the bridge that you built, Ash. You asking to see it is one thing, but me running up to ask you to look at it just feels wrong to me. Anyway, if you want to see it, we can go see it now, Lynn says. It is already getting dark. We won't be able to see anything. Just climb up. As I say that, I drop shapeshift and put on my saddle. Lynn sighs and climbs into the saddle. I take off and fly back to the bridge. I wanted to check the light enchantments anyway. I fly out above the water and come at the bridge from the side. It should provide the best view. At first, as we approach, it is just a line of light hanging over the water. When we get closer, the details start to become clear to see. Once I am close, I turn and circle around the bridge so Lynn can see everything. Chapter 1197. Lynn says, "Oh, Ash, it is beautiful. How did you make this all by yourself?" As usual, I used magic to cheat. Lynn says, "It takes way more than just magic to build something like this." Not really. The buildings in the Magic Kingdom were more impressive than this, Lynn says. Maybe so, but those were built by teams of mages and they still took years to build. You built this in what, a week? Less? A little less than a week. Honestly, I am still not sure if it will survive the first storm. It could even collapse all on its own. I just don't have the knowledge that I need to be sure. Lynn says, "It looks like it will last forever. You should stop doubting yourself and be proud of what you have done." Proud? I don't feel like I have done anything to be proud of. All I did was what was necessary to connect the island to the peninsula. I may have done it quicker, but there are others that could have done it. Lynn says, "I really don't understand this side of you, but I guess I shouldn't complain since I like how humble you are. Let's just leave it at that. You did a great job and I am proud of you." Thanks. Ready to head back. Lynn says, "Yay, let's go. By the way, thank you for enhancing Bella." "No problem. I was just keeping my promise," Lynn says. "Still, it helped convince Bella that you aren't jealous. Besides, I appreciate her having more stamina." My only answer to that is to chuckle, and Lynn leans forward to wrap her arms around my neck. She stays that way for the entire flight back to where the elves are camped. Once we arrive, I shapeshift back to Beastman form and follow Lynn into the castle. I was planning to spend some time with the kids, but Lynn has other plans. She drags me up to the bedroom and we go for a couple of rounds of fun. For some reason, Lynn is even more affectionate than normal, not that I am about to complain. Once we are done and Lynn has fallen asleep, I head downstairs to get some food. The kids are all asleep, and there is no sign of Bella, so I eat on my own. As I am eating, I realize that my mana is full, so once I am done, I head to take a bath and work on my core. Core upgrade progress. 50% halfway to the next rank. Now that the bridge is done, I should be able to rank up in a few more days. However, I noticed that something looks a little bit off with my core. Right now, my core is an orb of fire surrounded by a ring of lightning, but it doesn't seem balanced. In fact, it looks like the orb of fire is growing while the ring of lightning seems to have faded. At least, that is what it looks like to me, but I haven't exactly been paying attention to the details. When I work on it, I have just been throwing all of my mana at my core, not doing anything specific. Now, it is starting to look like that is not the right way to go about doing it. If it is all going to the fire core, then the lightning will disappear, and I don't want that. Lightning is the one power that I have managed to hold on to the longest, and I don't want to lose it. I actually really like using lightning. If anything, I would rather go back to that being my only power. My fire abilities are nice, but I can mimic those with mana so they are not as important. I can do the same with lightning, but it is not the same thing. I am attached to my lightning. All I can think of is to make sure I focus on the lightning ring the next time I work on my core. If possible, I will balance them out. But if not, then I will choose to keep my lightning. I will just have to wait and see what happens, then decide based on the result. After my bath, I go upstairs to read manga and tell Jarvis to notify me when the sun is coming up outside. The kids wake up before that, come get some attention from me, and then eat breakfast. After breakfast, they all go lay down and start watching TV together. Even as I am reading manga, I keep an eye on them to make sure they don't get into too much trouble. Luckily, they are feeling lazy and don't do anything other than watching anime. Eventually, Lynn comes down, has some breakfast, and then takes the kids to the training room. It looks like she plans to have a practical lesson with them today, which I think is a good idea. All that learning doesn't do any good without practice on how to use the knowledge. Although I wonder how Lynn's knowledge is progressing. She hasn't had as much time to read lately. That is mostly due to her helping me with the kids and spending time with Bella. Either way, I feel a bit guilty that she hasn't had as much time to herself lately. However, when we get to the tower, I plan to make it up to her and give her tons of time in the library. Not that I will really have much of a choice. Trying to keep her away from new books would be impossible. Luckily, Kachera and Yue will be able to help out with the kids. Not that they need as much watching as they used to. I won't be much help. I have more things to do than I can even count at this point. As I am thinking through all the things that I need to do, I remember that I forgot something. I was supposed to make some ranged golems for Jarvis, but completely forgot to. In my defense, I was working on it, but then Clowell showed up and distracted me. Since I have time right now, I put down my manga and head to my workshop. I had mostly figured out the design for the ranged golems. I just have to remember it and finish it. Luckily, while my memory is bad, Jarvis is perfect and he pulls up the illusion I was working on. That saves me a bunch of time, and I am able to get right to work on finishing it. I finish the design and start working on the first golem before Jarvis informs me it is dawn. So, I put my work on hold, head out of the castle, and rejoin the elves. All the elves are already up, have eaten breakfast, and are getting ready to march. I guess that all the excitement has probably made it hard for them to sleep late. After all, they are marching towards their new permanent home. Within 10 minutes of me leaving the castle, everyone is ready, and we begin the march. I take my place at the head of the column and Stillwater joins me. As we are leading the way, we discuss the plans for when we reach the city. Chapter 1198. Of course, we can't go into too much detail since we don't know the full situation. It is more general ideas of what we want to accomplish first once we arrive. Getting everyone assigned a place to live will have to be the first priority. The beasts will have moved a good portion of their people to the city, but no way have they filled it. Thanks to the enchantments that I set in motion, there should be more than enough empty houses. Anything beyond that will have to wait until I have a chance to talk to Kor. One of the things that I need to remember to do is create a space and plant the seed. Having Athena with us will make that easier since she can tell me anything extra that I need to do. The elves have already acknowledged me, so I don't think we need to do any kind of ceremony. I will just need to introduce Stillwater and the others to Kor. They can figure things out. I won't be able to stay in the city long. I will need to head to the tower. If I make Miria come looking for me, she will most likely make me regret it. Besides, Lynn is going to want to get into the tower's library as soon as she can. Come to think of it, I should probably warn Bella so she doesn't get upset. Lynn disappearing could easily be misunderstood, especially in the early part of the relationship. Besides, I promised Bella that I would alter her body for her, and I still haven't done it. I should probably take care of that before we reach the mountain and I get distracted. I guess I will do that tonight when the elves stop and make camp. The elves continue marching with no complaints. In fact, their morale seems to keep getting higher. During the march, lots of elves keep coming up alongside me and asking questions. Most of the questions are about the city and the history of their people. I answer as many of the questions as I can, but hearing the same questions over and over quickly annoys me. Luckily, Stillwater knows me well enough to notice, and he takes steps to stop it. He listens to my answers, and then has other elves move along the column to spread the information. That at least stops the repetitive questions, but the people just come up with new ones. I, of all people, can't blame them for being curious, but I am also not so good at being patient. Luckily, I get a break when we stop the column for a quick lunch. However, it picks right back up once we are moving again, and shows no signs of stopping. I am really tempted to just go back into the castle and avoid everyone. However, as much as I want to, I don't do it and keep answering questions. After all, this is my own fault for hiding away from the elves for the entire trip. If I had spent more time with the elves, I would have been able to answer these questions over time. It isn't like I am the only one being questioned. They are asking Stillwater, and the others as well. As we are marching, I managed to spot several beastmen that are watching us. Based on where we are, I am guessing that these are from the Fox clan. This should be part of their territory, and I already know that they are good scouts. I would be more surprised if we weren't being watched, but I am a little worried. Since it is the Fox clan watching us, then chances are that Muyan will be the first to find me. If that happens, then Miria is sure to get pissed off about it and try to kill her. Of course, I will have to stop her, which will just make Miria pissed at me. However, I can't afford to wipe out the Fox clan. Not only do I need them, but it would make recruiting the other clans harder. Besides, as much as I don't trust Muyan, she has proven her usefulness. Her scouts will be even more important if we end up at war with the Empire. I can't allow Miria's jealousy to cause that kind of problem, especially when she has no reason for it. Muyan may be beautiful and sexy, but Miria is the one who will be taking a place at my side. My thoughts are interrupted when I see movement ahead of the column. Right now, it is only a dot on the horizon, but it is getting larger, meaning it is coming this way. From the rate the dot is growing, it is coming towards us at a scary rate of speed. Just in case, I order the elves to stop and move out ahead of them a bit. Then I just wait until I can see what it is that is approaching us, although I already have an idea. Considering it is on the ground, there is only one being I know of that can move that fast. A few minutes later, my suspicions are proven correct. The dot becomes a gray lizard. It is definitely Lizzie. And she is running towards us at her full speed. When Lizzie gets a little closer, I spot Windy on her back, clinging on for dear life. At first, I think that Lizzie is just excited to see me, but as she gets closer, I realize I am wrong. Lizzie looks angry, like really angry, and I quickly realize that she isn't going to stop. She is going to attack me, so I do the only thing that I can think of to stop her. I drop shapeshift, and as soon as I am in my normal form, I roar at Lizzie. It turns out that in my normal form, I am now bigger than Lizzie, which explains the shock on her face. At my roar, Lizzie plants all 6 feet as she tries to stop. The ground beneath her ripples as she does. The ground forms ridges and helps Lizzie to come to a complete and sudden stop. Unfortunately, the same doesn't apply to Windy, and she launches forward like an arrow. Luckily for her, I am directly in front of her, and I am able to catch her without hurting her. Hi, Windy. Are you okay? Windy says yes, thanks to you. Lizzie, are you going to behave? Lizzie says, since I don't want to get eaten, I guess so. With a laugh at her answer, I shapeshift back to Beastman form and set Windy down. Then, I signal to the elves that everything is all right and that they can continue the march. Lizzie, Windy, and I move off to the side so that they can pass. While I am happy to see the both of you, what are you doing here? Windy says, we are helping to build the road. Lizzie flattens the ground and I use my water magic to smooth it and compress it so that it is ready for the rocks to be laid. Oh, okay. I am glad to see you helping out. Lizzie, are you going to say anything? Lizzie says you forgot about me, didn't you? Chapter 11, 99. No, at least not at first. Where I was dropped by the gate was out of range for me to summon you. By the time I was back in range, we were on a ship, and I didn't think you would do well trapped on a ship for months. I am happy to see you, and I hope that you can forgive me for being gone for so long. Lizzie says, it is true that I would be bored on a ship, but I was bored here. Not to mention that you stopped inviting me to the Soulscapes. I missed playing with the kids. That was because you were off to kill demons in the Free Union, and I didn't want to disturb you. How did that go, by the way? Lizzie says, there were a lot of demons, but none of them were strong. On top of that, I was constantly being told to be careful and not to damage buildings. It was annoying. At least it wasn't boring, right? If I had summoned you, you wouldn't have been able to do that. Cleaning the demons out of the Free Union was important. Thank you for doing it. Lizzie says, it still feels like you forgot about me. Where is Bones? Or did you forget about him too? Bones is over on the east side of the main continent. I didn't forget about him. I was able to summon him. However, at his request, I have since freed him, and he is doing whatever he wants to do. Lizzie says, you freed him? Does that mean you are going to throw me away too? I did not throw him away. He wanted to be free. I would never throw you away. But if you have come to hate me and want to leave, then I would try to free you. Lizzie says, no, I don't hate you. I was just planning to chew on you a bit for leaving me behind. So you don't want to be freed? Lizzie says, no, I just don't want you to leave me behind again. From now on, I want to stay with you. Well, that should be possible, but it will take some work. However, Don't you think you should finish your current job first? Windy says. Yes, we should, Lizzie says. Oh, I guess so. Fine, we will finish preparing the path for the road, but after that, I will be with you from now on. All right, all right. I will work on a collar that allows you to shrink so that you can go everywhere I go. I would have made you one anyway since I promised you one. Lizzie says, I also want to be able to take on a humanoid form. Can you do that? Yes, I can, but why? Lizzie says, because your kids Can and I want to be able to join them when they go into places. All right, anything else? Lizzie says, oh, if possible, can you make it so that it can store my saddle? Sure, I can do that. I will work on it tonight, Windy says. It won't take us long to finish the path. We should catch up to you tonight. Lizzie's ability makes our job really easy. Lizzie says, that is right, so don't go running off before we catch up. Don't worry, the only place I am going is the mountain. I promise, Lizzie says. All right, I will trust you this time. But if you break your promise, I will never forgive you. Understood. After Windy mounts up, the two of them rush off ahead of the elves, and I go back to my place. The fact that they were able to get here means we should reach the road soon. At that point, our speed will pick up quite a bit, not to mention that it will be easier on the elves. About an hour later, Lizzie and Windy pass us going the other way, and the elves move on to the path. Even without the road being finished, the smooth path makes movement easier, especially for the carts. It is too bad that we don't have more of them. We make much better time all the way up until we stop and set up camp for the night. I remember my promise and don't immediately go into the castle. I wait for Lizzie. Since I am waiting anyway, I wander around the camp chatting with the elves. Lizzie and Windy show up about an hour after the elves have stopped. As soon as they do, I take the two of them into the castle with me and introduce them to everyone. I know they haven't met Bella, but I can't remember who they have met, so I will just introduce everyone. When I ask, I find out that Lynn and the others just recently had breakfast, so I have dinner with Lizzie and Windy. As soon as I am done eating, I leave them to talk to the others and head to my workshop. Then I start making Lizzie a collar using the best materials that I have available. It is going to need a lot of mana capacity, especially since I don't have any void stone left. Luckily, it won't need a huge amount of space to be able to store her saddle. In the end, in order to have enough capacity, I have to make it into a studded collar. As I am doing the enchantments, I realize that there is something else that I need to make. Otherwise, whenever Lizzie takes human form, she is going to be naked. The easy answer ends up being to make her a set of shape-shifting clothes and store them in the collar. Thinking of that, I decide to go ahead and make a dozen extra sets of clothes. They will make good presents, and I should have something for all the females, especially since a number of them are probably mad at me for being gone for so long. Besides, with how good my enchanting skills have gotten, it isn't like they are hard to make. In fact, thanks to the new shape-shifting spell, they are even better than they used to be. With that being the case, I decide to make a few improvements and then make sets for Lynn and Bella. I absolutely can't have Lynn using the older version of the clothes. She would be upset. Come to think of it, I should do something even more special for her. Probably for Miria too, but what to do is the question, so I spend some time thinking. In all honesty, I should do something really special for Miria since I haven't made her much. Something at least the equal of Lynn's choker. Meaning I need to make another artifact. Just thinking of doing so starts to get me excited. But I should do Lynn's first. Once I decide what I want to do, I head upstairs to the main room where everyone is chatting. First, I put Lizzie's new collar on her and explain all the functions of it. Then, I give Windy Bella and the kids each a set of shape-shifting clothes. Only Mulan really uses human form, but I expect the other kids to start using it at some point. Better to give them the clothes now, since otherwise, I will probably forget. After all that is handed out, I ask Lynn for her robe, choker, and ring, which gets me a suspicious look. Lynn says, "What do you want my choker for?" Chapter 1200. Because my skills have improved since I made it, so I am going to update it. At the same time, I plan to incorporate the robe into the set along with a new set of clothes. When I am done, the robe will be able to shapeshift, and so will the choker, meaning they can look like anything you want. I also plan to improve the concealment so they don't look like a high-grade item anymore. Lynn says, "Well, That doesn't sound too bad. Is that all you are going to do? Yeah, for you, that is all, Lynn says. What else are you planning? I want to make something of equivalent level for Miria so that the two of you are on even footing. Besides, I can't have anyone outshining my women. Lynn says, okay, that is sweet. I will trust you. Once Lynn has handed over her items, I head back to the workshop and get to work. Adding the robe to the set is easy enough, but I run into a problem with the clothes. The current clothes are not at a high enough level to match with the rest of the items. I actually don't have the kind of materials that I need to make a high enough capacity set of clothes, so I head outside and go visit the elven crafters to see what they might have. Unfortunately, they also don't have any top-grade fabric, which isn't too surprising. The only one who might have some would be Yue, but I don't want to wait. When I return to the castle, I see the kids playing tag with Lizzie, but they are all shrunken. It is insanely cute and highly entertaining at the same time. Lynn, Windy, and Bella are entranced. With that as a distraction, I doubt any of them will notice I am gone, so I head to the gate platform. Then I open a gate back to Demon Hunter City and head for Zachariah's building. When I walk in, I am immediately escorted up to his office where he is working on paperwork. Zachariah says, "Welcome back, Ash. I wasn't expecting to see you again so soon. What can I do for you?" I am making a set of clothes for Lynn's coronation, but I need some extremely high-quality fabrics. Got anything that could work? Zachariah says. I think I might. Let's head down to the vault. Oh, I never asked. But what happened with the group from the Magic Kingdom? Zachariah says, oh, them. They showed up a few days after you left. They made all sorts of demands and caused a bunch of trouble. In the end, the council backed us and kicked them out of the city. After that, they headed to the Southern Empire. Well, I am sorry that they caused you trouble. What happened after that? Zachariah says, they were stopped at the border, but they really didn't like that. They picked a fight with the border guards, but the Empire seemed to have been expecting that. A full division of mages showed up and trounced them. Then they were warned that any further trouble they caused would be taken as an act of war. After that, they ran home with their tails between their legs. Haha, I would have loved to have seen their faces, Zachariah says. You and me both. All right, here we are. These are the best materials we have in my branch. If these aren't good enough, I would have to send a request to the main office. Oh, what is this? Zachariah says that is spider silk from a demonic spider. It is really high grade, but unfortunately no one has figured out how to work with it. It is mainly in here because we couldn't decide what else to do with it. Well, I will take all of it. Also, those 2 types of cloth and that leather. How much for all of it? Zachariah says, you have a good eye. Those are the best we have. How about you trade me 4 sets of those shape-shifting clothes for them? Did Almord ask you for some? Zachariah says. He did more than that. He practically begged me to get him a set no matter the price. So, you plan to cover the cost of the materials at Almort's expense? Sure, we can do that, Zachariah says. Yes, I do, but don't worry. I won't charge him more than he can afford. That is between the 2 of you. Here you go, 4 sets. Zachariah says, these are all dresses. Don't you have any sets for men? There is no difference. The clothes can shapeshift into anything. Just put your will into it and picture what you want it to be. Zachariah tries it out, and when it works, he keeps changing it. He has a smile on his face as he does. Even once he has thoroughly tested it out, he continues playing with it. He is just like a kid with a new toy, and it is highly entertaining. Are you done playing with it yet? Zachariah says. I was just making sure that it worked. Sure. Anyway, I need to be getting back before anyone misses me. Zachariah says, all right. I hope things are going well on your side. Try to come back when you have more time and tell us what has been going on. I will try once things have settled down. Zachariah and I say our goodbyes, and then I open up the gate in front of him. I don't need to worry about him learning the spell, and the look on his face was priceless. However, when I step out of the gate, I find an angry-looking Lizzie waiting for me. Lizzie says, where did you go? I just popped over to Demon Hunter City for a minute to buy some materials. No big deal. Lizzie says, why didn't you take me with you? You were supposed to keep me with you at all times. Well, at the time it looked like you were having fun with the kids. Besides, I said I would keep you with me, but I never said you could be with me at all times. You certainly won't be staying in my bedroom when I am together with Lynn. Lizzie says, I know that. I don't want to see what you do with your mate. Other than that, you are not allowed to go out without me. Listen, I know you are mad about being left behind, but you can't be with me all the time. When it is possible, I will take you with me, but there will be times that I can't. If you can't handle that, tell me now and I will figure out what I need to do to free you. Lizzie says, I can't be freed. I am your mount. That is my only reason for living. Without that, I have no purpose. That may have been true in the past, but you are a sacred beast now. You are more than you used to be. However, that will take time for you to figure out. In the meantime, I am fine with you staying as my mount. You just can't be with me at all times. Besides, you really wouldn't want to be.